Outlook Responsible Tourism Initiative. Please join. Last but not least, let me welcome Dr. Anjuna, Third Executive Director at TSOI. Please join. Can we have Ms. Manisha Pate, Managing Director, ICRT Indian Foundation, please join?
Hello. Namaste to everyone. I just can't see as far because can we just stand up a while and wave our hands once? Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. We are into a responsible tourism session for the last 2 days, but I hardly see anyone smiling. Is responsibility, doesn't it make you happy? Does the sessions make you happy? Because I don't see that, you all are happy. It's a wonderful panel that we have, and, the Indian RT movement, responsible tourism and rural tourism initiatives in India. So that's the topic, and, the last session was a wonderful session by Gopi, which he actually began with the chikatis, the small little, these things which are there, which he put it to all of us that we have, which is hanging over here. So from Chikati, I would like to take you to tea. Tea is something that we drink every day in a cup of tea that we have. But this tea that you see is hardly a 200 years old history, because this is industrial tea. When the colonies came in, they could put together this tea and bring it to the world. And it became one of the biggest business of the then colonies who were there. And tea grew all the way in the east, in Assam, in north of West Bengal. All these areas were known for tea. But many of us do not know there is a 7,000 years old history of tea. We certainly do not recognize that tea, that the colonial tea that we drink from the cup of tea every day, which is the most popular beverage, was existing in the northeastern region between 5,000 to 7,000 years ago. And this was made in bamboo. So the tea is a tropical plant which grew in the forests of the northeastern region. The communities of Northeast, which was in continuity with Myanmar and Yunnan, these were the communities who knew about this tea more like a spiritual drink, more to keep their minds in control. So it was used as a medicinal plant, as a spiritual drink. And when the first British people, they went and met the Singpho king somewhere at the border of Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. There the Singpho king went on the elephant back, plucked some leaves, put it into water, and served it to the then person who had visited the Singpho prince. And Maniram Devanji, who had taken this person, introduced this Singpho king to the then person from the British, this one, and accordingly, when he drank it, he felt that it was the highest demand European drink that was happening, and in all the elite families, it was a part and parcel of their elitists that they wanted to show. And this is when this was sent to the Botanical Survey of India in Calcutta, and then to the Botanical Survey in UK, and it came back that that was the tea which they were buying at a very high price, and that is how tea started coming into the rest of the world, the tea that we drink today. So it is still today produced by the Singpho and the Tangsa people in eastern Arunachal Pradesh and upper Myanmar. So this is the story of tea that has remained with us. Similarly, the story of tourism is not very new for our country. Tourism has remained through ages. And we often find that the narratives of tourism are some things that we borrow from other countries outside, as if it has just been brought into India much later in the 60s, 70s, 80s, or during that time. We always had tourism. We had tourism in the form of pilgrimage. We had tourism in the different forms across our country. And that is the reason each and every religion in our country, we have pilgrimage as a part of the practice. Most of us, when we define tourism, we find it as an economical activity. We never ever try to define it from the point of the ism, the philosophy that is there. We hardly try to look at it from that point of view, because no other industry in the world ends with an ISM, an ism, a philosophy that is there. So what is this philosophy? If you can just dive a little deep inside, you will see that tour, what does a tour consist of? A tour must consist of a tourist. Without a tourist, we cannot have a tour. What does the tourist do? The tourist travels. So that the travel of the tourist is the second part of it. What is the third part of it? The tourist travels to a destination for whatever purpose it can be. They travel to a destination. And the last but not the least, who looks after the destination and the tourist? It is the host community. So the philosophy that binds the tourist with the travel, with the destination, and the host community forms the philosophy of tourism, which we often fail to define. And such a wonderful philosophy was not made for the sake of just the purpose of the philosophy to be taken forward, but it was the philosophy of the mankind. We often think that, that if there is some tourist, if there is tourism, it is probably they can afford, they have the money to travel. That's the reason we travel. Or the travelers who are traveling from one place to other because they have the monetary resource, the economic resource to travel. That is one of the criteria of tourism. But most of the time, we fail to explain that as the body needs food to develop, a human being needs to travel for the mind to be evolved. Without travel, the mind cannot evolve. So it is a very, very essential activity for mankind to go ahead, for the mankind to see how the world can be developed. So without travel, without tourism, it is incomplete. So whether there is an economic activity or not, travel is a very essential part for the development of mankind. And it has been very well established in our Vedas. During the third Veda, you will often find an explanation and a terminology that we use in the Indian language for tourism, which is known as Brahman. Brahm is the state of the mind. Brahm is the state of the mind. And on means as much as you travel outside, you must travel inside also. So that's the purpose of travel. We're all talking about responsible tourism, but we often do not say that, as much as you travel outside, you must travel inside, or the other way around. So that is what tourism is about. It has been so well explained into our Vedas also. When you talk about a tourist, a straightaway explanation that we give for a tourist, or a translation for a tourist that we do in English to the Indian language is atithi. Atithi. Just imagine this word, such a wonderful word, atithi. Tithi means the date. Atithi means the one who comes without the date. If you translate into English, the nearest English translation would be a stranger. So atithi devo bhava. Guest is like our God. Guest is like our God. That is the culture, the Indian culture, or the culture of the subcontinent where we think the guest is like our God. Atithi deva bhava. So a stranger who comes without a date is like your God. But before that, there are three more things that explains the God. And what is this God? Pita deva bhava, mata deva bhava, acharya deva bhava. Pita deva bhava, the father is a God. Mata deva bhava, the mother is a God. Acharya deva bhava, the teacher is your God. So if your father, your mother, your acharya, your society is kept well, wherever in whatever destination you keep them well, then that destination is a better place to call your guests also. So better places to live in and better places to visit has been well explained in our Vedas so many years back. That wherever in the society you keep your father, mother, acharya very well, you can invite your guest as your God. So Atithi Deva Bhava. So these are extremely important explanations that we need to take to our rural areas across India. And then only we can actually make them adopt responsible tourism as their way of life. Because in India, until and unless we cannot bring in things which are way of life for the people, we cannot take it forward just by a few explanations, conferences, conventions. We need to institutionalize it within the society, because our schooling is within the society that we have, which still remains beyond the four walls of the classrooms. So how we use that, how we take it forward, is the entire hall to actually, the entire people who are present over here to, explain, to think about it, how to take it forward. As we go ahead with the different models of the India, which we have, our own models, which has been developed as responsible tourism models, as we were discussing in the last session, it was many years back, maybe since the type of tourism that changed in the very early 90s. Since then, the practices in India has been very much tuned with the responsible tourism practices. Those were adapted into the responsible tourism criteria that was there, that was taken forward. So those were the things which were already been practiced, and that is the reason it took up roots in India so well. And that is one of the major reasons that maybe in another decade's time, India would be the leader in responsible tourism, and we are moving towards that. All of us sitting over here, the presentations that we have seen for the past 1.5 days, they mainly show us the way that in the next one decade, India could be a leader in responsible tourism. So, not wasting much of the time, I would like to call over here for a presentation from Madhya Pradesh, from Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh. I would request that he comes up over here on the stage and maybe through his presentation tell the model that Madhya Pradesh is looking forward to, the way they are looking forward to responsible tourism to be implemented, the way they desire, they aspire that Madhya Pradesh should be presented to the tourists, and the kind of tourists they would want to be invited to Madhya Pradesh. Thank you. Please, Manoj.
This one?
It's a different presentation. There's a new presentation that has been put. I'm sorry,
Thank you very much, Raj Bashuji, and all guests. Yes. Basically, Madhya Pradesh is inspired from Kerala, and after that we are started responsible tourism mission, But the rural tourism project is a start from, I think, 2019. The rural tourism project, basically, the need of the state, need of the Madhya Pradesh, we have major six cultural zones, which is different types of geographical conditions and different types of monuments, different food habits, and different types of dresses, ornaments, folk dance, and all of the experiences is very much different in between in the six culture zones. We have a good opportunity for the rural tourism. We have so many things in Madhya Pradesh except Himalaya and sea. We have six major big, more than six monument places, more than six pilgrimage places, and largest tiger trail in Madhya Pradesh, more than 12 national park and sanctuaries in Madhya Pradesh. We have some objectives for the rural tourism. Basically, we are doing alternative accommodation for the Madhya Pradesh and women empowerment, local skill development and promote employment promotion, art and culture promotion, and for the work for the environment also. Earlier I am discussed about six culture zones. That is a six culture zone in Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh, as you know, is a big state. And basic things is we are working for the basically six components. Local excursions, convenient stay at village level, local food, local traditional and organic foods available in village, art and craft promotion, local experiences, and for the local youth skilling programs. In the local excursions, we have so many experiences in the village. We are trying for the more than 60 experiences in each and every village for the 3 generations of the tourist. Convenient stay, we are made in a new vernacular architectures homestay. All of the homestay are not in vernacular, but almost maximum homestays in the vernacular architecture. They made by the mud and they made by the stone and local materials. Third thing is local cuisine and local foods. We are trying to prepare local foods in a natural way, ethnic way, and that is provided by the local process, and the position of sitting and eating is all thing is the local. So the guests are very happy with this type of foods and natural foods at local cuisines. Cultural experience, so many different cultural experience in the Madhya Pradesh and all of the 6 culture zones. Spiritual experiences, local games, traditional games, and folk dance, songs, all things is available in our villages. Art and craft promotion. Local art and craft promotion, as you see in the slide, is we are promoting local art and craft for the domestic tourists and the international tourists as well. We are trying to a good souvenir form, the responsible souvenirs, and we are promote the each and every village in the rural tourism village. And last component is skilling, certification and employment promotion for the youth and local women families. So we are promote in 100 village, a chain of 100 village in Madhya Pradesh, which is established in almost is a 6 culture zone, and you understand that the live resort, we try to make a village where 10 to 12 rooms key are for the homestays, and around 10 young boys or females are guide for the local excursions. 10 to 12 families are preparing local food, a place in village, the community food and community dining, and around 20 male and female persons for the cultural experience, dance, folk dance and other things, and more than 40, 45, 50 women for the craft and art and craft experiences. We have 3 types of our partners in ground level. We called him PSO, Project Support Organization, Technical Support Organization and Sectoral Support Organization. We are very happy for the implementation plan. We have more than 50 NGO and non-government partners for the grassroots level implementation. We have here Not on Map and IGS from Sanjeev. They are also our partners. Village Ways also our partners. They are partners in the actual manner, and they guide us and they implement on plan in the village. The government is the role of government is the supporting role for the NGOs and for our partners, and they do and they implement on plan. And in the grassroots level, they build homestays and they build more experiences in the village. That is the beauty of Madhya Pradesh Rural Tourism Project. That is second beauty is the government convergence. We are doing convergence with the other departments of the state governments and other departments of the central government GOIs. We have 2 types of convergence. First, the implementation of the convergence, and second is the financial convergence also. We have 20 crore rupees convergence from the Panchayat Raj department, and we have more than 60 crore rupees convergence from the tribal welfare department for especially for the rural tourism project, and we have 6 crore from the handicraft and handloom department. So that is the convergence is our beauty, and all of the convergence from the state to GOI, Government of India, and the Government of India all of the Government of India department is the putting money in Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board to Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board for the development of rural tourism project. So that is the beauty of Madhya Pradesh Rural Tourism Program. The grassroots implementation, the complete grassroots implementation is the agency is a non-government organization. Then implementation through community institutions. We made community institution in the village and federations also. So cluster level federations, after that the village level committee, we made cluster level federations, and then we made state level federations also. We are the converge the private CSR fund also, And CSR funding and expert for the individual institutions and the further technical support. Federation at the state level is our beauty. आ नहीं रहा इसमें काम नहीं कर रहा है मेरे ख्याल से हाँ दैट इज नॉट वर्किंग that is a village selection criteria and that is a process. We are very much depending upon the process. These are our stakeholders. So many departments or so many banks and public partners also. These are some photographs in villages. There is the photographs. As you saw, that is all of the mud houses are vernacular architecture, and experiences is also local experiences, village experience. And all things is made by the local material. This is the mud houses. But bathroom is very clean and beautiful. The Panna district, near Panna National Park. There is Panna monuments, experiences, games, pottery. Okay, खत्म हो गया. There is CD, some of the other districts, and the CD Sanjay Dubri National Park. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the listening.
Thank you very much, Manoj, for the wonderful presentation of the future of responsible tourism as we see, because this is the second state after Kerala that, responsible tourism mission has been started over there. As you go forward with the stage, I would request Srimati Bengya Manna Sonam from the Arunachal Pradesh Tourism Department to please come and give her presentation. If you can have here, please.
Yeah. Yes. Good morning to you all. Greetings from Arunachal Pradesh, the land of rising sun. In the very outset, I would like to congratulate the Kerala Tourism for organizing first ever Responsible Tourism Global Tourism Summit. And I feel very privileged to be part of this summit with a team of my members from Arunachal Pradesh. Firstly, I would like to give some basic information about my state, Arunachal Pradesh. Sorry. This is about our state, the geographical location. Overview, we have 83743 population. We are sparsely populated, and our people can speak English, Hindi. Our main religion is Donipoloism, and we still pray sun and moon. This is an overview. You can just look on it. Proudly, here I would like to tell you all, our state is 100% tribal state. We have 26 major tribes and 113 approximately sub-tribes. So everywhere we travel, we experience different kind of culture in our state. So being 100%, so coming to the this one rural tourism initiative. Sorry. Oh, this is the basic information about entering into our state. We have tourist permits because our state falls under protected area, so we have the foreign tourists have to obtain PAP and the Indian have to obtain ILP, and it is easily available in all the airports, railway station, everywhere. It is available on online also. These are the tourist circuit, because since we are restricted to travel in our state, so we have certain circuit as this one approved by Ministry of Home Affairs. So coming to the point of rural tourism and responsible tourism, the initiative we are taking ahead is, first thing, we are trying to educate our people by doing awareness programs on rural tourism, involvement of village communities, promotion of homestays. As of now, we have more than 480 homestays, and we are trying to give as much as exposure to tours to our people so that they can understand about this one importance of rural tourism. Study tour to rural sites. We are also initiating Dekho Apna Pradesh, wherein our people travel from one place to another part of the state, because I have already told you our state is too vast, and even we sometimes don't know about other part of our state. So culturally also we are very rich. So ecotourism initiative is also one of the things we are doing, and waste management initiatives and conservation. These all we are taking under responsible tourism. Since I'm in the field and I'm looking after HRD, so being selfish for some time, like Rupesh have said, initially it was very difficult for all of us to promote rural tourism. So first I tried to promote my own village with help of Raj sir and all. This is Tulyu village, is my own village, and this is the model for community-based tourism and rural tourism. These are participation. I try to send them as much as in other places for participation by showcasing their agriculture products. They used to travel first time in train when I sent them outside of my state. And we try to motivate them as much as possible, going back to the villages and telling them about the importance, because most of the time they were busy in agricultural and their hands were like all this one. And involvement, like we try to involve all the communities, all the members in the villages, including the old people, the young ones, particularly the women groups, to come forward and promote this one, rural tourism. So this is the picture of the exposure tour. We have sent them outside our state also, and within our state also. And waste management initiative is one of the initiatives they are doing. Like we are using locally available bamboo materials for making dustbin, and also we encourage them to use whatever is can be recycled and used again. The village communities, they involve themselves in making the bamboo basket and all. Sorry, okay. बहुत आगे चला गया सर. सर बहुत आगे चला गया स्लाइड्स. बैक सर यहाँ से इसको. नहीं हुआ सर, नहीं हुआ. बहुत आगे चला गया. Can you just help me? Back, please. I see this one, na? Back. This one. Okay. This one, na? Okay. So this is the recycle. They are using the available raw materials. Then promotion of and preservation of culture, we are walking into it also. These are some of the pictures you can see. And again, now we are emphasizing on promotion of homestays. There are some of the pictures of homestays in Arunachal Pradesh. This is interior of the homestays. This is, I think, the best one, but we have some with locally available materials also. Then some of the villages we have identified for rural tourism, this one. So this is Gori village. It is located in Leparada district in Arunachal Pradesh. You can just see the pictures and feel how we are promoting rural tourism. And this is Mawai village. It is in eastern part of Arunachal Pradesh. And this is Thembang village, fortified gate they have. Old ancient 12th, it was established during 12th century, and it has been nominated as World Heritage Site of UNESCO, and Government of Arunachal Pradesh already declared it as a State Heritage Site. This is the picture of Thembang village, and this is Sangti village. It is again at West Kameng district in Western Arunachal. Sergao, you can just see the pictures. So one more initiative we are working into is intangible cultural heritage. Of late, with help of RAS, we are trying to promote and involve the villagers and the communities into intangible cultural heritage, wherein we are trying to document the oral traditions, performing arts, and social practices, ritual of the oldest, practices, festive events, and even knowledge and practices concerning the nature, because we have so much social taboos in our tribal society. And the universe or the knowledge and skill to produce traditional craft. We are trying to get involved the young ones into upholding the traditional crafts. And these are some of the picture like we are providing in our state. These are some of the pictures you can see where villagers are involved in their day-to-day life. This is during Mohpin festival of Galo community. So these are the benefits of introducing ICH. So while sum upping my presentation, I would like to say Arunachal is, again, it is 100% tribal populated state, and our USP is our own culture, and our state strength is our rural tourism product. So we are trying to motivate as much as our local communities to involve into this tourism, because the most important thing we are lacking behind is the lack of knowledge of our people. So with these few words, again, if I have time, I would like to play one video, sir. I have time? No.
Maybe after we finish off.
Okay.
Towards the end, we can.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much.
As you know, we are going with the time. We have our speakers, very eminent speakers who are over here. So we will continue with the states to take it forward. Shri Sharan Vettel, who represents the Responsible Tourism Mission for Kerala, to please give his presentation.
Very good morning, everyone. So I am here to give you a very snapshot idea about what RT movement in Kerala has uplifted, how they have uplifted the rural communities in Kerala to mainstream tourism, and how far they are successful. So, like this statement, making better places for people to live in and better places for people to visit, it means a lot, because see, when it comes to communities and the rural tourism, the main asset of Kerala is the natural beauty, the socio-cultural landscape. So when it comes to visiting places, it is our responsibility that we also conserve those places. We have, we respect the rules of the land, so that we also enjoy the place and we also sustain it. So what makes Kerala, like I said, we have 44 rivers, we have 589 kilometers coastline, we have more than many traditional art forms, we have very major festivals, we have more than 11,524 square kilometers forest area. So we have canals and we have hill stations that makes Kerala a very beautiful land. And it also emphasizes the importance of responsible tourism in Kerala and why we should focus on responsible tourism. And like I said, the world is already recognizing our efforts. That makes that, in New York Times, it was, Kerala was ranked as 13th best place in the world and the must see. The reason is that, we are focusing on responsible tourism, and we have built such beautiful places, which really gives you the essence of life. So when it comes to responsible tourism, we see responsible tourism as the future of Kerala. We see that we have developed model RT villages. So like our Mr. Manoj sir has already explained, how Kerala began emphasizing on rural tourism in the very early times, and now it has been coined to a term called responsible tourism, and we are concentrating our efforts on this thing. And we have built model RT villages. One of the examples is Kumaragam. So Kumaragam village life experience, still it is a very happening and place for tourists to visit, and people are enjoying going there. The reason is that we have sustained the experience and we are still continuing to doing that. The local experience, the pepper project. The pepper project is that people participating into tourism thing. So these tourism Grama Sabhas, where we are collaborating with the panchayats and the local people to build a tourism experience for the entire world. So that is where pepper comes in. And there is a street project wherein we have showcased on building activities and collaborating with the local people and building spaces which is sustainable, where we have focused on conservation more, and without minimal impact on environment we have built tourism experiences. So Maravanturuthi is such an example of a success story wherein we have converted a water body and the entire place into a tourism experience. So this started with the discussion with the people, with the panchayat. Then we built a resource directory, we did the training, we had the cleaning drive, we formed the RT units, and finally it was made into RT packages. So with the help of the panchayat and RT clubs, the RT mission cleaned 18 canals, 3 rivers, 1 backwater area, and built an art street, hosted new activities with RT clubs, and the village life experience was hosted. And to the kind of recognition that we got is that a small a rural village, which was not at all known to the outside world. Today it is the Kerala is known for that particular village. We have won the best glorious global award at the prestigious World Travel Mart, London, and 4 gold awards at the ICRT Indian subcontinent. That means that such kind of projects get recognition, and that Kerala tourism is moving in the right direction. So these are some of the snapshots of what Kerala has done in last so many years. So the number of units have increased. The leading units, what are the leading units? The direct beneficiaries have increased. The indirect beneficiaries have grown to a good level, almost so many percentage. You can see that. The number of experiential packages have increased from 7 to 140, and the income generated has increased to more than 57 crores. So that means that we are making real impact from the RT movement. So I think in last sessions we have already explained this, and it is already known to the world that we are backing a lot of awards for our responsible tourism initiative, and it means a lot of aspiration to us to concentrate on RT and to build sustainable tourism. So challenges and way forward, that I guess everyone is aware about all of these things, but then I'll just reiterate some of the points. How do we make this a business model? Because many of them have already discussed this. When it comes to RT, I guess the entire thing is that this is not just it's not about charity or something. I guess RT is kind of it is the model that people are urging for, because as Booking.com has already made it that 91% of the Indian travelers from the survey said that they want to travel sustainable. I guess it is a matter of life. It has become a lifestyle. Like how people are adopting to organic food. So now I guess people are willing to travel sustainable, because they understand that if they don't focus on sustainability, that the environment is going to deteriorate, and there is going to be disasters which will be impacting our lives. I guess it has become a lifestyle for people to travel sustainable, and I think it is only a matter of discovering those experience. And what government has to pay is that to facilitate such kind of investors and entrepreneurs who want to develop sustainable tourism business, and then giving them that much needed visibility. That is a focus that we need to do in the way forward. And sustaining the models of our responsible tourism. I guess we have built a lot of models, but then to sustain it is very important. So we need a mechanism to see whether these units have sustained, and what are the what is the current stage of those units, whether they need a support to go forward, whether they need the marketing. I guess that is one important point, and the challenge that we need to emphasize and make corrections. And connecting with mainstream business. So I guess there is a lot of discussions around this, but it is a very important point, because we have built a lot of things which is it is great experiences, but then how do we connect it to the mainstream tourism business? So it doesn't mean that RT is a low standard experience. It is that we need to show the mainstream tourism business that the RT experience are the real experiences. So I guess the people, the local people, I have a lot of experience in travel industry. I have worked with, and that is it's a mixed experience. I have worked with traditional travel agents like Thomas Cook, Kioni, and I have also worked with OTAs like Cleartrip, and currently with the government department. So I understand, certain things where we need to collaborate and make an effort. That is the point which I am trying to talk here. I guess we need to build a mechanism to collaborate and converge at some point, wherein we need to standardize experiences as per the requirement of a travel agent or the OTA, and then market it as well. So that is where we need to do the kind of exercise. So one more thing I forgot, the local is the real experience. So I guess that a lot of people, when they travel to Goa or when they travel to Kerala, before they used to travel to just go to the resort and enjoy and come back. But I guess nowadays people are looking for activities. What is the real thing? What is the hidden places in those destinations? People are walking through the streets, they are interacting with other people, local people. I think that is the kind of tourism that the new travel trend is. So we need to just understand that trend and go forward. There is nothing magic in it. We just have to know that people are looking for realistic experience, and we have to offer those realistic experiences. So responsible tourism mission. What is the shift that we are trying to do? So I guess this is not an exact statement, but then I will just clarify on it. So we are doing a facilitator role, but I guess facilitator role need to get advanced into a business model as well, because we are just limited to a government department where we are trying to facilitate things, but we are heading much forward and becoming a society model wherein we want to build units under us, and we need to facilitate them and market them as well. So entering into commercial agreements with other travel agents, maybe other countries, and bigger commercial establishments, so that we can market them and get more visitors come into those places. Because unless there is business, we don't have we cannot ask them to have a unit, because having a unit and then there is no people coming to that unit and there is no money coming into it, they will automatically think that sustainable tourism is not the way forward. They will go to traditional methods. So that is the most important point. So next is that we need to increase, we need to expand. So we are having visions of expanding, getting RT to more people. I think that is one thing that Responsible Tourism Mission has done, and that is a major achievement, because we have, I think, from panchayats to the very local people here, understand what is responsible tourism. So the mainstream tourism business, it was a matter that in the old stages, those people who have traveled outside, or those travel companies who have been concentrating on responsible tourism, understood what is the concept. I think the biggest achievement that Kerala has made is that it has become, responsible tourism is a word which even a common man in Kerala would understand. And I think the panchayat members and the local panchayat bodies who have come in, they are speaking high about tourism. That means that is a change we have brought in, and we are proud about that. RT licensing, yes. RT licensing and classification, the RT souvenir network, and I think among these points, the most important is the technology integration, because technology makes an impact. Without technology, we cannot sustain all this effort. We need to monitor what we are doing. We need to make registrations online. We need to see the life cycle of the projects we have done. Data input is needed at all stages to understand what is happening with the units and what impacts we are making. as per the socio-economic environmental indices. So that is what important is. So we need to start making a technology initiative for making impact on responsible tourism. So what is expectation we are making from the ministry? This is a presentation which is going to the regional summit. So the expectation is that we need incentives. We need RT to be recognized as a national policy. We need more support from the central government in terms of guidelines where RT can be involved in tourism development initiatives at the very local level, at the panchayat level. Where some kind of a national guideline is there to collaborate with RT movement. And direct funding from the ministry in terms of initiatives like the technological tools to assess impacts. I think ministry is already working on it. I think it is more about we getting integrated into it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon, for your inputs. Though we have been hearing about the RT mission from the last 2 days, but a nice presentation to take it forward, to put it together. We also now have Dr. Kamakshi Maheshwari, who represents the Central Nodal Agency. Please, can we invite you for the Indian model to be taken forward? The presentations over here. Our presentation.
The first one. So by the time the presentation is on the screen, yes, it is. So a lot has been heard since yesterday about the responsible tourism, how it has to be, what is the way forward. And I, Dr. Kamakshi Maheshwari, represents the vision of Government of India as for the way forward for the rural tourism, which can be part and parcel of course, the bigger emotion, as I mentioned yesterday, the responsible tourism. There would have not been the right place standing here in Kerala in this rural setting and talking about the vision of Government of India, Ministry of Tourism about promotion and development of rural tourism in India. And before we move forward, I would really like to, make an important note here that in, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India is on mission mode. It is not only about coming out with the strategies, coming out with schemes, coming out with policies. It is rather implementing. So the stage has set, and it is working to implement. It is rather working to create brand, and which is more important for India at present. Branding is highly important. Many of you, because you all are from industry and from the government, must have seen that we have even changed our vision for year 2023. So it is Visit India 2023 with the same aim. We are visioning more changes, more branding. So with the same vision, Rural Tourism India has been implemented with a national strategy. Government of India way back in the year 2021 has formalized a national strategy for the development and promotion of rural tourism in India, and with that they wanted to have a separate setup which focuses on the development and promotion of rural tourism, which becomes the nodal point to discuss, collaborate, integrate and support the stakeholders, the public-private partnerships, the states, as well as every single individual traveler who is aspiring to be into rural tourism and to experience the rural tourism in India. So with this aim, IITTM, what I represent, Indian Institute of Tourism and Travel Management, was established as the central nodal agency, and henceforth India would be branded as the rural tourism destination with this logo, which you could see on the screen. This is the official logo of Rural Tourism India, saying experience the soul of India while you visit India, visit its villages, because it is rightly said that India, the soul of India lies in its villages. And taking the theme ahead, India is branding itself as the rural tourism destination in the coming years. So I'll just have a quick bit of the logo, why we have chosen this logo. So as the villages have joy, they have warmth, they welcome the Atiti, as rightly mentioned by Raj sir during his initial talk. So the same thing, the color of this logo signifies the joy and the warmth which is there in our villages. The hut represents the white and vernacular architecture. I've been listening to Kerala Art Mission. I have listened Madhya Pradesh. I have gone through Arunachal Pradesh, and I could see everywhere talking about the vernacular architecture which has been used in their homestays and in their villages. So here we represent the white and vernacular architecture in our villages, which are as modern as in amenities and facilities to our tourists to enjoy, relax, and recreate. Our logo also represents the art and culture. So rural tourism in India is depicting the art, the culture, the indigenous nature and characteristics of our villages are being depicted, and the lifestyle. It's very important to understand that tourist is here to enjoy the lifestyle, to experience the life of the villages, not to experience what they already get in their hometowns. So it has to be away, a home away from home, at the same time enjoying the local lifestyles and local art, craft, culture, architecture. So keeping everything in this mind, this logo has been adopted with the tagline called "Experience the Soul of India." Now, as I mentioned, since I must be having very less time, so I'll go on a very quick note. Government of India has established a national strategy and roadmap for the development of rural tourism in India. And the mission and the vision was basically to facilitate an environment where everybody, every stakeholders, government, industry, NGO, community, everybody come together to promote, to engage, and to preserve the indigenous rural experiences. So with this mission, there were few key strategic pillars which this policy speaks about. This strategy speaks about. The strategy speaks about the model policies and best practices for rural tourism, which would be definitely be drawn. It is all these key strategic pillars are under process. Few of them has been adopted, which I'll be showing right now, and few of them are already in process. The drafts are being submitted, and we are inviting the governments as well as stakeholders to comment on the draft which has been created. It will talk about the digital technologies and the platform which will be used to promote rural tourism of India. Developing the clusters, capacity building, marketing support, governance and institutional framework, and most importantly, we will be talking about state assessment and ranking for the rural tourism. So we have been hearing since yesterday, most important part is mechanism to have certification. Even just before, Kerala had urged for, they have been talking about the certification, the training and the capacity building. So yes, this is highly important. Moving ahead, there was another national strategy which was framed. This was for the promotion of homestays, and with the same vision to have, the experiential tourism product, which give boost to rural tourism, as well as it has the entrepreneurial opportunities to the rural people, and which leads the community development. We are not here really talking about the third party. We are not talking about the intermediaries. We are talking about the rural people becoming the entrepreneurs, and that is where we can make tourists and the travelers to experience the real India. And the mission is about providing the financial, technical and marketing support to promote these rural homestays in our country. The key strategic pillar of this particular strategy is incentives, state assessment and ranking on rural homestays, digital technology, developing cluster, marketing, capacity building, governance and institutional framework again. So we at Central Nodal Agency, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, do not talk only about what we are going to do. I would rather take you all to what we have already done. So Central Nodal Agency has a network of around 31 states and union territories. We have already, we are already collaborating with the states, and there are 31 state nodal officers from different states and union territories. A few are left, and I'm sure that would be again covered up soon. As well as we are very closely related to the stakeholders and industry players. Now, when I say stakeholders and industry players, many a times we see that there are finger pointing out towards the government that industry is being always left out. You don't hear us. You don't give us chance. So, in our strategy, one of the major focus is on the industry, whereby we have a direct consultative meetings with the industry stakeholders. We are adding on the list as and when we get a new stakeholder coming to us, approaching us, showing their keen interest to work on board. They are added to our list, and it is the list is still going on. So we have a huge network. Our appearances had already been, we were very much privileged to have appearance during the first tourism working group meeting at Run of Kutch, where we had discussed about the national strategy as well as how we are looking forward to promote rural tourism in India, as well as we have the task force meeting. There are a regular task force meeting which comprises of all the states as well as industry players apart from the senior officials of the Ministry of Tourism. We have regular meetings with our state nodal officers to understand that what's going on and how do they need us and how can they help us. So it is not only we speak, we talk, you listen. It is let's work together. Let's listen to each other and try to find out what can be best for the India to be represented as the most responsible and destination, or most responsible rural destination, I would rather quote it this way. And then meeting with the industry stakeholders, I already mentioned we had a number of meetings with the industry stakeholders, and in every 3 months we have such meeting which is being placed up with the senior officials of the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. Industry comes up, they portray what they are doing, and we try to adapt and adopt wherever we feel it is right time to join hands and move ahead. Next, I would like to focus on one of the major intervention when we talk about digital transformation, that this is where we are working on. Our website for a dedicated portal for rural tourism India has already been launched on 16th of February by Honorable Minister of Tourism in Delhi, and this dedicated portal is integrated with the Nidhi portal, and those rural accommodation units, rural homestays which are and rural villages and destinations which are already there in the Nidhi portal is directly taken up in the website. I'm just running, yeah. As well as I said, it's not only the government. So this particular website includes the industry players also. We have a separate tab for the industry initiatives. So anybody who is working in rural aspects can connect to us, and they have their, they have their portion and a space in our website. Apart from that, we have, you can go to our website and can go or, get to know about different things on it. Because I'm running short of time, so I'm not speaking much. One of the major intervention and initiative which is very important to be discussed here is the launch of the National Best Tourism Village Competition, which has been done on 16th of February. This particular competition has been launched to honor the villages which exemplify in rural tourism destinations. So since we do not have much time, I would just take you around to a video to the labels of this particular competition, which is highly important to discuss here. This competition is going to be on 3 stages. The first is we would be taking up the entries at the district level. Districts evaluate and send us and forward the best 3 villages from every district to the state. State evaluates all the villages entries, and then they forward the best 3 villages from their state to national. And there would be the third party assessment, which would be done on the national evaluation, and the best 3 villages of India would be awarded. So for the very first time, this has been launched in India, and we are expecting all the states, all the districts, Gram Panchayat, industry players, NGOs, everybody to collaborate, cooperate, and work together to make it a bigger event, so that we have a continuous ongoing process of identifying the best villages in our country every year. Now, I'll just take just next 1.5 minutes, because this is a video which talks about the competition. So I did not speak much. Let the video be played and you understand the competition well.
India, a land of cultural plurality. And tourism has emerged as one of the key drivers of economic growth. Rural tourism is regarded as a highly effective approach to benefit rural areas by boosting their earnings and preserving regional art forms. Under the exemplary leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, stepping towards Atmanirbhar Bharat and promoting Vocal for Local, the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India is launching the Best Tourism Village Competition. The core aim is to honor the villages that preserve and promote their local art, culture, and lifestyle. The key areas of evaluation will be conservation of cultural and natural resources, economic, social and environmental sustainability, infrastructure and connectivity, health and security, development of tourism, etc. The villages will be selected at the district, state and national levels. Out of these, the best tourism village will be chosen. Villages recognized as the best tourism village will receive national level recognition and awarded by the Ministry of Tourism. For more details, visit our website. Best Tourism Village Competition, honoring the soul of India.
Share that, that's it. Just a second, Raj sir. Sorry, this is how you can reach us to us. It's very important to get communicated. These kind of summits and conferences are networking event, I understand, but this is the direct contact to Central Nodal Agency, Rural Tourism, and I'm looking forward to a number of stakeholders and government to get connected to us, and let's work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kamakshi, for your inputs. And as we are discussing in this session, the responsible tourism movement in India is more of the rural tourism movement that has taken place in India. So this was a wonderful presentation to represent rural tourism from across India. Then coming down to our several organizations, I would request Srimati Swati Banji to please come and present her responsible tourism movement in India. Please.
Thank you. Hi, I'm very tall, so I asked for this mic because otherwise I'll be hidden behind the podium. Bear with me, I'm going to try and keep it short, but I'll also say a few rather obvious things. I think we've been talking about a lot of things for the last 2 days. So, and some of these things have been niggling in my head, so I said, okay, let me just say them out loud. So as they say, the writing is on the wall. Let's inspire, not impress. I genuinely think that if we do that, half the problems in this room will be solved. We just need to inspire, especially in the context of rural tourism in India. And in the next few minutes, I'm going to try and do a little bit of that. I try and inspire you to, to see where the opportunities are. I'm going to try and talk to you about a few insights that we've gleaned over the last few days. And of course, I'll share a few inspiring models that also impress, even though they don't try to impress. They just happen to be fabulous models from across the country. Now, allow me a mini exercise in vanity. But this is, I just wanted to share these two pictures, not because I am in them, but can you tell us, can anybody tell me what is common to these two pictures apart from me? It's not a trick question. I'm just trying to make a really simple point here. Anyone? Joy is correct, but I was trying to make a different point, which is people. Local people who are the soul of India, as you've put it, who can, you can't touch, feel, know, sense a place unless there are people in it, and people really make places, which I think is a huge strength for rural tourism. And how we perceive, I mean, in our country there is so much diversity, there are so world. Well, it is. We know that, and we also realize that we can't arrest it. We can only hope to slow it down. But I want to take it one step further and say, if it is changing, let's celebrate it. There are many changes that are happening. Instead of being stuck with an idea of what rural tourism is and was, let's call it the bullock cart syndrome, bullock cart ride syndrome. We are still sitting with an idea of rural tourism that is dated, and that is, 20 years ago that made sense. Today it doesn't, because this is rural India today. They are on motorbikes. This is rural India. Look at that woman. Every time I see that lady's face, my heart lights up, because she was the one person doing a traditional folk dance, but she was wearing a pair of sunglasses. So that is also rural tourism. Young people today in rural India have phones. This is also them. Let's celebrate them. Let's celebrate individuals. Let's celebrate individual stories, because like I said, people connect with people, and we need to make sure that we celebrate individuals, and that's, I think, where the opportunity is. I think this word we've heard many times for the entire duration of my stay here. I may have heard this word 100 times now, but just notice something here. What does that word include? Opportunity is about unity. It's about bringing people together. It's about celebrating individuals, bringing all of India together. And that's what at Outlook, Indian Responsible Tourism Initiative, that's what we do. That's what we've tried to do. We try to bring people together. There are differences. We are not the same. We have different agendas. Whether they're people from the industry, people from the governments, but we try to bring everybody together, because that's our job. And we rely on our partners. Excuse me. We rely on our partners to give us strength. That's what matters. So, let's put our differences aside. Let's do what we can do. I don't want to talk about our reach, etc., because, we're a media company. Obviously, we have access to travelers. We talk to the industry, we talk to the travelers. We can do both. But I'm just going to talk about, sorry, can I pause this for a second? Can we go back to the video? Sorry. Terrible. Okay. Yeah, one quick thing. Like I said, we're a media organization, so obviously we focus on creating content. A lot of it is on responsibility, on sustainability, but we don't moralize, we don't preach. It doesn't work. Please, let's not do that. Nobody cares. If they're wanting to go for a holiday, you tell them what a good experience is, they will come. If you tell them it's responsible, be responsible beyond a point, they will not go. The other thing is that we do outreach programs as well. So it's government agencies and individual agencies, which are, basically groups of people coming together, also doing great outreach programs in places as far as Dirang in Arunachal Pradesh or Tura in Meghalaya. I mean, we're doing all that. But somehow we are also known for our annual awards. That's what most people think of. And we do not apologize for that. Yesterday, somebody said up here on stage that awards are of variable quality, certifications are of variable quality. Yes, they are. We have an ideal, we are working towards it. But What it does is an award spreads the message of responsibility like seeds in the wind. People feel encouraged, they feel inspired, they feel happy. That's why we do it every year. We know there are problems, we know there are flaws, we are fixing them. So please, help us celebrate people. Please apply next year. Sorry. I just wanted to quickly show you a video of the awards. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. So now I'm going to, I know as always, of course, emotion takes over and I dwell on the first 5 slides much longer than I intended to. So I'm going to quickly race through the rest of the slides. But these are a few insights. I know Booking.com just shared some data. A lot of data is out there. I am just here to tell you that even we ran a survey, immediately after COVID. People they know about responsible tourism. 10 years ago, they did not. Today, they know, and even if they don't know, they are telling us they want exposure to new experiences. They are telling us they want to get close to nature, right? They're telling us they want to see the extraordinary. They want to see more. Except, again, same thing. What does the word extraordinary hold in it? The ordinary. And I think in rural tourism, that's exactly what is extraordinary. The ordinary is extraordinary. What we don't consider beautiful because it's part of our everyday life, it is fabulous for many people who've never experienced it. I'm going to give you a quick few examples. Rural areas have darker skies, obvious. Even if you don't there are people who are doing astrotourism today. There some of them are here. But just look up. That's all that's needed. The sky is beautiful. There are fireflies. There are people who've been telling us to see fireflies. In cities, we don't see it, We also don't see the past. Only when we go out to rural areas do we see the past and the present. I think that's just absolutely fabulous. Also, horizons. Yesterday, right here at the Vembanad corner, right here, standing in front of the Vembanad Lake, I was thinking, my God, Shruti, in Delhi, when was the last time you saw a space where you couldn't see, you could see the horizon like this? So that's what's happening. And Center for Pastoralism, other people, lots of people are now joining forces with shepherds, semi-nomadic communities, and, allowing travelers to try and see some of that, go into spaces that are beautiful and experience something that is impossible to experience otherwise. Now, a quick few insights. These are all post-pandemic patterns that add up very well to rural tourism. There has been a domestic tourism upswing. Social entrepreneurs are, they were caught at home. They were at home, feeling cooped up. They're out now. They're wanting to do things. We saw that when you remove tourism, it can cause, there's so much that can, so much negativity that can happen. There's poaching. There are a whole host of other issues that arose. We also know that some panchayats said, please don't come, right? I think that's a huge thing. Many panchayats today are able to articulate what they want. They're able to put their voice across. So that's a huge advantage for us. People are going back, reverse migration is happening. People are also staying for longer periods of time in remote working spaces. But it will not, I'm only talking about the positives and I will inspire you. That was the promise I made. But we have to also just remember that we are talking about people here. We're talking about places that are really vulnerable as well. And there will always be a power imbalance. We are also looking at it from our urban lens. All of us here, people who are curating these experiences, travelers who are coming there, even the local people who are probably coordinators there are looking at it through urban lenses. We don't want a homestay to look like a hotel. Then what's the point, right? And there are many other issues. I mean, we've talked at length about some of them, the digital handicaps, the fact that there is no conflict resolution mechanism. You are at the mercy of a tourist who comes and says, मैं आपको TripAdvisor पे बुरा review दूंगा. I'll give you a bad review on TripAdvisor, right? So these are the issues that are real, everyday issues that are happening. And that is something that we need to, beyond our declarations, beyond our promises and all of that, we have to look at some of these issues and see how we can address them beforehand, before the problems arise in some of the new destinations. Now, as I've promised, I'm going to quickly go through some models. Rajda, please bear with me. Oh dear. Okay, there are many people in this room. I know them, I've known their work. So it's a bit embarrassing to talk about a few models, but I am trying to talk about models of, of people who are not here. And I'm not talking, they're not all 100% perfect. In fact, none of them are 100% perfect, but they stand for an idea which attracted me. So, or they are showing me a pattern which I think is interesting, and that's why I've chosen these models. This is those of us who are part of the industry, you know about Munsiari, about the Himalayan Arc. They're a community-run enterprise. I like them because the homestays are in the name of the women. The bank accounts of the women are linked to the business. And very interestingly, one of our friends, Shivya, and some of her, some others got together, crowdsourced phones, taught them how to use Instagram, and they started something called Voices of Munsiari on Instagram. So these are regular people, their kids are now on Instagram, and that spun into a larger movement called Voices of Rural India, which had people from all over the country. So, it doesn't, when we're talking about technology, it's not very complicated. It's become easier and easier and easier. And yes, we want offline GPS. Yes, we want an SOS helpline, especially when you're going to a rural area. But even the community can be help digitally educate them differently, so that they can control their narrative, they can control their own, their story. Of course, I mean, Global Himalayan Expedition, I think somebody else also mentioned it. I only mention them because they've now inspired others to do similar things. They're not a travel company. They started as an energy company which was trying to put solar panels in really remote villages. But what I like about them is that they have taken the discipline of development and applied it to tourism, brought in CSR funds. They've not seen tourism as tourism. They've said it's tourism, social development, education, healthcare, ecosystem development. Let's do what we can for a place to make it better and then see if tourism works there or not. So this is again something that a lot of people doing. They're not the only people, but they're doing it well. Another very small company called the Extra Mile, they don't, they have very strong seasonal narratives. It's one person trying to tell us that, okay, go to Changthang in Ladakh where the Pashmina goats are reared, okay, and stay with the semi-nomadic community there. Why is it important? Because people who are reading Vogue, who are reading Condé Nast, are reading about these people. We keep saying, oh, rural tourism is only people in the budget segment might come. No. Everybody who's interested in a story will come. Tell them that story, convince them to come. This is what this small company is trying to do. Of course, there are education and research oriented, like this lady, Halaki lady in Karnataka, through Buddha folklore, she can sing the Mahabharata like verbatim. So these are the kind of people. So, what they're doing is they're saying we don't want tourists to come only for 2 days. We want people to come seriously, spend 7 days, 15 days, let's do research. So that's another kind of company. Another kind of company is where they're looking at special interests like birding. So pick one idea in one region, stick to it, let that become your identity. That's what's happened with Indiglo, who's done it in Eagle Nest, and he has inspired the entire Northeast to look at a model that they have created. So similar models, there are people, Forest Posts, Gopi knows about them, they're Last Wilderness Foundations. These are people who are looking at craft and produce, especially in forest communities. Yeah, sorry. Okay, 2 more minutes. They're also doing fabulous work. They're creating alternative models. This is Little Local. They're again, they're selling the produce through Indian speed post. They're using the communities and telling them directly send it to consumers, because when the pandemic happens or another, landslide happens and tourism stops, the speed post might work and your millet might go to somebody in Bangalore, or in this case, in Kalap Trust's case, they said, okay, we will sell apples before they have come on the tree. They said, pre-book apples. We'll send you apples in 6 months. Pre-book them now. And they did. And the farmers, they got help. So these are tourism companies. I'm not talking about some social NGO. These are tourism companies who are selling tourism. These are local people who have, this gentleman on the left, Moirangthem, has rewilded a hill for 6 years. This is another group of people in Nagaland who have, taken waste management in their own hands and said, doesn't matter if there are no systems, we will create them. So people are doing really interesting things. They're breaking barriers. This is my last slide. They're breaking barriers. We've talked about breaking barriers of caste and class. I think almost all responsible tourism businesses are doing that. So giving one example is not fair. But, people are also working in conflict zones. So those of us who are part of the industry, who are helping these people, please support them. Please support people who are working in difficult, eco-fragile zones, in conflict zones. Give them the resources, give them the marketing support that they need, and it's up to us. So thank you so much, and think, feel, connect, and I'm very sorry for
Thank you.
Getting carried away.
Thank you very much, Preeti. And that's how a journalist, when she gets passionate about responsible tourism, and you can see the output straight away over here. So that was wonderful. We would now move on to Dr. Anjana Dheer from RTSOI to give a presentation, the National Organization for Responsible Tourism. Please.
Good afternoon. Do we still have energy enough to listen to another set of presentation here? And also, after what a tremendous session this has been, we've covered everything from national strategy to what the states are doing, to the stories which Choiti brings to us. So I think the only task left for me is the most important task, which is called Sameto. Wrap it up all together. And I promise I won't take more than 10 minutes. I was told that I was the last presenter of this session, so I prepared accordingly.
We have one more presenter after you. Manisha, who came late.
Right, I prepared my presentation accordingly, Manish. This presentation comes to you from Responsible Tourism Society of India. And I decided to take it, the topic to be the Indian Responsible Tourism Movement. How does this move? So, since it's a Sameto session, let's begin from the beginning. Why do we travel? Different people, different travelers, different reasons. Of course, we want to see beautiful places. We want to see places which are different from us, where we stay. We want to experience. We want to see how others stay. We want to see beautiful images, and we want to create memories. There's another reality of how we travel and why we travel. Or let's say, there's another part of reality of travel, and sorry I'm showing you these images, but that's reality too. So while we travel for the other reasons, what we see is this, a reality of our country and probably the world over. Landslides, extreme climatic events, every tsunami, every disaster that we face wipes out 20 years of development that we've spent time, resource, energy, money at. Traffic jams, it's a regular story for all our hill stations now. And then this. We don't want tourists in our buildings. We don't want tourists in our destination. Tourists, go back. This is becoming more regular a feature than, let's Atithi Devo Bhava. And we're talking of sustainable tourism. When we see images like these, is tourism anyway going to be sustainable? So what is sustainable tourism? I said, let's go back to basics. Tourism which takes full account of its current and future economic, social, environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, industry, environment, and host community. So we've covered everybody. And what are we saying? Sustainability is our universal responsibility. Yesterday, some speaker also said it's only responsible tourism and it's not sustainability, and these cannot go hand in hand. What one wants to stress is, when we use only one, we forget the other. So even though one encompasses the other, I still would like to emphasize both. It's our universal responsibility, individual, collective responsibility to make sustainability a very essential part of our tourism business. And who are we talking? Who are we? We are everybody, all the stakeholders, from central ministries, state governments, local government institutions, NGOs, local community, industry, and tourists. And I must congratulate Responsible Tourism Mission Kerala to have all the stakeholders under one roof, which is hugely rare. Many, many congratulations. I think we need to clap for Responsible Tourism Mission. Connecting Responsible Tourism Society India to Responsible Tourism Mission. So what is it that we do, which is going to be music to your ears? We speak to central government, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. We are a member of National Board of Sustainable Tourism, also board of, member of National Board of Rural Tourism in India. So anything that you tell us, if you're not going to be here, if you're not going to be present at the meetings, trust us, we'll take your message there. So connect with us. We are also a harbinger of the concept of responsible traveler. Over the years, we realized that the loop doesn't complete till the time the responsibility also lies on the traveler. We are the sustainability partners of Ministry of Tourism, Government of India through an MOU with them. We also help create the certification system which is now carried forward by the Central Nodal Agency, Sustainable Tourism Criteria for India. And we are very happy that now we are seriously talking of standards, certifications, monitoring, etc., so that our industry also, instead of always being apologetic of what hasn't happened or what doesn't happen, we know exactly what needs to be done. So we are happy that we are confident enough that we are creating benchmarks. For state governments, we do industry workshops on sustainable tourism, something like this. We do capacity building, and that's the most important aspect that I think we all, understand. That even if we speak rural tourism, do we demystify sustainability for the rural, for the students that we have, for our institutions? No, we don't. So we do capacity building at every level. We also help local government institutions in advising on community-based tourism at state level, district level, and tourism training at district level, helping to create destination management organizations. We strongly believe that tourism finally also has to take charge of itself at destination levels. We are an industry body, so industry is our home ground. We try and demystify sustainability, and we try and undertake sustainability trainings and assistance and certifications. Finally, we come to local community. As I said, it's our home ground. We try and tell them that sustainability is to do with consumption. So when you take decisions on itna hai or itna nahi hai, aap plastic ka bottle istemal nahi karenge, please don't use plastics. We tell them that this is the right step. We also tell them that it's the right step that, you're allowed to reuse your sheets and towels, etc. And you're allowed to not give and not really strain yourself and go out of your way to give an English breakfast or any other breakfast, or maybe malai kofta to your North Indian customer if you don't know what the recipe for malai kofta is. We do capacity building and training workshops and hand-holding for local communities. And of course, tourist. Responsible traveler is what we stand for. So, let me tell you what is the latest that our insights are into responsible travel and responsible tourism. Key points: sustainability, responsibility, SDGs. Building back better, building better forward, It's finally the time for green, blue, digital, virtual economies. Destination should be the focus. Slow travel, more authentic experiences is what we are looking at. The responsible traveler, and yes, trust us, all of us are in this together. I'll just take one slide for each of these points because I know time. We, the tourism industry, has always been the glamorous industry. We're very visible, but we do not necessarily know what the rest of the world knows. The rest of the world is talking SDGs. We're late to the party. So while the tourism ministry itself says that SDG 8 and SDG 12 and 14 are the ones that appeal to us, I would say tourism has the potential to contribute directly or indirectly to all the SDG goals. I'll suggest all of you read this, and I'm sure all of you will agree that tourism removes poverty. We also deal with hunger. We deal with good health and well-being and quality education and gender equality and clean water and sanitation, affordable clean energy, reduce inequalities. This is what sustainable tourism is all about. So we actually appeal to we cater to all the SDGs. It's time that we tell our various governments that this is all that we do. Support us. Sustainability conversations have to rise. There can be no others. And I'm saying it with all responsibility. We are sitting here in responsible tourism conclave, and yet, in the course of last 2 days, I've also heard we are responsible and there are others who are not responsible. There are others who are mass tourists. There are others who are pilgrim tourists. So they are the ones who are not really being responsible. If that's the truth, and to a large extent that is really the truth. But can we really leave it at that? Does it really meet our common agenda of making the whole industry responsible or the world sustainable? So no, there can be no others. We have to begin where all of us are standing. So the mass tourism also is an area where we look at and we should look at. So sustainability conversations have to be everybody's conversation. All of us have to join this movement for it to be effective. And then there's a lot of hope. Kerala shows that there's a way. When you decide something, you can take it forward. It may take time. The second point was build back better. Who else would know except that table there? They taught to the whole world how to rebuild in a better manner. Kalari Kovilkam, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. The Palace of Ayurveda is better for me. How do you remake something which is which is a treasured property, and yet you do it in such a manner that it becomes sustainable and meets all the 4 criteria and pillars of sustainability? It's socio-culturally sustainable, it's economically sustainable, it's environmentally sustainable, and it also carries sustainability year after year. So build back better. All of us can learn from this. Next point, build forward better. Build better forward. And I have a case study here. Karma Lakelands is not a rural tourism. It's actually middle of Delhi, NCR Delhi. And yet it's an island of peace for all of us. And what is it that they do different? They have before they created the property, they created a huge sewage treatment plant, which actually catered to not just the property itself, but to the whole area. No horn policy. Imagine NCR Delhi and no horn policy, an engine idling. They say we respond to sound better than we respond to sight. Why throw when we can grow? E-waste, eco-bricks. Eco-urinal blocks. We are a water-stressed country. Can we have messages, etc., etc.? The blue, green, digital economy and destination focus. We are a country which is fortunate to have multiple destinations. Everything is so full of beauty. We have USPs. Why not use each other? Why not treasure our USPs and create tourism products which capitalize on them? So the blue is interesting. Ask me, we don't have water in Delhi, so I spent half an hour standing on the bank of the lake that you have. The green is beautiful too. Our green looks like grey. Look at these products, our traditional natural products. Our huts, our heritage. I'm sorry, my PPT is misbehaving. But Raj, not more than another 1 minute.
We are 5 minutes past already.
Okay, authentic experiences and the responsible traveler. There's a video, 1 minute video which I want to play. If you can play that, please, and I'll not finish my rest of my PPT. Can we play the video, please? Is the video coming? Okay, so it's only a 2-minute video which talks of the industry saying why it's important that every traveler who travels to the various destinations that we offer needs to be a responsible traveler. So all of us are in together. Be responsible, be sustainable. Thank you.
It's for you, Anjana. The tea.
Thank you. I
For
finished
speaking
faster
very
than
well.
what you...
Yes, we started 10 minutes late, so we have our last speaker. We have Manisha, who represents the ICRT India Foundation over here in this hall. I would request Manisha to take forward that how does ICRT look at the Indian movement of rural tourism and responsible tourism. Please, Manisha.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we've had very extremely interesting presentations already, so I would probably be the concluding speaker and like to summarize it as much as possible. I represent the International Center for Responsible Tourism India Foundation, and I must say that it's a very proud moment for us to have an affiliate center now in India since 2017, so we are actually the part of the global network. I just like to start with one story from Kerala, which probably reflects upon how much the destinations are actually important to give guests not just a holiday experience, but also how it creates an attachment of the traveler with the destination. So I just have come to know about a guest who recently, because of my background in rural tourism since last 17 years, and we also run our own company. We have a set of guests who had come to Kerala in 2012, and the lady fell in love with Kerala, and when she went back home, she was taking lessons of Malayalam, and exactly after COVID, they came back to India and only stayed in Kerala to practice her Malayalam. And this was just to break the barrier of language, because there was not a direct interaction with the local communities, that she was really inspired to learn the language. So I think this example shows how tourism can be beyond the language, beyond the difference, diversity that we have, but because what connects us all together is our interactions. So when I talk about responsible tourism, I think responsible tourism begins from there, that we are focusing on the destinations first, and then going on talking about the marketing aspects of how it is marketed or how we present it and how we appreciate it through the awards. So I don't need to go through the definition of responsible tourism. I think yesterday we've had extremely good sessions on responsible tourism. Just to outline that, yes, they are a type of travel where all stakeholders take responsibility together. And having said that, it doesn't mean we can, probably break it into different responsibilities, because unless we all take responsibility, I don't think the actual aim of sustainability can ever be achieved. So the only difference we say between responsible travel and sustainable travel or tourism is how you can actually do and take your own responsible tasks and then make a bigger difference to the overall aims of sustainable tourism. So coming back straight to the UK hub of the International Centre for Responsible Tourism, it was basically coming together of people who supports the Cape Town Declaration. So as Dr. Goodwin has explained in detail yesterday about the Cape Town Declaration, which was adopted in 2002, and following that, the people who supported the Cape Town Declaration came together to form the ICRT, the original ICRT, which has its hub in the UK. And eventually, when these networks started come together, because there are now networks in various countries, which I will just show to you. So these are the countries where the affiliate centers are currently there. And this was also almost like a network of people coming together in different continents, in different countries, who supported the work of responsible tourism and wanted to make a contribution to the at the global level. And it was in 2017, at first, when Dr. Goodwin was involved in Kerala for a long time, and he suggested that we should also start a foundation in India. And that is where we initiated our foundation in the Indian subcontinent, including some of the countries around us. And of course, after India, we were very happy to see the movement in Sri Lanka and also in Southeast Asia now, where we also have our centers. So coming to our members, as I said, that we want to focus on the destinations first. So we have nearly all our members who have immense experience on field for over 15, 16 years of working at the ground level. So all the experience they are bringing into the ICRT Foundation is really helping us to map and make a vision and mission document for us to what we want to achieve on ground to improve the destinations. So we are working in different zones now. We have, for example, the north, south, east and west zones, and each is represented by our own members. And we would like to focus on each zone by implementing things on ground, and especially helping the communities, the level of, Swati just mentioned about various, examples of, very good examples of responsible tourism in India. So those are the kind of people who are making their own contributions at their level, and ICRT would always support these activities and try to link these destination practitioners to the right resources for trainings or any other purpose for that matter. We have not encompassed anything into a specific direction. It could be trainings, it could be marketing, it could be the development side of the work, but we are there to help them so that they have someone to look up to. So that's one of our major aims. And I think in the last 2 years, we have been trying to focus on a lot of work with the state governments, because we feel that we are also, it is very integral to work with the state governments step by step, also to support them in whatever they are doing. So we are not here to tell them what to do, but we are more here to support them in what they are doing and give our suggestions as ground practitioners, because we are all part of the ground industry. So I think we have now partnered majorly with 2 states. One is the Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, where we have an MOU, and recently we have also signed an MOU with the Maharashtra Tourism Board. The idea of these MOUs is, just so that we are able to give our experiences to the boards, to have some differences in the policies for all kind of tourism, the mainstream as well as rural tourism, because I think we don't want to say that rural tourism is only the aspect of responsible tourism. It is one of the parts, but unless this goes to the mainstream, I think responsible tourism will not move as it should be. So in keeping this in mind, we have also partnered with the very big fair of India, the trade fair of India, which is the Fairfest Media. So we are hoping to participate in all the travel and tourism fairs to have our own presence there to expand the work of the responsible tourism units. And of course, I wouldn't like to go through all the points today, but I can also share it with you if you are interested. We are also as per the body of ICRT, we are also organizing awards, and these are called the ICRT Responsible Tourism Awards every year. And we had our first awards in Bhopal, and now I think what we are hoping to do is that for every zone, we will also have our regional awards. These awards are directly linked with the WTM Responsible Tourism Awards, which are held in London. And therefore, all the people who apply, and last year we have I think we have a winner sitting right in front of me, and as well as I'm sure on the stage, there are people who have won the awards in the past. So idea is that in every regional level also we recognize the practitioners who are doing genuine work on ground. So we will be having a set of regional awards, and all the regional awards will then become part of the national award nominations, and all the gold winners from India will directly enter the WTM Responsible Tourism Award. So this is a very good opportunity for us to give a platform to all those people who are working. And this year I think we have also introduced, and we were finding a lot of difficulties with nominations because the forms are very lengthy and people don't understand the questions. So this year, for the ease of people, we have also made it possible for people to apply with a handwritten application which can be translated. They can also write in Hindi to help people, either in English or Hindi. In the next year, we might move to other languages also, so that we get maximum nominations from the different states and the regions. So I do hope, as I've just mentioned in my last slide, I didn't want to elongate it. I feel that since tourism is now opening, we have a very big opportunity to make things change. And I hope with the efforts from all the panels here and all the people sitting in front of us, many from the industry, if we all come together, I think it will be the best thing we can do to take this movement forward in a larger scale. And I thank all the ICRT members, not only from India. I have Raj Basuji as one of our members, and Sanjeev ji is sitting, and Dr. Manoj Singh ji is sitting. So apart from that, all the international hubs from whom people have traveled to India as the ICRT, representing ICRT globally, I'm very thankful, and we hope that through our work, we can take it to another level and make a global presence of India in the responsible tourism sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manisha, for the wonderful presentation, for representing ICRT. And we had, over here the states who are sitting here. We had the Association of the Responsible Tourism practitioners and the policymakers who are here. So it's a wonderful combination, the way India is going forward with the entire movement of responsible tourism. And this gives a great pleasure, because when it was actually started in 2004, 2005, we have Gopi who is sitting here. We have 4 or 5 other friends who are not here. But when it actually started, people thought that we were mad and we were talking about something what can never be achieved. And here we have so many organizations, associations, states, and this center who has all stamped that this is the next part of tourism that is going to be taken forward. And we feel so privileged under these circumstances that, that all of us sitting in this hall over here, and also beyond this hall who would be listening and who are already listening to this, we are missing actually Dr. Venu over here, who is one of the very forward linkages for ICRT for responsible tourism movement that we see in this country, because he has actually been with it from the very beginning of it. So, there are a few people whom we are missing over here, but we are very sure that as the RT movement goes forward, the responsible tourism movement goes forward, all these people who had actually sown the seed of responsible tourism would get recognized in the process. That would be the expectation. It was a very long session. I made sure that all the speakers over here, they get some tea to drink. But then, as I told you that, there is this 7,000 years old tea that is still processed in the northeastern part of India, in the extreme Arunachal and Assam border. And someone who deserves this tea has been standing, a person who has been standing tall over here for the past 2 days. I would request her to please come and take this tea on behalf of all of us. Please, can we have you on the stage? And all the speakers, if you can stand for a photograph, please. If you can all come closer, please. She has most of the photographs, and we have over here with the 7,000 years old tea. And I will request our madam from Arunachal to teach her how to drink it also. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the very nice listening. Thank you. Thank you.
About waste management. And in one of the quotes from responsible tourism is about making better places for people to live and better places for people to visit. So underlining the word better. So when you say better, I would assume it is that better means we are living in a place where waste is managed very well and we don't see the kind of waste we see today. So waste management can both be a challenge and an opportunity on how we approach it. On one hand, managing waste can be a significant challenge, particularly in areas where waste disposal infrastructure is inadequate or non-existent. Improper waste management can lead to environmental pollution, public health hazard, and negative impact on ecosystems. On the other hand, waste management can also present opportunities for economic and environmental benefits. Properly managing waste can help reduce pollution and conserve natural resources. Additionally, waste can be a valuable resource that can be reused, recycled, or converted into energy, which can create new economic opportunities. So just putting the perspective of today's discussion, we have an eminent panel here from different walks of life, and I would like to call, maybe Swami, you would like to start? Yeah.
Hello, everybody. As Michael said, pre-lunch and post-lunch is always an issue, but I'm sure we'll try to make it interesting. My name is Swami. Michael, with your permission, 2 minutes. I'm basically a tour operator, but I'm now representing here KTM. So is it okay? Just 2 minutes of KTM. Kerala Travel Mart, which KTM is Kerala Travel Mart Society. It is an umbrella body of all the stakeholders of tourism in Kerala. Starting from, all the parts of Kerala people, we have 650 members, and all the people who are associated are there. The most important is why I want to say about KTM, the founder president, Mr. Jose Dominic and Dr. Venu, their innovative product. This is the first concept. I think there are small and unknown should be focused. So instead of, we are not able to go to the world because we are local and we are small. We may not have financial and economic reasons. So they brought the world to Kerala. And this has been happening for last 23 years. So that's the beauty of KTM, which many times now you can always say community benefits and local in content, because that is the thing which is happening. Now let me go to the main subject. First, I made a presentation. I was fortunate to be in a big corporate organization for a longer period, heading whole South India. Then by the time my colleague, one of my team leaders said, sir, you get into the system, you get excited, but we are talking about responsible tourism. Is it not the storytelling? Which I am generally an expert in, that is what he climbs or the team climbs. So then I said, okay, let me share the experience of what we come across and the waste management. Although it is on a global platform, whatever we come across, we will do. The main, I think it's one of the best topic for the responsible tourism is the waste is the opportunity or it is a challenge. Challenge, okay, waste is a gold. That's the main thing. So waste definitely leaves, impact or negative impact or in the in the environment and social, local community, especially more in the tourist destination. But here I would like to emphasize one point. I think there is a problem when the tourists are more, everybody thinks waste is more and the destination is also getting problem. First point, since we talk about the better place of living is to better place to visit, I would still say 10 to 12% of problem with the waste may happen because of the tourists, but large will have to happen because of the local community and people living there. So when the tourist comes, if it is little more, they are being identified that they are creating this waste as a problem, which means there is a pollution, there is also soil and water, contamination, then also, degradation of forest. Because of this, what is happening? Slowly it becomes visually polluted. When it is visually polluted, no tourists are coming. So when no tourists are coming, it is affecting the economy. And beside that, all the waste problem, what we had, health issues are coming. So this is a series of problems which needs to be properly approached and has to be managed. That is with regard to the waste management. Okay, now why waste management is an opportunity? I think waste management is a new business opportunity because everyone knows if the waste is handled well, there is also a very good benefit for the people all concerned. The waste management has to be overall handled for the people there. And here I just want to tell you one example. I was talking to, in the morning, I was fortunate to speak to Mr. Jose Dominic. He said, see, there is Kerala, I think you would have seen the backwaters. We have a lot of problem with the, I'm taking example of Kerala because I'm being here so that globally everybody can learn us, and India also we can understand. We have this water hyacinth problem in Kerala. I don't know when it came. We call it as African pile. Am I right? Locally, African pile. It's creating a lot of problem. This is the same what's existing in Thailand. They made it as furniture, and now you don't believe they have shortage and they are importing. But interestingly, when I discussed this in the morning, then one of my team manager has sent me a message in WhatsApp. People are thinking about white Christmas, but this is the first time I think somebody in Kerala thought about green Christmas. So I think Shambhu, who is the resort manager of Konkan Lagoon, is here. They have used all these water hyacinths and made a Christmas tree, and anything to do with Christmas they have done. So I hope this becomes the beginning, because this, even the boats can get stuck with this water hyacinth. So that needs to be there. So what I would say, waste management is definitely will continue to be a problem because of the footfall will increase, tourists will have a problem, and then local people have to coordinate. I think in that RT Mission is doing a good job. They are also not only educating the local people how to handle tourists, they are also seeing how to make the place a better place. So what I would say is waste management will continue to be a challenge. To conclude, then there is a great opportunity, new opportunities are there. Tourism, sustainable tourism model should have to be adapted. What will happen by adapting the sustainable tourism model? If you adapt the sustainable tourism model, it means it becomes everything clean. At least it will minimize the negativity. I don't think we can erase waste. We will be never able to do. There are countries, I think Switzerland, Swiss is the country, I think in Europe, it has got the highest power comes from the waste. So there is a lot of opportunities for doing how to waste can be managed. But it will continue to be a challenge. And the main challenge for people like us who are associated in tourism, people who are living there also will feel it is because of the tourists who are coming there. Maybe, suddenly the things are increasing. So we will have to handle all those things. Then only this overall problem will get solved for the waste. Opportunity will continue to be there, because how to see that the waste doesn't get segregated. You pick up the waste. I think one of the panelists was telling in Africa, you segregate the waste and finally it's dumped together. And I don't want to say this example, but I'm forced to say, we were traveling with a group of 400 people in the train to go to a destination from Kerala in the so-called the best train in India. And we suddenly found the waste was dumped when the train was moving. So, of course, we made a complaint, we colleagues, and in spite of we providing the plastic bags to all the people, kind of recycle plastic bags for them to use it, it has happened. So, it has to be grassroots development should have to happen. Due to grassroots development, then the people will behave themselves to see that they have to keep the place clean for their living. So here the waste management and opportunity when I talk about, it is for the people to live there comfortably. Then only comes the tourist. And we keep on, many times been repeated, even in our beautiful bag we have got, that best place to live is the best place to visit. So in this portion, I think we will all have to personally take an initiative. This is a process. Waste management will have to be an issue, will continue to be an issue. Because every time you manage new system will come, more tourists come, flow comes, then things are changing it. And then opportunities has to be properly utilized, whereby everybody is benefited. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much for the patient hearing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Swami. I think it's very insightful. I'll call upon Mr. Abraham from which is the mission.
Yes, good afternoon. As the previous speaker said here, waste management will continue to be a challenge as the rising population will definitely affect the rising quantity of waste generation. And at the same time, this challenge is going to be an opportunity also, because that opens up market for young entrepreneurs, and definitely for the LSGAs who are looking upon creating job opportunities in this sector. Already they have created a very good team for waste management in the name of Harita Karma Sena. Almost all the local self-government institutions in Kerala has its own grassroots level intervention team named Harita Karma Sena, and they are supposed to they are doing their work by way of doing door-to-door waste collection. They are going after each and every households and institutions, and they are supporting the state government and the local door collection are getting 50,000 rupees. We can't generalize it. There are instances of getting 2,000 also. But these people supports the industry, this tourism industry also, because the better environment and the better aesthetics maintaining here, that's the result of the work they have been doing. And I would like to point out here one thing is the waste management sector and this tourism sector should start work jointly, should join hands together for a better. That is not yet happened. That should have happened years back itself, but that is not yet happened so far. So we should start thinking about working together. The waste management sector and the tourism sector should work hand in hand, and we can create. There are so many opportunities. These young entrepreneurs, in the past recent years, there are so many young entrepreneurs coming to this field for establishing their business potentials. There are examples like Green Worms, which is based at Kozhikode. Another one is Northams in Kochi, and Pelican Biotech in Kochi. All these comes up in the last very few years, and they are associating with the LSGAs in Kerala and helping them to get their waste management in a proper manner. If we start joining the waste management sector and the tourism sector start joining in a joint effort, we can provide a very big opportunity to these players, these young entrepreneurs. We can, by way of collection, the forward linkage, transportation, etc. All these are the challenging part. The collection is a challenging part. The transportation is a challenging part. Making it feasible, making it viable is a challenging part, because people are reluctant to pay the user fee. That's the area with the tourism department should contribute by way of convincing the people that there is a huge potential for the tourism department here, and if we are not maintaining this place in an ideal way, that potential will be we ourselves are the losers, and we ourselves are going to suffer. That should be convinced. The people should we should make them ready to pay for the service we are giving in the waste management sector. So definitely it's going to be an opportunity for the young entrepreneurs, and also the tourism department should support this sector and should start work jointly with the waste management sector. Though we have Swachh Bharat mission, Shudhita mission, etc., the operational part is not supported by the government. The operational part should be managed by the local government itself by way of collecting the user fee, and we should start the convincing the media, convincing the society, the relevance of source segregation, the relevance of paying user fee, and by way of that we can go in hand and convince the people for a better place. And also we should start think about the alternate products, like the responsible tourism department should definitely think about orienting the hospitality sector for the alternate, for promoting the alternate products. Like there is no need of providing toiletries in every hotels while we are booking hotel rooms. So that reduction strategy should be adopted by avoiding the by way of avoiding the disposables, providing disposables should not be provided in each hotel rooms, and also the usage of PET bottles should be avoided by way of replacing it with the glass bottles. That is already in practice in hospitality industry, but that should be promoted in a huge manner, and the usage of PET bottles and disposable should be strictly stopped for the better future. And the alternate industry should be promoted. If the tourism department started supporting the alternate products, that industry should definitely going to be flourished. It was the green protocol declared by the state government is getting wider acceptance nowadays, but when the COVID pandemic attacked us, the acceptance, the intervention at the green protocol level didn't go well in a smoother manner. But now we are back on track, and the green protocol is we are promoting it in a wider manner, and the tourism department should be the main stakeholder in the promotion of this green protocol. Like that, we can definitely create a very good opportunity in the way, we can make the solid waste management an opportunity for all of us by a cooperation and joining efforts, joining hands together. And thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ephraim. I call upon Ms. Lakshmi Menon. She's from founder, Pure Living designer and social entrepreneur.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually a designer by profession and a completely accidental social entrepreneur. I'm a fashion interior jewelry designer and now a designer of waste. The realization that, the simple realization that nature doesn't need people, it's the people who need nature, that made me think in these lines. Wherever I can optimize resource, I'm trying to do my bit. Since anyway I have kind of decided to work in this place, I thought let me make it sound more serious. So we started a science wing sort of called archaeology. Most of you know that archae means waste in Malayalam. So archaeology is a science of upcycling and recycling waste, and I call proudly myself an archaeologist who work with the archae. So that is my background, and everything that had been in tune with the archaeology. So, like all of us know, man has traveled through Ice Age, Stone Age, Metal Age to finally reach garbage. So we are in the garbage now, and if you don't take a serious note of it, what awaits us is damage. So every initiative, we are kind of slow down that damage, and starting with, I'll take a quick tour of my major projects, starting with a plantable pen with seed in it. Now I think it's being distributed in your kits as well. So we started it a couple of years back. We had been training around thousands of people. The paper that we use is mainly the cut waste that comes from printing presses and examination papers and stationery from offices and things like that. So being an interior designer, I was kind of troubled by the little bit of space that is there behind the rear tip of the pen. That's why I thought of introducing a seed. And since we have the habit of throwing away things, I thought when you're throwing it away, at least if it falls in the nature on the sand, let nature nurture and a tree grows out of it. So that is how the plantable seed idea came into being, and we engage a lot of paraplegics and marginalized people in that project. And then came the Ammuma Thiri project. It's in English, it's called Wixdom, Wix made by people of wisdom. And we engage elderly in old age homes, and the yarn that we use is mainly the discarded one, the unusable ones from the weaver societies, cotton weaving societies, handloom weaver societies. That is actually kind of creating a lot of, bringing a lot of dignity to the elderly in old age homes. People are even, the grandmas who are even bedridden, they earn up to 5,000 to 10,000 rupees a month. So we have a regular a marketing team who kind of helps us in procuring all these things and selling it abroad and in India as well. So that is അമ്മൂമ്മത്തിരി. അമ്മൂമ്മത്തിരിയുടെ മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ചുമ്മാതിരിക്കാതെ ചുമ്മാ തിരിച്ചത് അമ്മൂമ്മത്തിരി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്. So anybody who have a lot of time, free time, they can തിരിക്കാം and they can make a living out of it. Then came the project which is most familiar to all of you, Chekutti Pava. And that was made from the damaged cloth which was completely dilapidated during the floods in Kerala. And we converted it into dolls, and that became the mascot of resilience and all that. And then came my most impactful and major project called Shaya Mattress. So that was made during the COVID, when there was an enormous quantity of waste that was being generated in the form of the PPE scrap in tailoring shops. When the place where they stitch the PPE mask and the gowns, the cut-offs, the tailoring waste, when they cut the neck, the sleeve, or the excessive portion from the mask and all that. So we all know that most of the fashion units, most of the tailoring units are immediately converted themselves into PPE manufacturing units or PPE gown stitching units. It was quite a new material for them. They were not quite used to this plastic coated material, and they had no clue how to get rid of this wastage that was being generated. So that is when we started this project called Shaya, wherein we were using all these scraps of all sizes and shapes. And during COVID, it was not easy to train anybody to kind of, to teach them a new product. So what we did was, just by braiding those waste pieces, we made mattresses. And in August, I think there was in August 2020, there was a sudden surge of COVID cases. So so government had ordered every panchayat to set up for FLTCs, first line treatment centers. And I was aware of the employment that was lost to a lot of rural women, and also about the wastage that was generated, because a lot of my friends in fashion houses, they had raised this concern. They didn't know what to do about it. And also the need for this mattress. So we connected the dots, and we collected this scrap, converted into like long ropes, just by braiding it, around 37 meters of rope, just by putting it on a plywood zigzag, and by tying it together, it makes a 6x2 mattress. So there is no stitching, no needle, no machine that was required, because during those days it was impossible to kind of get access to all that. So anybody who knows to braid the hair could make 330 rupees that day. And we trained around 19 countries, because every country pretty much had the same issues. There was a need for mattress, there was need for employment, and this waste had to be discarded somehow. And the best thing about this PPE mattress was that since it has that plastic content, lining on it, just by soaking it in soapy solution, we can sanitize it, and it can be used again. So that was, we must have made around 2,000 or more mattresses just by collecting all these scraps from entire tailoring units. And actually it was featured in World Economic Forum as well as one of the inventions from India during COVID. Then we moved on to the next project called Toiless, that is actually allocating guaranteed clean toilets for women. We all know that that's one of the major issues that women face the moment we step out of our house. We are even scared to drink a glass of water because we don't know where we can find a clean toilet next. So, so for us, toilet is a place where we toil. So we came up with this project called Toilless, which is less of a toil. It's a web app where you can locate the guaranteed clean toilets. And with guarantee, what I mean is dry floor, tissue paper, health faucet, 2 hooks to put our chunni and bag, and a rack to put our phone and key, and a trash bin. If you have this, any resort, anybody who can actually spare one of these in their pay and use mode, they can become a travel ally with us, and we will be enlisting you in our web app. And just a click on it, and you will go to the GPS, and you can spot all these toilets spread out in Kerala. So it is limited to Kerala now, but we are planning to spread it far and wide, because this is just a an Airbnb of toilets sort of. And here we are reducing the waste by optimizing the resources. We have gazillion toilets around, so there is no need to build even a single toilet here. Only thing is that we have to have that guarantee attached with each toilet so that, especially women can have that, freedom to go and use it. So that is another project that we are doing. And one of the latest one is called Chulala. Actually, the one that I'm wearing is a brooch made of that. We work with blind women. They weave this beautiful tapestry, and then we paint on it, we decorate it, and actually in the delegate kit, I think you will receive one. So that is one of the recent projects, again working with the marginalized society, people who kind of, otherwise cannot be added into the mainstream. We are making them part of the contributing members of the society. And Chulala started as a chula, an artisanal broom, because based on the dexterity of the blind, we can kind of broken down the process, and which made it very easy for them to work with and bring in a good revenue. And Chulala wearables is just another vertical. And Chulala, just because it's made by these people, നമ്മൾ പറയുന്ന Chulala വെറും ചൂലല്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. It's beyond, all that. And if you can see a chula, you are reminded of the fact that you are gifted with sight, because the people who made that can never see that. So that is the spirit of Chulala, and we are still kind of moving forward with more and more projects in hand. Thank you so much for this chance.
Thank you, Ms. Lakshmi. We got a new terminology, archaeology. So I call on Sharath Viraj. He's CEO and Executive Director, Kerala Institute of Entrepreneurial Development.
Good afternoon all. I and Lakshmi shared a book because while sitting at the back, we saw a lot of people making presentations, and we thought we will be also forced to do it. So just wrote down a few points, so that would help us structure when we talk. So we are planning a panel discussion actually. So I actually represent Kerala Institute for Entrepreneurship Development under Department of Industries, which work along with entrepreneurs to solve different problems. And definitely the topic today is actually a question: waste management, a challenge or opportunity? And all of us in this room definitely know it's one of the biggest challenges that we face right now. So since most of you are innovators, entrepreneurs, and people from industry, the greater the challenge, the more the opportunity. So let's focus on the opportunity first. So I don't know why this topic came up in RT's this seminar. Probably because I saw a few numbers when just before getting into this panel discussion, wherein some striking numbers ought to be discussed in this room. Because unlike what we think, that the majority of the waste is being created by the local community, we can see that the solid waste, around, it said 14 to 16% of the total solid waste created in a country is due to travel. So it contributes around 14 to 16% of the solid waste creation in a year. So there were some good other numbers which might be of interest to us, wherein it's around 2011 data, wherein a per capita waste generated in India per day by a person is around 0.5 kg per day. When the same person becomes a domestic tourist, he generates 3.5 kg per day. When it comes to a foreign tourist, it comes to around 5.5 kg per day. So all of us share some responsibility in creating this big, as you shared, this wastage, right? The age of creating this waste. So the garbage, that's what her term. So we do have a lot of responsibility in creating the problem. So before getting into the topic of whether it's an opportunity or not, and how to manage the waste, I think as entrepreneurs and innovators, our first question is, are we asking the right question? We are creating a problem and thinking of managing it. Is there any way we could create a business model wherein this thing is either minimized or cannot be created? So that is one thought which I want to put before you all, before getting into the management of the waste. So when we look at all the waste management, I think our friend from Shujita Mission shared the ways in which they could manage, from reduce to finally dumping into some controlled spaces. So the first, they call it a funnel of waste management, or the pyramid of waste management. At the top is what they call the reduce. But being a sustainable and responsible tourism destination, I think all our strategies should more focus on the topmost part of how we can reduce or minimize the waste creation. So this can be done very beautifully through, so since I represent entrepreneurship, I will try to talk it on the business model side. So in capital, right now, capitalism is one of the best mechanism which constantly innovates in creating new products and services. So now one of the fad thing happening in capitalism is something called capping the capitalism, which is a wonderful concept for industry like tourism. Because it's not anti-capitalism, it's an idea propagated by those who are very keen in capitalism, wherein we discuss in concepts like carrying capacity of destinations, which is basically the concept of capping a capitalism or capping an opportunity. So when we cap the opportunity, what happens is we have to change the focus. Because we look at business models in terms of whether it's a destination or a company, the focus is on increasing footfalls, the focusing on increasing the top line or revenue, whereas can we shift that focus to the bottom line or profit? We know destinations which are fast emerging as in terms of arrivals, and they're constantly in the fight of building infrastructure, building rooms, capacities, wherein they are heavily investing, arrivals are increasing, but nobody is making money. But we have examples of other destinations where they have capped the capacity, done it in a sustainable way, charged very good profits, and running in a very sustainable and profitable mode of mode. So we are not talking about eliminating profit from the business, but making more profit by just doing less business. So why less business? Less is good. Why? Because why we basically create waste is either because we overproduce, or we intend to consume more, but we could not consume the entire, which becomes useless for us or for the particular purpose, and we call it waste. So one of the core themes which business models can look at, or entrepreneurs can look at, how less is more can be created as a business model, and whether we can focus on the bottom line or profit as an entity or as a destination rather than a hard top line focus growth in industries like tourism. And the second thing is, in terms of business model innovation, we see in softwares where it is called the things like software as a service, where the product is being transferred as a service. So the fundamental business in a tourism, as all of us know, is to have that been there kind of an experience. I have been there. I have seen the moment where you stand before a monument or a experience or a hut or you see a 1 meter chai wala. The feeling of being there is one of the key experience and attractions of tourism. So the tourism as an industry, I think, is working more on sustainability. We see concepts like reusing, where plastic bottles are replaced by glass bottles. But most of our activities are confined to the walls of the resort or the infrastructure. As tourism experience doesn't end or start, it doesn't have a start or end point. It starts from the thought a person has about traveling to the last moment when he reached back to his home. This experience has to be seamless, and hence there is no other way that tourism industry has to jointly engage with the community. It's as a former speaker said, it's a personal responsibility and also collective responsibility. So that experience of having a unique tourism experience doesn't end here. So it takes the onus on the industry to work in tandem with others, because it's not only beneficial in terms of a community building activity, but also on a purely profit motive. Because unless this exists, because there is a cost of doing these things, right? All the tourism industry is facing the cost of being sustainable. But what is the cost of not doing this is much higher, because you don't exist unless you have a sustainable ecosystem around you. So the tourism industry could take the load, or you can wait for the government to act on many things. But as entrepreneurs or as industrialists, we are more proactive. We are supposed to be more proactive. So let's form new models of working with the government, working ahead of government, working with different NGOs, and expand the concept of sustainability to the community and beyond. So that's the second business model innovation, which innovators like you could look into. And more or less, there is going to be huge funding available in the waste management area. It's estimated that around 20% of the budgets of these LSGDs, the local governments, is going to be spent on managing the waste. So I'm not talking about the social commitment. I'm talking on a purely business and entrepreneurial perspective of why you should, as an industry, look into waste management for your sustenance, for your growth, for your funding, and also for better margins for attracting good customers into the destination. I think with that, I would conclude my talk. I welcome for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharath. I think it was quite insightful, especially the idea of concentrating on the bottom line rather than the top line. I call upon Vinay Balakrishnan. He's the managing director of Tushan.
Good afternoon, everybody. I stand between your sumptuous lunch and the last speaker. So I will keep it simple and sweet. I became an accidental social entrepreneur. It is more of a, I can say, as society or a rule or a guidance, or I can say support to the society, I became a social entrepreneur. I was having a good job in Mauritius. I was working fine. Of course, when we are abroad, you saw a lot of negative publicity about India, a lot of burning and all these things happening. So a lot of stubble burning was there in India, and it was propagated in a very big level. And I thought, okay, India being a land of agricultural waste, why don't I do something? So this is where the idea took, why can't we convert some agricultural waste into which something being useful to the society? So being with this thought in mind, I resigned my job, came back to India almost 5-6 years back. So we have identified some few products or few raw materials which can be utilized. One, of course, was the rice husk or a paddy, and rice bran, wheat bran, then this sugarcane waste, as well as a lot of other things which can be made into something useful. Before this idea of sustainability which has come to India. So this is where it's all started, and our brand Tushan, that is what Tushan means, it's a banana leaf in our language Malayalam. So Tushan is the first biodegradable tableware in the world. I can say more than 5,000 to 10,000 years old. We still use it every day in our homes. This is where the brand name came into. So when I came back to India, so whether the waste can be converted into something, this is where it all started. So it started as an experiment in Kerala, where to my I can say, wondering, I can say, Kerala is actually not a rice-eating population now. Kerala has slowly shifted to a wheat-eating population. 55% of the people eat wheat now. Kerala doesn't produce even 1 kilo of wheat. So what happens is, the wheat is brought it from other states like Punjab, Haryana and other things, and it is converted into wheat flour. And the biggest thing which is happening in wheat flour is, we remove the best part. Why? Because for the ladies to make rotis and chapatis, it becomes soft. Flour is always better. So the best part of the fiber is removed, which is actually thrown away, or part is converted as cattle feed. So Kerala alone produces around 7,000 tons of waste, wheat waste, every month. In a month, 7,000 tons. So just imagine other states in India. In addition to wheat, Kerala also produces rice waste, which approximately, as per my calculation, is around 30,000 tons every month. So what happens to the rice waste is part is converted as oil. But after that, what happens? This you can see kilometers and kilometers waste in Cochin itself. So I come from Cochin. So my dream of converting, then I thought, why don't we start in Kerala? So we have started converting after a research of almost 4 years to make one plate from wheat waste as well as the rice waste. So the advantage of this, our plates is, if after you're finishing your meal, if you want, you can eat your plate. Otherwise, you can use it as a cattle feed, poultry feed, fish feed, or as organic manure. 100% biodegradable in 30 days. So it took us almost, I can say, 4 years to make one plate. Now we have a plant in Kochi, which is a fully automatic robotic plant, which makes plates. So it's a totally hygienic thing. The second challenge was the waste on the rice. What happened to the rice waste which is happening? So we have converted that into making cutleries. So fork, knife, spoon, takeaway containers, these are all coming out by June this year itself. So all the products are certified by Government of India, and this is 2 products which we are doing in Kerala. And the third product is, which you may like it very much, is the plastic, single-use plastic. What is the substitute for that? So what we did was, we converted cornstarch mixed with a small amount of bioplastic to make it as any type of bags available, be it a grocery bag, laundry bag, garbage bag, or any type of bags, you name it. We have around 20 varieties of bags, which is 100% biodegradable in 6 months. The only challenge with that is, you always consider a bag equal to plastic in your mind. So what happens? Suppose I say 2 kg is only possible in that bag, you can carry 2 kg, you put say 3 kg, it breaks. It is meant to break. So the concept of changing the mindset is slowly changing in Kerala. So hopefully this is almost happening across India now. So we produce the bags, carry bags, any type of bags. And of course, the last product what I told is about the fork, knife, spoon, and the takeaway containers. The hotel industry basically looks at alternative to plastic containers. So we are coming out with the containers which is actually biodegradable. You throw it away, it degrades in 6 months, and it can withstand temperature. It can be takeaway containers, anything you can do. So our research partners are Government of India only, and 100% biodegradable, certified by. And we also have one last product, which I think you people will be using it every day, which is actually the straws, drinking straws. So there we identified the challenge as, particularly in Andhra, when the paddy is actually milled to make rice, some of the percentage goes as broken rice. And this broken rice is currently being converted to make it as liquor or beer. So we have requested these paddy mill owners to give us the percentage of that rice powder to us, and we converted that into edible straws, edible rice drinking straws, which is available in any colors, any sizes, it's available. We are currently exporting to some countries, and this is available. Another advantage is this: after you drink your juice, if you want, you can eat your straw also. It's edible. And it's certified by European Union also, and as well as FSSAI, Government of India. And these straws also, after use, you can use it as a cattle feed, poultry feed, fish feed, or as organic manure. It degrades in 30 days. So what I can say is, from the waste, I can say for me, it's an opportunity. So the main thing is, lot and lot countries are approaching for their problems now, particularly from South America. Some people have approached me. They have a huge problem in agriculture waste in particular type of products they have. We all have solution to that. Some research is required, some process has to be tweaked. So this is how we converted the waste into an opportunity now. And our products are on display at the stalls there. I would request each one of you to visit our stall and test, touch and feel the product If you want, you can eat the plate or the straw also. So thank you very much. Thank you.
That's amazing, Vinay. Eat your plate. There's a very good tagline. So I think, especially for the hotel industry, I think it's really useful because you said right from replacement for plastic bags to even all your food which is going to be packed and given out. There's a very sustainable replacement. I think it's a real. I'm sure everybody connected with tourism should visit your stall. Now, to finish today's session, I just want to tell you a story. When I was in Japan, I had gone to a small temple, a Buddhist temple, and after the visit to the temple, I had an ice cream. And so I finished eating the ice cream, and then I wanted to throw away the cup. And I was looking for a waste paper basket to throw away the cup, and I couldn't find any cup. So I was amazed. And it's absolutely clean. There's not a single garbage lying around, but where are the tourists throwing away the cups? And then one old lady said, she knew my predicament and said, please give me the cup. Then I asked her, what does every tourist do the cup? They said, every tourist takes away whatever waste they generate. So with these words, I finished this interesting session of waste management, an opportunity or a challenge. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was a wonderful session. Hope you all had a wonderful time together. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, right now, Global Responsible Tourism Summit 2023, we are taking a short break for the lunch. And I'm requesting all of you, please go and enjoy the lunch exactly at 2.
Respected delegates, I welcome Mr. Shubham Agnihotri, Managing Director and Vice Chairman, Taiwan, India, Ayurveda Association promoter of Responsible Ayurveda, to present his session. Sir. Mr. Shubham Agnihotri, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are talking about responsible tourism model and the business models. So when you talk about business, what is business? Business is for profit. That's what business is. So when I thought about this topic, I just thought there are two things at a different ends, but we need to put them together. So responsible tourism for profit. My name is Shubham. I'm coming from Taipei, Taiwan. I'm also founder of Taiwan India Ayurveda Association. And I also promote Kerala tourism as well as responsible tourism in Taiwan. First of all, our warm greetings to all the delegates, all the speakers and friends around here. Well, in Taiwan, we have become more of a storyteller when it comes to Kerala. And it is all thanks to my good friend, Mr. Rupesh, who actually has introduced the project of responsible tourism somewhere in around 2017. And that's when we had actually started the project. And from that time, the responsible tourism has become a passion for us. So even though we are more of a promoter of Ayurveda, but then we start calling it responsible Ayurveda. And today when we are promoting any kind of packages, responsible tourism is an essential part of it. Taiwan, as such, it's a very small island, but it's very aggressive when it comes to development of villages. We don't have many villages, most of them are cities, but whatever villages are there, they are very well preserved, and the culture is very much established over there. And village tourism is an essential part of if it's weekends, we are in some village. So when I saw Rupeshji's projects here in Kerala, I found there is a lots of similarity in the intent and in the concept. So, secondly, it was very nice to see the very strong and aggressive approaches that are in place here in Kerala, empowering women and participation at an equal or higher level. So we had a panel discussion yesterday, and it was very nice to see that the women actually are coming up front. And reason it becomes very important for us is that 99%, I'm saying 99% of the tourism activities in Taiwan are controlled by women. And almost 90% of the decision makers for tourism for a destination are women. Now, why we know it? We have done 16 trade events. I mean, every trade event we meet at least anywhere from 4,000 to 5,000 people. And we know, we have been talking to them, and most of the decisions for tourism, where to go, how many days to go, what package to offer are taken by women. So we now have a special packages which only for women. Now our support is committed to any and all approaches that leads to guaranteeing women and children's safety. Now when I talk about responsible tourism business, it is an opportunity. There are many things that we have put forth in our booths where we have got response from people. And, all I can say is that even though if it's products or if it's resorts or it is whatever business it is, the biggest profit for any business is development of humanity, the profiting the people. And that can only be achieved by an extremely well coordination of just about all the stakeholders who are involved, be it the booking people, be it the travel agency, be it the resort owners, be it anybody else. So if I may simply define the promoters, as a promoter, we have the responsibility for making a responsible business. It starts from us, because we are on the other end of actually convincing the customers, convincing people to come and please come and visit Kerala. And when they come to Kerala, we want to give them an expectation that you are going to have a platform where you actually going to receive so and so and so things. We don't use plastics, we don't use this, but this is what we use. Now, it is a collective approach. It is as much of my responsibility as much as it's yours, as much as it's of government. And it is not about a single destination like Kerala. It goes to just about all the destinations in the world. What we experience and observe in our region is what you offer in your region of operation. And we think that, studying last 2 days I've been talking to some of the speakers from other countries. And what I see that they have so much of experience. They have a roadmap that they have gone through. And this experience is a knowledge, and this knowledge has to be exchanged. And it reminds me of one of the student associations for which I was in the association as their university president in Australia. And it's called ISAC. I'm not sure if anybody know about that. Now, ISAC was established in somewhere late 1940s after World War II, when there was so much of disintegration in the world. And few students in Holland actually started this organization. What was the main theme? The main theme was to exchange people. Exchanging to send them to other countries, let them understand what the culture is like, how much like to working over there. And today that organization is in 120 countries, and it is doing really very well. People are sent for 3 months, 6 months as an intern. They work there, they work with the local people, they work with the community, they get the chance of letting other people know about their culture, and that's how they integrate. When they come back, they basically becomes industry leaders. So responsible tourism is going global, There's an opportunity where a global exchange form can be established. Somebody from Gambia can come to Taiwan. Maybe people from Taiwan can come to India. People can knowledge to share. We can bring those knowledge and we can make some responsible tourism champions. these champions can take forward of all the things that can be possibly achieved. So maybe, I'm very human. In all our exhibitions, we have done 16 trade shows so far in Taipei. In every trade show, we have products on display. Most of them are manufactured by some agency from Kudumbashree. But the problem is, we can't get it anything further out. If we want to import something and distribute something to our people, or even bring some souvenirs, we have to depend on a chain of agents. What we want is a direct connection with Kudumbashree, direct connection with the unit that is actually manufacturing it. And it is practically not possible at the moment. So we had an idea that why not we, as a private entity, work on something where Kudumbashree can be connected to a network of market. If we can take them to Taiwan or some other country, and maybe we can talk to Amazon, talk them to become responsible Amazon, and some of those kind of concepts. So we will need to talk about with the stakeholders here, the decision makers, to help us on that. Now there is a Munnar, there is a white tea, which is very rare in the world. So we have those white tea packages in our booths, and we always get an inquiry. People get curious. Everybody knows green tea, but what is white tea? So white tea is kind of upscale tea. And we have requirement, we have people who wants to import it, but we don't know where to contact, who to contact. We have sent several emails to KDTC, I think it's Kanan Devan Tea Company in Munnar. That's where the tea is from, but we have no response at all. So these are some of the challenges we feel that, this is the community. It is not going to a company. These all funds will be going to a community. These all funds will go to the people who actually are making it. And this is where we need some support and some help to further develop. Because when we are promoting in Taiwan, we just don't promote Kerala tourism. We promote Kerala as a whole. We just want to take everything from Kerala there. So thank you very much. There are some short 2 cents from me. And thank you to Ruveshji again for this wonderful initiative, and to all the persons who are involved in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agnihotri, for your inputs. I would like to invite Mr. Himanshu Pandey, Founder Director, Village Ways. And time check, please, 10 to 12 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Himanshu from Village Ways. First, I would like to start with something before Village Ways. I'm very happy and lucky to have today with us Richard Hearn, who has been a very important part of Village Ways, not only as a founder director, but as a guide to the business, and also helping Village Ways with marketing. And all this he has done voluntarily since when we started. Today, he is also a part of an organization which is called the Grassroots. Richard, could you just mention a bit about Grassroots if possible? Maybe later? Yeah. So I'll just mention about Village Ways, how we started. So Village Ways, we have started this was the first pilot project in the Binsar Wildlife Sanctuary. And Binsar Wildlife Sanctuary is is in Uttarakhand, 20 kilometers north of Almora. And at Binsar, my family has a small hotel which is called the Kali Estate. It is inside the Wildlife Sanctuary. And Binsar is spread across an area of around 45 square kilometers, and it has 5 villages also inside the sanctuary. And these villages where we are working, they are not accessible by road. So if somebody wants to go there, he has to walk to these villages. So the life for the villages who were living inside the Binsar Wildlife Sanctuary had always been tough. And when we started actually there, apart from no roads being there, they had no electricity, So anyway, and I'll just mention a bit about Binsar. And most of the people who are living inside the Binsar are traditionally very small farmers. They grow enough for themselves, and they have a very beautiful relationship with the forest around. They take from the forest, but give it back as much as they can. If we have a house, we look after the house and also its surroundings. But over the period of time, after Binsar became a wildlife sanctuary, life became difficult for these villages. Not only the animal population increased over the period of time, the forest department had taken over, and also, the rights the people had in the wildlife sanctuary, they were taken away suddenly. There was no alternative which was thought for the people who are already living inside. So this should have been an integral part of development for the people inside. And how we started Village Ways, so we thought about how we could help the local communities inside the Binsar. My family was always in tourism, and tourism was the only thing we knew, and we had friends from the UK like Richard and other people. So we discussed about how we could do. So we decided we should have a community-based tourism enterprise in which we try to work with the village as a whole unit. And we try to set up these guest houses, and each guest house would be managed by the village community. And so what we did was, we started this company called Village Ways. We had shareholding. All the people who were interested became part of the Village Ways. We collected all this money through the shareholding. And with with the money that we had, that was our money, we decided that we could build small guest houses in the villages. But before we decided to build these guest houses, we thought it's always, do tourism, it's always a good idea that we talk to the communities first, whether they are interested in tourism or not. So we talked to the communities whether they would be interested in tourism. And the communities were very enthusiastic that they wanted to be part of tourism. People are always traveling by road, so they go to XYZ place by road, and the people who are living far inside are always left out of this business of tourism. And anyway, in Uttarakhand, at the same time, what was happening was people from outside were coming in there, and they were buying their piece of land, and people who had this land, they would sell the land to them, and over a period of time, they would become chowkidars of the same land. There would be guest houses built. And so people were not benefiting, the local communities were not benefiting anyway. And one of the most important part of Village Ways business was that Village Ways never wanted to purchase any land in the villages. So the land must always be owned by the local community. And Village Ways is there just to support setting up of these rural guest houses. So in each of the 5 villages that we are working, we formed a Gram Paryatan Samiti, which is called the GPS, which we call it in short. So each GPS identified a piece of land where a little guest house could be built. Originally, we were not interested in building these guest houses. What we were interested in was trying to renovate old houses, but we couldn't do it for some reason which I won't mention here at this time. But anyway, the communities wanted to build these guest houses, and Village Ways provided funds for these guest houses. Part of these funds were 40% grant and 60% loan. And if it was a beautiful partnership with the villages, and if Village Ways was able to send tourists to the villages, then the village communities would repay back the loan that we had provided over a period of time. And also what we did, apart from setting up the Gram Paryatan Samitis in each village, we had another body which was called the Paryatan Vikas Samiti, PVS. These were members from each village communities who were part of the bigger committee that was responsible for taking democratically led decisions of how the tourism enterprise in the village would run. Most important thing when we talk about tourism is how we, when we start talking about tourism, we also must identify the dangers of tourism that we have. The constitution or the way we want to move forward, and never to compromise with what we have, never to compromise with the constitution that we believe in and what we want, how the tourist should come, how the tourist should behave, and also there's a very important word which is called no, to refuse when we cannot do something. So these were all part of our decisions and the things that we did in the Paryatan Vikas Samiti. And as I just mentioned, apart from so in each village we set up micro tourism enterprises, and all these tourism enterprises are owned by the local communities altogether. And apart from setting up of these guest houses, it's very important because these villages are away from the roadhead and people need to go there. So we try to train the local guides in terms of English, in terms of flora and fauna, the culture, the history of the area, so that when people come, they could always, they could accompany the guests and take them on long walks, each from one village to the other, explaining about the flora and fauna of the Binsar Wildlife Sanctuary. And apart from that, also, it seems to be a very small enterprise because in each village we had just 3 guest rooms. And also, perhaps if a guest comes, so maximum number of people who can go into a village is around 6 people at a time. But these villages are again away from the road. Apart from the guides needing to guide them, their luggage also needs to be carried. So apart from the 6 people, we need 6 porters who would take the luggage of the guests from a village to the village. So it's providing opportunity in a broader sense. Yes? And in the village, the communities are running these guest houses on rotation basis. So perhaps today if somebody goes there, there might be a cook and tomorrow there might be a different cook. So there might be somebody else from the different house. So it gives them opportunity also. In one of the villages, they have also set up a system where the people are old enough and they cannot participate in tourism. So what they do is they also sell their vegetable goods. They buy from them the milk, the vegetables from the garden, etc. So this is what we are working in village ways. This is how we are working. And also now we have a short video, if we could play the video of Binsar. And we started this project sometime in 2005. This was our first project in 2005. And since then we've expanded to other areas in the region. And sometimes with the support from the local people, other NGOs, and sometimes now in Madhya Pradesh with the Madhya Pradesh Tourism Department. So please could you kindly play the video. Thank you very much.
our guest house. Welcome to Dehlia. Welcome to our house for Kerala.
Thank you, Village Ways, for the wonderful presentation. So we are moving to the next presentation. Mr. Kumar Anubhav, founder Not On Map, will be present his initiatives.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Can I have a loud good afternoon from everyone? Thank you. So it's like almost the penultimate sessions, or maybe the third last session of the day. And so much has been talked about since yesterday. What can I add to it? I would like, and Rupesh told me that we have got very short time. So would like to touch upon the stuff, possibly something which we try to do. Little bit, I would not say unique, because all of us sitting in the room are quite intellect practitioners for decades, So, but it's a kind of a story which we followed, and some of the things which we try to do possibly might be replicated elsewhere also. So one of the things which I would like to pick from what Raj also talked about in the morning, that one thing which we must try to address, that what is the core purpose of travel? And if you look at the, traditionally, even since the time when we were nomadics, that time the purpose of travel was different. People used to live in a tribe of 100, 150 people, and they used to go hunting for food. When the food of a place was eradicated, finished, they would go to travel to different destinations. And the purpose kept changing, In 13th, 14th century, people used to travel. There were sailors from British, Australia, and a lot of places to acquire more lands. Later on in India, you would see that a lot of travel started happening from Chinese to learn something. So this understanding that the West started traveling 100 years back, they traveled to learn a lot of things. I think from Indian context, it's very important to understand that in my geography, whatever it be, it Kerala or Northeast or any place, why would anybody come to travel? Not just because what we have, that is fine. But it's important to ask this question, that what goes at the back of the mind of the traveler. And those purposes, if we try to address, it will be very helpful. Some of the things which generally people say experiential, it's experiential, primarily accommodation, or maybe the experiences which Kerala has been talking about, village life experience, other things. But the other aspects like, learning, people travel to learn. How much of an emphasis are we going? Maybe my place is not so great in experiences, core experiences, but it's great for learning. It can be a learning center for a lot of people. But we focus on experiences because we know that the world is talking about experiences, accommodation, food, and a lot of things. So I think these 4 elements which we have talked about, I'm going pretty quick, that these 4 areas of purpose of travel has to be thought through. I think everybody who is starting new or maybe trying to open into a new geography, we must try to question this thing, what is the purpose for which a traveler will come to my destination? I would try to talk about how we started, and this particular journey was quite interesting. When I left my job and then I came back, I have been a traveler. The thing was that in Himachal, in one of the areas, which is pretty much famous for tourists, Chamba is a district which is known as a 1,000 years old village. Imagine by basic inflation also, it should have been a big city. But after 1,000 years also, it's still a village. It's 1,000 years old, Dalhousie is 150 years old, 2005-6 millennium was being celebrated. Chamba got around, I think, 40-50 lakhs rupees, whereas Dalhousie got, I think, 4-5 CR worth of money. Now, can you imagine a 150-year-old city getting so much of fun for celebration, and a city or a village which is 1,000 years old getting so less. We picked up this village, and that village, actually a place where we brought back 5 youth who had migrated to villages, to cities, satellite towns for job. They were getting minimally paid jobs, We brought them back with the promise that, okay, for the next 2 years, you will be getting whatever you were getting in the cities. Are you ready to? It was not easy to find out, by the way, those people. It's a tiny hamlet of 14 odd houses, around 65 people. We identified some other families in the village. People who are maybe possibly storytellers, or maybe medicinal herbals, or maybe the doctors, traditional vets, other people. And 4 houses we identified there, out of which we could build just 3. we tried to also look at the teachers and the students and the ASHA workers who are working there and created a self-help group out there. And then later on, we created a lot of experiences, understanding, answering those 4 questions, that what my this place can be worth of. Long story short, when we started it, in just 3 weeks of starting this particular, project, after creating a nice content, 6 months equivalent salary for these people was recovered. These 5 youth migrants was recovered. And that was a big transformation. In fact, the entire capex which we invested out there, that was recovered in 3.5 months. And that was a big transformation. And that is how we started, saying that it's a community enterprise of the community, following the bot model, that is build, operate, and transfer. First you build it, operate it, hand over to them, and then transfer it to them so that they can run it themselves wherever they want to, howsoever they want to. So that was the genesis of Northern Map. And few things which I would like to highlight, the key elements, I would like to touch upon, apart from everything else which has been talked about. Before starting any new place, generally we say, okay, we have to start travel and tourism, but then we try to answer this thing, what we want to do this place to be, where we want this place to be in 5 years from now. MP is trying to do, a lot of villages we are trying to do, we are also working with them. But this important question, before answering this thing, when we entered in this village, we tried to answer this question. What we do not want this village to be in 50 years from now. And we did not answer it. The villager, the group which was created, we answered, sat with them and created a list, a complete list, which is like right now we have got a list of more than 300 characteristics, everybody will be actually falling into one of them only. It all comes from those villagers only. So primarily we picked up those particular elements, that what this place should not be. And basis that, we tried to actually follow the typical process of community co-creating plans and other things which Kerala, RT and everybody else is also doing. We'll not be talking about it, but this is the most important thing which we did. After actually knowing that what this place should not be, we started a concept called VKR, that is called Village Knowledge Register. Right now we are working with this along with IIM Ahmedabad. And this is pretty interesting. There are 15 characteristics. We actually use, or rather try to take leverage of the students of each village and trying to actually collect information on these 15 criteria. And you can look at point number 10, for example, famous people from the villages. There are a lot of people who might have some history about it. People do not talk about that. We talk about accommodation experiences, but sometimes those people are missed. But they're also integral element of that village which makes the village what it is today. For example, the number 14, local innovations. A lot of local innovation happens. Farmers innovate a lot of things. Why should that not be a part of the element, So we categorize these 15, under these 15. And this is very well documented, and we are going to release it as an open source document for anybody to use it, along with IIM Ahmedabad. And this actually this becomes the basic foundation for all the baseline survey, creation of activities, experiences. And the most interesting part of this one is that it is just not the information about what is available, it is mapping to the people who are actually part of it. So people with their name, phone numbers, whatever is practically possible, with their photographs, we have collected that information. So that that family can be traced back. This family has been practicing this particular art form. So, and later on this is used to actually create the experiences and the products, so to say, out of it. The another important thing which we do is VRB, we call it Village Rule Book. Whichever village we work with, we definitely try to create a rule book. And that rule book is primarily that each people in the village, people from outside the village, they should follow those particular rules. And that is something which is really important. Trying to be pretty fast. This is one another angle we try to include, that for every one homestay, we try to have 5 to 10 other families who can actually be involved. And they can be involved by participating in other experiences picked up from those 15 which I talked about. This is the most important thing which I would like to talk a little and take a time on this one, the survival training. This is something, when we talk about travel industry, we talk about primarily the homestay or experience providers. But a lot of training material is available everywhere. But look at the rural travel ecosystem. People know the regional languages, local languages, and a lot of training material which is available in the big institutes that might not be applicable for the rural travel ecosystem. We actually started this in pandemic time, and thanks to booking.com, they actually came forward and come forward for it. And we started working on 9 modules, more than 200 chapters, 150 plus training videos we are actually creating out of it. And those videos are going to be in regional languages. A lot of content in this one across all the chapters has been contributed by Raj Basu sir and Rupesh ji also. And these videos again will be open source for everybody. It is going to be videos for every stakeholder who are part of the rural travel ecosystem primarily. And this one, like I talked about that when we talk about the rural travel, we talk about host and beyond, primarily the experience provider or the homestay accommodation. But these other 4 pillars, they are very important. A traveler comes, the first point of contact is the taxi drivers. Then the food, grocery, tea stops, tea stalls or other shops where he goes to buy a little stuff. The agents operator they actually interact with. And the public administration, the police, very important. Have we trained the police in the area where the travelers are going? And I've realized the places where we are walking, police are not aware about it a lot of times. They talk in their own lingo. Travelers will have a different kind of a threat. What we have done across each one of them, we have created extensive training, which is going to be like singing a same song kind of stuff. And those training is going to be contributed, rather delivered to people at different level. And we have talked to Manoj sir also, sir, in MP, probably will try to actually do that of different stakeholders. These are very important. They are integral part. Generally we tend to miss this element of tourism. I'm skipping this part, because of paucity of time. Signage, the last part, very important, I would say. Whenever we talk about signs, we have the list and the name of the big signboard of homestays. This is the homestay. That's what we see, big signboard. What we say that whenever you go to rural tourism, 3 kinds of signboards are important. One is the directional signboard. Apart from the homestay, you should have a direction of names of the families who are actually involved in the ecosystem. And that's something is many times we find it to be missing. We have the name of the homestay, and what happened, the size matters. If you have the large size of XYZ homestay, that person feels that I am the reason why people are coming to my village. Where the reason is many other families. Maybe just one room, but they're showing you, toddy topping or many other things. So these information boards are important. We are going to implement a lot of these things in MP while we are going to work out there. Like this is something, go to listen to the tribal gem or maybe this particular story from this fellow. So when you walk in the village, you will find these stories or signboards written out there. Skipping fast. I'm just skipping these ones. Sorry for the time. These are like some of our SDGs goals. Our presence. I'll just play a last video. I'm not talking about our partnership and all. These are some of the trainings. Raj Vasu sir came to our community. I'll play a video and finish. That's a 2-minute video.
मार के मेरे को फौजी की नौकरी नहीं की प्राइवेट बसा चलाते
अच्छा
मैं गाय बकरियां
अच्छा
सब कुछ रखा
अच्छा
ना पुते कमोदे ने तो गाय ने कमाना पन
सुबह भूखा उठाता है लेकिन भूखा किसी को नहीं सुनाता। इससे ज्यादा उम्मीद क्या कर सकती हूँ, बस उसी की उम्मीद है और किसी की उम्मीद नहीं। दाना करना अपना वो करना स्वांग कराड़ा करना अपना ड्रामे करने सारे में तो जाए बाहर बहुत ड्रामे नाचे हमने भी
Thank you so much on behalf of all these families who are running the homestays. The faces which you saw here, they are the faces basically.
Thank you, Kumar ji, for your wonderful presentation. Now we are moving to Another presentation from Mr. Sanjeev Sarangi, Associate Vice President, Indian Gramin Service, please.
Can you please help me for the PPT? So thanks, Rupesh ji and RT Mission for inviting me. So I am not a businessman and I am not an activist. I am an enabler. I am a practitioner. So I am going to share a long story of more than 2 decades. So I will try to finish it by 10 minutes. So I will present a business case which is Mangla Jodi in Odisha. So the day actually we never know it's a responsible business, but we did as a social good for the local community. So this is probably the rarest story of community transformation which happened in the planet. So in the next, yes, this is the context of Mangla Jodi, which is part of Chilka Lagoon. So there is a wetland of 15 square kilometers. It's a very scenic village. Mostly the fishermen communities are living. And in winter, there are migrant avian guests are congregating every year, apart from the resident bird. So, and it is an important bird area. So the next 2-3 slides actually giving you the context. The present Mangla Jodi, which are actually featured in so many national, international newspapers and publications. It's a happy feelings by the community, which is a pride moment for them. But what happened 2 decades back? The past was very furious and notorious. The villager was engaged in the hunting of the birds and poaching the birds, selling the eggs at the roadside dhabas. The villagers were defamed. You see the picture at the left side. He was Kishore Behera, known as Birappan of Mangla Jodi. He actually hunted millions of birds along with the teammates. So the story is we tried to convert distressed livelihood into decent livelihoods. That's the journey happened through our initiatives. Yeah, during 2008, what not on map, my dear friend Kumar was actually trying to see. It was not in map in 2008, but now 2023, it is in all the Google. If you just write Mangla Jodi, you will see a series of links, and even if YouTube's. So that happened because of a lot of partnership happened. And yesterday, Rupesh ji was talking about conflict to cooperation. This is the real case of conflict to cooperation, then conservation and community at the center. During last decade, actually, we experimented and working closely with the community hand in hand and developed some of the products and services, prototyped, designed and developed. Now it is in place. It is guided bird watching, hospitality and community stay, and local village living the experience, and local cuisine and conservation at the center. And we worked closely with the community, taking their views, and also it's a participatory approach to design and develop to sustain the initiatives, because they are the owner, they are the first stakeholder of the local landscape. And also responsible souvenirs, actually we started with the local communities there. The journey started through phases. Poaching and then transformation. Transformation was not easy. A lot of communities consultations and meetings happen day and night with so many stakeholders. It includes the Chilika Development Authority, local forest department, local NGOs, and many social influencers to actually change the mindset, change the behavior of the local communities, because the village already defamed, and because of that the local biodiversity actually damaged a lot. And finally they converted into decent livelihoods when actually we use wisely their skill set, their knowledge into a very positive outcomes. And now we are actually in the consolidation phase towards sustainability, which we are talking for the last 2 minutes. So this is the innovation. So where the mindset shift happened and it is community centric. The results already in front of you. The graph can show how much actually the trend and trajectory of all those things. The unique selling point is it is nature-based solutions and community-centric, and it's a generational transformation. The key focus are 3E, that is the enterprise, the community enterprise at place who are actually driving the business, and local economy, which we are actually nowadays calling as the local circular economy. It's an excellent example of local circular economy. And environment is the priority to ensure that the local community living in the, depending upon the local ecosystem, should be ensured and fulfill their whole aspiration of their next generation. The world also recognized, starting from the state and national and international, even WTO also recognized as the innovation in enterprise in 2018. What next? We have not rested. From the carrying capacity study actually we undertook in 2019-20, we have actually realized some of the new areas to work upon. Now we have started another program, that is regenerative agriculture, collectivizing of 13 catchment villages, which we call that for the sustainable consumption and production. So we want to establish their food system so that the local community who are actually offering, the host community offering the local cuisines for the visitors to actually solve the sustainable food practices. And at the same time, responsible tourism practices, we are now consolidating because of the spin-off effect. There are another 4 or 5 community enterprise also evolved. We want to consolidate and have the common and the responsible tourism practices is in place. And the wetland, there is water hyacinth, the microphytes actually increasing. So we have started another program, water hyacinth to craft and compost making, which we just recently started with. The local girls have been trained and skilled. They have just started producing the crafts out of water hyacinth and compost to be used in the local community's farm. So this is how actually the journey happened. So thank you so much. I will be happy to take any questions and in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji, for your wonderful presentation. And now we are moving to Mr. Anuphav Jain, who is the business lead of Global Himalayan Expeditions.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, my colleagues and panelists from this. Can we have the presentation, please? Well, let me take you on a journey from 90 feet above sea level to 12,500 feet above sea level. This is the Lingshad Monastery up in Ladakh. Once upon a time, it was not electrified. And once you see electricity, see the look on the face of lamas. This is what the power of electricity is in a village. According to a UNWTO report, a major challenge facing rural communities or rural tourism is lack of infrastructure. And it is across continents. Except Middle East, you will see infrastructure as a major challenge stopping rural tourism from developing in these communities. And that's where we started the process of providing energy access to these communities. The base which starts the infrastructure development in these villages. Not only energy access, but clean energy access based on DC-based solar microgrids. And immediately we saw that trekkers started coming to these beautiful silk routes and beautiful destinations. Well, once trekkers started coming in, what followed was the network, and digital education became only imperative to be given to these communities. During the pandemic, what we saw was travelers was looking for some kind of a safety net to be able to travel to these destinations. And that's where we started the process of upgrading the solar healthcare centers, or the healthcare centers already present in these communities. Now, these communities often face the challenge of climate change. Floods, earthquakes, be it the Kerala floods or the flash floods in Ladakh. The communities have faced it all. So it becomes very important to have decentralized systems in these communities which can be easily rebuilt. And that's where we have the clean technological solutions implemented in these communities. Now you have a lot of infrastructure which you see right now. But how do you maintain this infrastructure? Because once we set up the infrastructure, if there's no one to maintain it, it will all fail. And that's where the concept of homestay development comes into place. The homestay development brings tourists to these places and hence the income to kind of maintain this infrastructure. All of this, be it the homestay development or training local women on solar skills, all of this is not possible without skill development. And that's where we have been training these communities on all the aspects of infrastructure development and homestay development. Now, one might think, how do you get the financing for doing all this? Do you see these travelers walking on this beautiful trail? Well, travelers act as a source of bringing finance to these communities. A traveler takes an expedition to these beautiful areas on once popular silk routes, and they electrify these villages. They provide the infrastructure access to these villages. Look at the traveler, she's from Canada, who is installing the light bulb, and the other traveler standing behind her is from Chile. So people from different countries, different walks of life, taking a journey to electrify a village. That's the story. So far, we've impacted more than 350 villages, over 300,000 lives, and operating in 5 different regions of Himalayas in India. It became mandatory for us to bring in rural homestays and rural experiences to maintain this kind of infrastructure which we have set up and to make these villages sustainable. So far, we have set up more than 80 homestays, and we are linking about 40 homestays online to bring in tourists to these communities. And rest 40 of them are sustaining on their own by the trekkers who are coming on the trek route. These homestays are just not any homestays, but these are solar-powered homestays. And just not any solar power. These homestays have been provided by a 2-kilowatt electricity access, an AC grid, which can power your washing machine, your electricity, although very few communities have washing machines, but they often have a gurgur machine or a machine used to make barley wine in their own region. And so they can operate it on these solar grids. Also, these solar grids provide electricity to travelers coming in these areas. So all those travelers who want to charge their cameras, who want to charge their mobile phones, they can easily do it by these solar-based power grids. And by the way, this is one of the homestays in Zanskar region of Ladakh, a very remote region with such a beautiful homestays. And all these homestays are carbon neutral homestays. So none of this homestay actually adds any pollution to the local environment. And they're actually very, very sustainable for these communities. Well, imagine going to a remote region and bringing in travelers. it requires a lot of marketing and it's very hard to bring in travelers. So that's where nature-based solutions come into play. So very soon we realized that these communities have clear dark skies which we can leverage to bring in travelers to these areas. And you don't need to be an astronomer to actually take you around the dark skies. So we train these communities on basic skills and we combine the legends of what they had in these communities about the stars. And in the earlier times, we used to navigate our paths using stars. So the legends which used to exist along with the modern science, that's what we combined to bring astronomy-based experiences in these communities. And so far, we've got a very good response from the travelers, and they've been coming in huge numbers to these homestays. Well, it became only imperative to upgrade the experience once we saw the success of astro stays in these communities. And hence, we built a new concept called Cosmo Hub, wherein we bring in different walks of people, and the community together comes as a whole to provide a very spectacular experience to travelers, which talks about culture, science. They provide local food. They provide they provide different knowledge about their culture to these people. And that's what the Cosmo Hub has to offer very near to the city of Leh in Ladakh. And well, have you seen any culture which does not exist without temples, monasteries, or you talk about different things which make up the culture? And that's where the heritage conservation became very, very important. This is a picture of Phayang Monastery, which unfortunately, due to the electricity access which it had, it got burnt. And they requested us that, why don't you provide electricity access to us at Phayang Monastery? And that's where we provided DC-based microgrids. And this was just not any light bulb, but this monastery is 700 years old. And it has paintings, fresco paintings, which usually get spoiled by the lights we see around us. So we made custom-built warm lights for these monasteries, which actually help conserve the fresco paintings, at the same time provide light to the Lama in the monastery. By the way, this monastery is protected by the Archaeological Survey of India, and it's part of a national heritage. So that's what we've been lighting up. This is Anubhav from GHE Impact Ventures, and this is a picture from 14,000 feet above sea level of the dark skies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anubhav Jain, for your wonderful presentation. And now we are moving to the presentation by Mr. P.K. Anish Kumar, CEO, Travel Planners.
Can I have the presentation? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anish Kumar. I own a travel company called Travel Planners. Yeah, we have actually this company is based in Trivandrum, and we have office in Cochin and overseas office in London, Toronto. In fact, we have awarded the best tour operator from Ministry of Tourism, and we have got award from Government of Kerala for best use of information technology. And from Kerala government also we got another award for best innovative tourism product. This is our team, and in fact before COVID we have around 40 people working with us. And I think these are our properties also. We have 3 properties. One is in Kovalam, Ayurvilla. The other one is near to Cochin Airport, Villa Romantica, and in Munnar, Spice Tree Resort. The biggest responsible tourism I believe that I have done is I have retained all the staff during the COVID time. We have around 40 people, and we somehow managed all our staff. And through crowdfunding also for those 2 years, we have taken care of all the kids of our employees. And for the guides, I think tour operators and tourist guides are the worst hit by the pandemic. And we have done a blog contest for the tourist guides in India, and we have got many tourist guides submitted their blogs, and we have selected 3 main winners, and we have given financial assistance to the guides during that period. A role of tour operators in promoting sustainable tourism. These are some of our initiatives. On the left hand side, you can see the kolam, which is also known as Mugu. The Tarai Alankaram is a form of traditional decorative art that is drawn by using rice flour as per age-old conventions. This is normally, you can see it in Trivandrum if you pass through the old heritage homes in Trivandrum. But nowadays, if you look at only few, 2 or 3 women are capable of doing this art form. So right now we have a curated program of Trivandrum sightseeing, where we take our tourists to these places and trying to restore this art form. And on the right hand side, it is a village visit we have done at Vellani village. It is a very beautiful village, unexplored place, where there are a lot of organic farming. There we create a lot of local experiences. And when we restarted our tourism, these are some of the problems we are facing right now. When we restarted our business in last April, from November to January, it was like a very peak season. Everyone wanted to travel. The revenge tourism actually happened. And there is a mass movement of tourists during that time, especially from the domestic market. And as we all know, the supply chain has been disrupted. There are very few tourist vehicles available right now in Kerala, because most of the tourist vehicles are already sold, and the availability of vehicles are very less, and we have to deny a lot of tour packages last season. So what we have done is, from this off-season onwards, we are trying to do the promotion only in off-season, because from season what we have seen, without even promotion we get people. But off-season, we are trying to do the promotions during off-season and encourage people to travel during off-season. The second problem we have seen is the skilled labor migration. We have seen that a lot of tourism institutes, even hotel management institutes, they are struggling to get people, and whatever students they passed out from these institutes, they are not sticking on to the tourism industry. They are moving to the other industries like banking or financial institutions, IT sector. So this is creating a problem for the hospitality industry to have a professional skilled labor. So then what we will do is, we will depend more on artificial intelligence to manage our operations. For experiential tourism, we need more human touch points. And if you look at the US business, it's 75% of the hotels are branded, international brands. Whereas in Kerala, only less than 5% of the investors are from international brands. If we take Munnar as a case, around 15,000 rooms are available in Munnar. And it's all owned by local entrepreneurs. No brands are available there in Munnar. So there are personalized and experiential tourism run by most of these small hotels. So normally tour operators, not me, but even the other tour operators like Sijo or George Scaria, we are all trying to promote the homestays or small properties where there itself is an experiential product. Like they have a lot of activities and they do a lot of community activities also. I would like to mention about the job creation if someone is traveling through a tour operator. This is just one day program. If someone is arriving at Cochin airport, see the kind of job we create if someone is traveling through a tour operator. We will send a person to meet and greet. That is job one. The second one is the private car which we send to transfer the client to the hotel. Job two. Then we will have a guided tour of Cochin. Job three. And job four, evening we will provide a Kathakali show. So similarly, if someone is traveling for 10 days of trip, you can imagine the kind of job we create if they are traveling with the tour operators. But if now the trend is like they wanted to book directly, but I think as tour operators we need to have the number of jobs created. If someone is booking through a tour operator, that will take a lot of attention from the travelers to book a holiday package with the tour operators. Thank you. This is Anish Kumar from the Travel Planners.
Thank you, Anish. Now we are moving to the presentation by Dr. Joseph Sebastian, Director, Faisal and Shabana Foundation.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's a long afternoon. Most of us are tired probably, but then I'll try and keep it short and sweet and as interesting as possible. So basically KEF Holdings, and before I start, my chairman Mr. Faisal Kutikolan was supposed to be here for this presentation, but due to personal reasons he cannot, so I'm doing it on his behalf. So we're looking at responsible business models, and at KEF we believe we need to be different to make a difference. I'm going to take an example of Tula, which I think Harald mentioned yesterday. We're going to have this technology for responsible tourism. It's a symposium that we're going to host on 2nd and 3rd. So guests who are coming there, most welcome. So the whole idea is basically looking at all aspects of human, the human being itself. The living aspects of everything, integrating and seeing that what we can do the best, not just for people who come to experience it, but also for people in the local area. So this photo that you see is basically about integrating modern and alternative medicines to bring about holistic wellness. And in this we are looking at 5 human senses touch points. I'm quickly running through it because the later part of the presentation is more important, which is sound, touch, smell, sight and taste. And in Tula, we basically look at the traditional medicine, the contemporary and ancient wisdom also, where I think during presentations, different speakers have mentioned about this in different dimensions of it. And the whole segment of different deliverables that is there, the objectives that are there, starting from de-stress to repair. So this is where the context of the positioning of Tula is, including the unique offerings that we would have, be it diagnostics, be it the rehabilitative or the clinical treatments that are there, the traditional complementary practices and the integrated wellness treatment aspects of it. And of course the traditional and the complementary. So it's all about integration, as I mentioned at the beginning. So Ayurveda, Chinese medicine, Swaripa, naturopathy and yoga, all of them being kind of integrated so that a holistic aspect is being brought. No, but what is important here, because we are talking about business models and responsible tourism and all of it. See, I think the core of what we stand for is the last point that you see there. It's about creating social impact. And that's where I think the experiences that we have had at Tula is important, and that's what the business model that we would want to do. One is we have done an intensive research and development across the last 3 years, post-COVID. I mean, towards the end of COVID, we started. So there's a lot of geological survey, topographical survey, subsurface intervention. We have had experts involved in it. Actually, and I'll show you an example of how water conservation has been taken care of. So we had a geological study done which is scanned more than 100 meters below the scan, and that image that you see on the left top is actually of the property that we have. And that helped us to design what water requirements are there and where it is available, and have water injection mechanisms to aquafit, and the results of this are actually available. This is the initial image that you see, and this is the process in which it is done. And for the people who are coming to Tula, we will directly show you how it is in work in progress and the results of what we have. We have also done a comparative study across 2 years, and we found out that in 2020 the scanning area was large, but in 2022 we took a small sample, which actually 2023 we have just completed the study, and by tomorrow, I think March 1st, first day after tomorrow, March 1st, the study would be, a report would be available. But from the example that we have, the sample that we have taken, we have seen that on an average 2 meter per year, the vadose zone is actually changing to wet zones, and we can see that every year few centimeters of subwater level is being increased. So we are looking at water. Actually, the next goal that we'll have already there in the world out there, the intervention that we are doing in terms of the water conservation and probably recharging through aquifer pits is intensely working there. The aspect of how the community involvement is going to be there is one is the whole sustainability part of it, whether it is the radiant cooling, the aquifer pits, the farm aspects of what we are doing, but it's also the evidence-based research that we have done there, which presently is rightly ongoing. You can see Mr. Faisal himself going through that process of the study that was done. So data is being calculated, collected, and actually research is being done on time basis. As I am talking, more data is being gathered in whatever we are doing at Tula. The journey is also again choreographed from the beginning, from pre-assessment till the end of it. And the aspect that we're looking here, just some images from where this is there, the sound journey aspect of what we have, and also everything is going to be solar panel. So it's going to be a totally net zero space that we are calculating. But the community involvement is what I want to kind of show a little bit more on, and just coming back to that. So here, see, if you look at the aspect, KEF, you see that Faisal and Shabana Foundation is the heart of whatever we do. And here, the responsible tourism that we are looking at is what is being taken care of. So in Bepur area, there are several anchor points. I'm just showing you some few of them. You will see that there's a Bepur port, there's a Chalia market there, the tile factories are there, Kadalundi bird sanctuary is there. You see all of the water sports, Godeshwaram beach is there, you have Bashir Memorial, that's literature, lot of things are there, and then you have Tula also as one of the anchor nodes in which we are working. Now we are looking at three major aspects there. One is revive, second is reweave, and third is rejuvenate. So it's not creating afresh, it's all about rebuilding and rejuvenating what we have. And I think that is the way we all need to look at what can we do vertically, not demolish and recreate, but at the same time revive, reweave, and rejuvenate on different dimensions of it. It can be the industry, it can be the blue economy, it can be the green economy, it can be the reweave cultural assets, ecological assets, and the reweave economy. And I think technology plays a major important role in all that we do. So in all that we have, you'll see that 4 aspects, that is conserve nature, promote culture, and improve local economy. And then you have the involved community aspect of it. And in all of this, you will see that there is a reinventing of cultural neighborhood, creating sense of ownership, and reviving the economy itself. And finally, you will see that there is ultimately, as I mentioned, it's not about recreating the last slide that you see there, the retrofitting and the reimagining. Now, how have we done it? I'll just quickly show you a movie that we have done. It's just a 1.5 minute one. How we used technology and whatever is available in the life mission that we had in Kerala during the floods. So we'll be using all of that, and the symposium that we have day after is also going to be talking more about it. This is a technology that we have used where one house was created in 11 hours, and it can last for 100 years. Can I have some more volume, please? I think I'll stop with that because we are short of time, and thank you very
Joseph, for your wonderful presentation. And now we are moving to Mr. M.R. Hari. He will present about the Miyawaki way of afforestation.
My name is M.R. Hari. I am the managing director of a company called Invis Multimedia. We are the IT consultants of Kerala Tourism, and as part of our CSR, corporate social responsibility, we are doing some work in cultural conservation and biodiversity conservation. So Miyawaki model afforestation is an afforestation method which we have been promoting in Kerala and even outside Kerala. Let me explain what it is, because there is a lot of confusion about what it is. Our planet is 4.54 billion years old. It is not a secret, everybody knows it. And we human beings are here only for last 200,000 years. And the various societies, the hunter-gatherer society, pastoral society, all these start only 12,000 years back. And the industrial society came only 250 years back. And the present society, the service, the post-industrial society, which is also known as the information society, started only 50, 70 years back. So most of the damages we have done to this world only in last 150, 200 years. In the beginning it was green everywhere. Then came the civilizations. We know all the major civilizations: Euphrates, Tigris, Indus Valley, Nile, Mesopotamia, so many were there. But today, if you take an aerial view of any of these places, it is only sand dunes. Everybody has been wiped off in just 5,000 years. This is the future of all civilizations. If you go to city, all the cities are the same. So many towers, so many buildings, so many concrete structures. And what we miss today is this: plants. And what is the importance of plant? There is only plants. There is only, everybody else is a consumer, and there is only one producer, and that producer is plant. Only plant can produce something with energy from sun, and they make the food for all of us. And the biological community consists of producers, and again there is only one producer, that is plant, then consumers, decomposers, and altogether we form a biological community. And we wanted more plants, and for that we started applying chemicals. And what are the chemicals? We said NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. These three can grow plants pretty well. And now we say there are 12 elements that are required for the plants. And again, now later we said 18 elements are required. Even it has gone to 42. Maybe in another 10 years, we will say that all the 118 elements in periodic table are required for the plants. We don't know. But there are certain things which we are missing. This is the soil food web. This is designed by Dr. Elaine Ingham. There are so many videos of her in the YouTube. You can go and watch them. The first thing is plant, and one major component of plant is the roots of the plants, where so many microbes are there. These microbes are actually the game changers. We had billions of them, and they create the environment for the plants. Actually, there is something which was not known for till very recently. That is, the plants produce food and release it to the soil. Most of the a significant portion of the carbohydrates produced by the plants are released into soil, and that is being used by these microbes. And in return, the microbes give various nutrients to plants. So this is a symbiotic relationship, and because of this relationship, it works. Then from there it goes to nematodes and bacteria, and from fungus and bacteria it goes to nematodes, and from there it goes to arthropods, and then from there it goes to birds, and from there it comes to men. So there are so many stages in between, and there are so many microbes involved in between. It is the same story here. In our stomach also there are so many microbes, and billions of microbes there, different types of microbes there. Each of these microbes needs different types of nutrients. So there is a microbial relation. If you see the microbes in nature, you cannot see, there are very easily you can produce things in labs or anywhere, but that will not have these microbes which are very much required for the body. So carbon is the life in soil. In any soil without carbon, you cannot produce anything. The growth depends on carbon, and carbon is actually the leaves and other things which are joining back to the soil. And a carbon-rich soil can only be productive. Chemical-rich cannot, because we need the microbes there. Only a carbon-rich soil can produce a microbe. Even this soil can retain around 15% of rainwater better than the conventional soil. So this is a pond, natural elements there to clear the water, to improve the water. And again, there are predators, scavengers, and all those things, because there is a time limit. I cannot explain all these things in detail. But again, when we are filtering water with chemicals and other things, what we again miss there is the microbe. So this is the Miyawaki method. Miyawaki method is the answer to this problem, because in Miyawaki method, we are considering the microbes, we are considering all aspects of nature. He was a botanist from Japan. He is no more. He died 2 years back. And in his lifetime, this gentleman has planted around 4 crore plants around the world in 17 countries. So what we are doing is, you can visit our website, crowdforesting.org, and see the details of these things. I will tell you in 2 minutes, because that is the time left. One thing is that you can create a forest, a natural forest model. Nobody can create a forest, because forest needs around 100 years. So you can create a forest model, a 100-year-old forest model in 25 years. And the growth is annually, you can get a growth of around 30 feet within 3 years. And in 25 years, it will be a 100-year-old forest. That is possible with the Miyawaki model. In Kerala itself, there are now around 60 models of Miyawaki forest. You can go and visit any of them. And all over the world, there are plenty of them. And there is a methodology for this. This is very much available in site. Because of time limits, I am not explaining these things. It ensures the biodiversity and plant diversity. So it's a very complicated subject. I cannot explain it in 2 minutes. Because of the time, I'm saying goodbye. But please visit the website crowdforesting.org. You can get all the information on how to create a forest, a natural forest model within a short span of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. M.R. Hari. Now we are moving to the next speech by Mr. Sijo Jose from Marvel Tours.
Thank you, Mr. Rupesh, for inviting me. And myself, Sijo Jose, I'm a tour operator for past 20 years, and I'm specializing in south of India. And for me, when Mr. Rupesh had asked me to talk about a business model on responsible tourism, for me as a tour operator, what is a destination? What is the most best destination? Destination is where the people are giving us an opportunity to come visit, experience their culture, traditions, and so on. And at the same time, valuing their guest visit, so that they also get both the guest as well as the village or the people around in the destination get the benefit. So in one way they are giving us, they are doing us a favor and not we doing them a favor. So when we, so in the earlier days, I used to run my houseboat company called Marvel Cruise. And there were days when my houseboats would be passing through the various parts of backwaters. And everybody would be amazed to see how green and how beautiful the people are. And people are all smiling and waiting to receive each one of them. Days have passed by, and today there are certain places, if you park your houseboats, the villagers will ask you to go away. They don't want you to be part of that area. Why? The reason being that we visited them, we did not respect their important places where they do wash their clothes, where they have their bath. Instead, we went and put our plastics, we went and threw our waste and gave no respect to the people living in that village. The third part which comes is, which I see in the destination, is that there are many people, when government announces that this particular destination is going to be a tourism center, we're going to be promoting, you are giving hope to many of those people in that destination that there is an opportunity for them to start earning something. There is an opportunity to showcase their skills. There is an opportunity to create a new business environment among them. But what did we do? What we did was that to a big company, we used to happily hand over whatever price which they wanted, but we really started putting so much of pressure onto them, bringing down the cost, so that whatever business model they planned, it never really succeeded. And end of the day, what we say, these locals don't produce quality stuff. Kerala tourism promotes Kuttanad as one of the most important, and all our videos shows Kuttanad as the important tourist destination. The places like R Block, places like C Block, everything, what we do is dying. And what, as a tourism industry people, what are we doing to help them out? So in my perspective, the business model that we should try and follow would be to, in the R Block area, go meet with these, because we are doing all the houseboats, meet these farmers, see how we can support them by making our tourists be part of their program. We all talk so much about plastics. We all talk so much about the various waste management, and there are various things which we talked. So as our company which is concerned, is that we try and encourage those properties which are focusing more on these responsible and sustainable tourism models. This way, what I believe is that it would encourage the other properties who are not into this system to start adapting to these projects. The RTI initiative taken by Mr. Rupesh, we are a great support to them, because when I send my tourists, they go to Taggapanchaitan's house or Mariam Chechi's house, learn how to learn and see what is the how to make the coir making is done, or maybe how the coconut leaves are being made use. So there are various different things which are people doing, and this brings what the most important element is, that smile from each of these people in this village, and that is priceless. That is something what we need to create, and if that model, if we can work around, I'm sure that we will be able to make a much more sustainable model. We have all learned the problems which during the COVID time when all of us were put on hold and to rethink. I hope that those problems will be addressed, and I hope we will start working towards that than just forget what happened and then continue as we did in the pre-COVID levels. I would like to end with a small story which I had mentioned earlier in one of my talks. You know, there's a time we all come, all of us are here in good numbers. It's great to see so much of enthusiasm happening on the responsible tourism. But this story is about a group of hen, chicken. And these chickens, they have been going around, they've been complaining that, hey, see all the other birds get to fly. Everybody is flying here, there. Why can't we fly? And then the leaders got together and said, hey, why don't we call some strong representatives, like how Rupesh has called 50 speakers to come here and ask them to teach us how to fly. So the eagle said, yes, why not? I will teach you how to fly. So why don't you all come to our seminar and we will have a practice, we will teach you how to fly. So all the chickens went with great with enthusiasm, went there to learn how to fly. Once they reached there, the eagle taught them very well how to fly. The eagle flew away, and finally all the chickens walked back still. The moral of the story which I just want to tell you is, we have been, for the last 2 to 3 days, we have been encouraged with so many new activities, amazing activities which has been done in different parts, which is spoken by my pre-speakers. And let us hope that we can also continue and make each one of our destination responsible and make our community much more stronger and happier. Thank you.
Thank you, Sijojos. Now we are moving to the very important personality, Mr. George Karia. He is leading the Kerala Voyages tour company, one of the major tour company which is promoting responsible tourism and sustainable tourism initiatives.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Rupesh, for inviting me. Normally these days, people don't invite me because I have got a bad reputation of criticizing when it comes to sustainability. I am happy and proud to be here representing Kerala Voyages India Private Limited, the first and only Travel Life certified GSTC accredited DMC in India. When we talk about certification and awards and all, there are a lot of differences of opinion. But when it comes to my experience, I am sure that, this kind of things matters, because now during COVID, as everybody was talking about our fate, that we have to really hold on. And when we are out of this, now we are seeing a totally changed scenario. When we go to the market to get our clients, or when it comes to the delivery of services, it's all totally different. So it makes a lot of difference, and people are, asking for this. So when I am saying that, our company is the only one sustainably certified company, that doesn't mean that, we are the only one in India who is sustainable. There are hundreds of sustainable operators and hoteliers in India. But we took an effort to go to that level. And why I mention it here again and again is just because this is a responsible tourism summit. And when we are asked to do the baseline assessment, that is the first step towards the certification, we could find that the responsible initiatives we took for the last 23 years was the main base of our certification. And this is common for, each and everyone, who are sitting here. This is happening. The only problem is that we are not identifying our capacities. We are not identifying what we have done. I always say, to simplify the sustainability or responsible tourism to the common man's level, I use a particular quotation. It's easy to make people cry when you die. So, if you are creating more people into that level, who will cry when you die, that means, you are living a very nice life, and that is sustainability. So when it comes to tourism, if you have done, when I entered in tourism in year 2000 or 1995, I was working with another tour company. I was not a, tourism professional. I had nothing to do with tourism. But now, as many of you know that, I am a permanent faculty in University of Innsbruck for sustainable tourism. This happened, during the process of, doing the normal things in tourism. It's not like a rocket science, So I always tell my colleagues and students also, when you talk about sustainability or responsibility, definitely, we should talk in the most simple terms, that, how to live a life without insulting others, without bringing pain to others, without bringing pain to the ecosystem. And that is a sustainable thing. So each and everyone, if we can do this, that is, more and, bigger enough to do this. And I was just preparing my ITB projects, and I was sending invitations, and I was trying for the buyers, and I could see a lot of buyers are with a profile now who is seeking for sustainability and responsible tourism. This is a very growing trend. So, as Sejo said, if we are not prepared in the ground, finally now when it comes to, this area may be a little bit of criticism, I'm sorry about this. When we come to the practicality, we are in need of real knowledge on responsible tourism or sustainable tourism. But when it comes to the practicality, what we have done or what we have been taken away from this kind of seminars and this kind of ceremonies is more important, because it's easy to bring people from abroad. Recently, my colleague here, he's here in the audience, and Mr. Sebastian Kurula and myself, we are closely associated with Travel Life India. So we have been asked to change the criteria of sustainability certification, travel life certification for India. So we thought, when they asked us, it was so important, because travel life certification, when it, came to me, it was of international criteria. So it was not that easy to fulfill the 250 criteria of sustainability. But fortunately, we could pass through, even in the site audit. But now what we have done, we have changed a lot of criteria to match the real Indian system. Because, when we are talking about the global scenario or the global standards, many of our Indian people, they may be afraid to go for a kind of a certification. But, I can tell you, when you are approaching the global community of tour operators or DMCs, they will definitely identify you with this kind of sustainability labels, whether it is Travel Life or Green Life or whatever it is. So this is what, I just wanted to, conclude with this, that, we are supposed to, grow from this stage of ceremonies to the ground level where we really deliver. Our people should feel, as I just said, our people should feel that, that we are really contributing to them. It's not that, we were always, criticizing about the carrying capacity of many of our destinations. Our entrepreneurs, many of the entrepreneurs are not willing to listen that we are really killing our destinations. And I'm sure even in Kerala, this is going to happen. Maybe it is Kumragam or it is Munnar or in Wayanad. In few years, we will see the death of our destinations. So if we do not take some kind of things, from these kind of informations, we will die. For companies like us, we will definitely survive. I am so proud to say, because, we are not looking for volumes. We are into small size, so we will always survive. But the bigger things, can be extinct if we do not take care. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, George Korea, for your inspiring words. This is the end of this session. I would like to congratulate and express my sincere gratitude to all speakers. Thank you. Moving to the next session, due to the constraint, we are skipping some of the presentation by Kerala Tourism. And I would like to the speakers, as I said earlier, please come to the dais. The second one was from Kerala Responsible Tourism Mission. We are skipping. Third from Madhya Pradesh Tourism, it was already done. Mr. E.V. Harris Seashell Homestay Kannur, Mr. Sri Prasad, CEO, Kerala Art and Craft Village, Vellar, Ms. Shalini Binu, Wildlife Photographer and Owner and CEO, Tenpool Villa, Mr. Kabir Taramel, Kadir Biodiversity Farm, a farm visit center of Responsible Tourism Mission. So I think we can start the session now. Dr. Manoj Kumar K, MD, KTAL and Principal KSID will present about Kerala design policy and its relevance in tourism sector. As I mentioned earlier, due to time constraint, we will limit the presentations only within 10 minutes, sir, please.
Good evening, dear friends. I will be just taking the stipulated time of 10 minutes. If I'm going beyond that, you can give me a warning so I can immediately stop it. So I would like to start this session where George Scaria stopped. He made a very interesting and very important statement here, the last one, that we are killing our destination because we are ignoring the carrying capacity of a place. I'm going to speak about design. When the CEO of this particular project, Mr. Rupesh asked me to come and be here, I was just wondering what is my role, because I am from a very different field, not from responsible tourism. I'm a person who is dealing with the infrastructure development of the state as far as tourism is concerned. But we are coming up with a Kerala's design policy, especially for the tourism sector, because of various aspects, especially the carrying capacity of the state. So I'm supposed to discuss about the design policy and its relevance in tourism sector. So design policy is an instrument or a set of guidelines by which the government determine and enact rules, activities and other processes necessary to support design at large. The design policies build design capabilities aimed directly at capacity building through developments of organizational or individual design capabilities, and support research, especially directed at improving the quality and applicability of the design research, and suggest measures that enhance the demand of design-related services. It also supports the technical development by directly addressing the technological issues, especially with the built infrastructure and the performance. So why Kerala needs a design policy? It's basically to market capacity building and capitalization framework, functional effectiveness and to enable clarity of purpose for any interventions in the system, to communicate with a wider audience effectively and decisively, and to fight obsolescence and to make public architecture better. So one of the objectives is to formulate and implement a design policy for the Department of Tourism and to evolve better practice and state-of-the-art infrastructure unique to Kerala with the vision, Kerala the global tourist destination. So design policy involves strategies to promote innovations and competitiveness. It guides through a design integrated ecosystem and results in domestic and global market capitalization. Creating tourism experience all through the day you are discussing about the varied tourism experiences. Quoting Kevin Lynch, imageability is the mental image which is vital to orientation, wayfinding, and general well-being. It connects with the local people, immersing themselves into local culture, enjoying local food and drink, exploring local geography and places of interest. As humans, we have a natural, inherent urge to see new places and discover new cultures, and it's this passion for the unknown that brings us together in travel. So if you look at any area, you know that there are three components there: the real, the interpreted, and the perceived, depending upon the person who is the visitor. So the place image, the place significance, and place engagement are the three important components, where each of these has got its own subcomponents. Like place image is having tactical impression, visibility, position sense, direction. Place significance is having culture context, memorial aim, life enlightenment, purpose of designing. Place engagement do have a series of subcomponents like motivation, friendly to the space, sense of inhabitation. So design, it's having different dimensions like morphological dimension, perceptual dimension, social dimension, visual dimension, functional dimension, and temporal dimension, which are all the different aspects of design. And it's a process where you have got nature-based aspects, non-human and ecological considerations, and placemaking aspects, which are human-centered considerations. So that's how it works: design, development, use in space, management. It's a kind of a cyclic process. So what happens is, like, you have got streets, you have got river edges, and what happens when it is designed and when it is not, it makes a lot of difference. I'm just citing a few examples how things are, different in different scenarios when it is designed and when it is not. Look at the river edges, look at the public spaces, look at the infrastructure, look at the public toilets, look at the footpaths, the bridges, beaches, open spaces, underground and under the bridges, bazaars, parking areas. This is an excellent example from New York, where an abandoned railway line has been converted into a happening place for the city, which is converted into an urban park, which has been continuously used by thousands of people. This is another good example in Calicut here in Kerala, where a public school has been converted into a beautiful space where kids now start enjoying their education and their life with a number of things that is happening. I'm just trying to mention how design can impact a space and how it can convert that space into a happening space, which is a memorable space. A kind of a compound wall which has been converted into a kind of a street where our artworks are happening. And the two different ways of how to deal with a central spine. This is an interesting example as a case where Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, Spain, where this particular town is an industrial town which became obsolete in the later era. And it was down economically. And this particular project, a single project, a mission of a museum, it acted as a cultural boost to the cultural economy of that place, and it became a big tourism success. Before the pandemic hit, the city of Bilbao had the highest economic growth in Spain from 2000 to 2018, driven by a shift from heavy industry to a service-based economy. It also benefited from a flourishing tourism and culture sector, thanks to developments such as Guggenheim Museum in 1998. This is a good example how the design of a particular building and placing it in a context became a model for, how to make a dead town successful in terms of tourism. Design involvements and investments become effective employment creators, and they become effective tourism magnets. So design strategies in placemaking becomes important. And here I would like to just present a case. It is in the same area. We are standing in the same place. This is Kottayam district. This is Kumarakkam. This is our project which we are doing now. This place is Changanasheri, which is on the southern side of this particular lake system. This is a huge cultural landscape which is called Kuttanad. And we are trying to consider Changanasheri as the eastern gateway to Kuttanad, exploring the potential of Kottayam-Changanasheri region from a tourism perspective. And this is what I was mentioning about the context. You can see the North Kuttanad, Lower Kuttanad, Kottayam, Changanasheri, Purakkad, and Upper Kuttanad. It's a huge area, which is almost like 150 square kilometers. It's having a history of more than 2,000 years. And it's having multiple things, like starting from 16th century, from its cultural landscape to its, different kind of natural, cultural heritages. So, establishing project circuits was important, and the category of destination, we categorized them into three broad heads, like primary destination, secondary destination, tertiary destination, and again graded them as grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and grade 4. And we did a SWOT analysis of each of these aspects. We did a thorough survey of this area, and we could find a lot of tangible, intangible assets of this particular place in terms of buildings, in terms of festivals, in terms of products, in terms of nature, in terms of authentic cuisine. Then we could convert them into different circuits, like heritage circuit, which identified a number of very ancient buildings, rich architectural edifices of Kerala, and markets, traditional markets, festival processions. Then we could identify different areas, like, for different purposes, like cycling circuits, architectural circuits, farm circuits, so the project vision was to re-establish the social, historical, cultural, and significant heritage value of Lower Kuttanad with Changanasheri market as a gateway by integrating tourism as a primary tool for economic development. So the approach was to develop street development, water, road and access, conservative adaptive reuse of buildings, museums, galleries, rejuvenation of ponds, waterfront squares, market and bazaars, anchor venues. I'm just trying to establish how the design thoughts can provide the basic infrastructure in creating the places. And just to make you understand, we try to create loops integrating these various aspects of farm trial, experiential learning heritage, architectural circuit, then, as I mentioned, cycling trial, and then converting them, integrating them into a tourism master plan, and identifying small individual projects like experiential water tourism circuit, Changanasheri market revitalization, Pudavad heritage zone development, like that. So the whole thing, what I would like to mention is, what happens when a thought process goes behind identifying a tourism destination and designing that particular aspect in a scientific way, which makes a lot of difference, especially when you speak about carrying capacity of a place and trying to integrate the various things that we don't know, which are lying here as gems in between this, highly dense area. So the whole idea is connecting the dots. We do have several rich plums here, gems, which are there, here and there. The whole thing is that you have to have a perspective, a kind of a thought through which you should be able to identify this. There should be a process behind, there should be a set of guidelines, there should be a way. Once you know this process, it's easy for us to identify all those things, put these dots together, integrate them, and which will become a successful example. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation about Kerala's design policy. Now we are moving to the next presentation by Mr. E.V. Harris. He is the homestay operator and well-known responsible tourism promoter from Kannur.
Good evening, everybody. ഞാൻ കണ്ണൂരിലെ ആദികടലായി എന്നൊരു വില്ലേജിൽ കഴിഞ്ഞ 18 വർഷമായി ഒരു ഹോം സ്റ്റേ നടത്തുന്ന സംരംഭകരാണ്. ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഹോം സ്റ്റേ നടത്തി വന്നിരുന്നപ്പോൾ 2010 റെസ്പോൺസിബിൾ ടൂറിസത്തിനെ കുറിച്ച് അറിയാൻ കഴിയുകയും അതിൻ്റെ കോർഡിനേറ്ററായ രൂപേഷ് കുമാറിനെ ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടപ്പോൾ നിരന്തരമായി അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ പല ക്ലാസ്സുകളിലും അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ പല പ്രസംഗങ്ങളും കൂടി കേട്ടപ്പോൾ അതിൽ നിന്ന് റെസ്പോൺസിബിൾ ടൂറിസം എന്താണെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കുകയും അത് എങ്ങനെ എൻ്റെ വില്ലേജിൽ അത് ഇംപ്ലിമെൻ്റ് ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് ഞാനൊരു ആശയം കണ്ടെത്തുകയും അതിനുവേണ്ടി നിരന്തരമായ സംശയങ്ങളും കാര്യങ്ങളും അദ്ദേഹത്തെ വിളിച്ച് ചോദിച്ചപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞു തരികയും അതിനോടനുബന്ധിച്ച് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വില്ലേജിൽ ഒരു പാക്കേജ് എൻ്റെ വില്ലേജിലുള്ള ടാലൻ്റായ ആളുകൾ എൻ്റെ വില്ലേജിൽ എന്തൊക്കെ എനിക്ക് ഹൈലൈറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും എന്നൊക്കെ മനസ്സിലാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ഒരു വില്ലേജ് പാക്കേജ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. അതോടനുബന്ധിച്ച് എൻ്റെ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൽ വരുന്ന നിറയെ വിദേശികൾ ഈ വില്ലേജ് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ആസ്വദിക്കുകയും വീണ്ടും അവർ 2-3 ഗ്രൂപ്പ് വരുന്ന വർഷങ്ങളിലേക്ക് കൂടുതലായി വരികയും ഇപ്പോഴും നല്ല ഹാപ്പിനെസ്സോടുകൂടി അവർ തിരിച്ചു പോവുകയും ആണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതിൻ്റെ ചെറിയൊരു വീഡിയോ ക്ലിപ്പ് ഞാനിപ്പോൾ കാണിച്ചു തരാം. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Shiva Prasad, Sri Prasad. He's the CEO of Kerala Arts and Crafts Village, Vellar.
Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Sri Prasad. I represent Kerala Arts and Craft Village Kovalam, being the CEO at the same. My presentation is about responsible tourism and art and craft villages. Excuse me. Okay. An overview about my presentation. We will discussing about our campus and services and the campaigns, etc. About us, Sargalaya and Kerala Arts and Crafts Village are the initiative of Department of Tourism, Government of Kerala, developed and managed by ULCCS. The ULCCS means Uralangal Labour Contract Cooperative Society. It is the second largest cooperative movement in the world that employs more than 18,000 people. In the very next 2 years, ULCCS celebrates its 100 years of existence. Kerala Arts and Crafts Village located Kerala Arts and Crafts Village located in Kovalam, one of the major tourism hubs of the country. It is rapidly developing into one of the major tourism attractions of Kovalam. It is an art and culture space outside the city. Then the Sargalaya is located in Iringal. It houses more than 35 craft studios. Both Kerala Arts and Crafts Village and Sargalaya houses 60 craft studios. Some of the studios are registered under Artimission. Our vision and mission. Our vision: create sustainable livelihood for artisans and artists all over Kerala, and improve the quality of products and implementing new designs that caters contemporary life also. And the mission: bringing modernization in the production of traditional crafts, provides jobs and marketing opportunities for the artisans. Our goals: responsible tourism initiatives, economic responsibility initiatives. We collaborate with local enterprises and vendors, NGOs, cultural and social organizations for the events. We ensure fair pricing for products, fair salaries, wages and allied benefits for our artisans and staff. Provides training and capacity building programs for artisans and staff from the locality. Promotes local enterprises development and the social responsibility initiatives. We engage with the local artisans directly and indirectly. We have supported more than 5,000 artisans and weavers, more than 1,000 artists also. Environmental responsibility initiatives. Our campus is developed from a reclaimed quarry, and products on sale at KSCV and Sargalaya are sustainable, eco-friendly, handmade items. Milestones: in 2021, the campus was inaugurated, and just 1 year we got an award from International Craft Council for the Best Craft Village Award. Also, we are conducting some campaigns related to craft related campaigns. The gifted edition is one example, and another one, International Craft Festival at Sargalaya. And our services: craft making and craft sale. We have an auditorium and amphitheater for the performance, and customization of the products. These are the services. craft making and craft sale. That means workshops related to craft making and skill developments are ongoing in the craft villages. Auditorium and amphitheater space, the cultural activities and private event space for added economy. We are conducting the both Sargalia and Kerala Arts and Crafts Village. Customization of products. Products customization according to users' needs will happen on the craft villages. These are the workshop studio photographs. And also, same time we are organizing some cultural events to support the artist. The major events are listed here. International Indie Music Festival. It is the platform for independent musicians. And center stage also Women Week. Women Week on March. It celebrates the Women's Day and International Dance Festival and Epilogue. These are the major festivals we are conducting on Kerala Arts and Craft Village, Kovalam. Some of the visuals we are conducting the festivals are shown here. The vision of RT Mission and Arts and Craft Villages aligned each other, so we can work together for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Prasad. Now we are moving to the presentation by Ms. Shalini Binu. She is the part of Kerala Women Friendly Tourism Network by Responsible Tourism Mission, and she is a wildlife photographer and owner and CEO of Ethan Pool Villa.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I can. Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shalini. Actually, I'm a part of Women Tourism Initiative by RT Mission. Actually, my profession is into tourism and arranging trips, wildlife trips and travels for people and hosting camps and so monsoon trekking and all. And my passion is I'm a macro wildlife photographer, specializing in small insect macro photography. So here, I've been traveling since my childhood, with my parents. Then I started traveling alone and then with my family. All these years, I've been understanding, different places, trying to understand different places and what I need from the places. And as I can see, many of the faces are being very sleepy, very tired and all. So what is the reason? The same thing is being repeated every places. You go to every places, you have the homogeneous kind of stay, same kind of activities and all. It's really boring. So that was actually the spark which I started having a different thought. Why don't I try something different? Why don't I, surprise the guest or surprise people with something different from, what they have experienced before. Just like Sir showed you a video a couple of minutes back that he's enjoying with his family, with his guest. It's a big positive vibe, like the guest will never forget it. So that is all behind constructing Earthern Pool Villa. As the name says, Earthern is a mud house, a clay house you can say. It's a traditional way of construction by the tribals in Marayur. So here I am starting to talk to you about experimental stays in tourism. Apart from the, the conventional mode of stays, the amenities, the facilities that all you give, I am trying to give something different from all those things. So what is experimental tourism? Basically experiment is trying something new. So experimental tourism is, exploring new destinations, new places, new adventures, new cultural and social lives in different parts. So connected to that, experimental stays will give you a different experience from the normal, whatever stay you have been knowing in traveling. Athon is actually, it's more than a year Athon started. I'm very happy that I could keep all my guests so happy. So far, not even a single guest has gone with a thought that, oh, I made a wrong choice. So that's a wonderful part of hosting an experimental stay. So the presentation is all like, everybody has gone bored with the presentation, so something will run in the backstage. I will be telling you what is my experience all about. So Athon is an experimental stay, as I said. So what I already explained to you, what does experimental tourism means. It's, like to approach where travelers prefer to go to new destinations, something different from what they have actually experienced in the past. And experimental stays is also the same. It's a private villages or cottages that can give you utmost comfort and privacy, and also a memorable vacation that they would have never experienced before. Again, the same topic since yesterday, sustainable tourism and aims of sustainable tourism. So I'm not telling much on that, but somehow I have to say that when you talk about experimental tourism, it cannot be detached from sustainable tourism, unfortunately, because only sustainable tourism can give you something special. So, moving on to how to host an experimental stay. That is my main, when I started Adhanpur Villa, my main challenge was how to make something new. That also in a very new place. It's not my hometown. I made Athon in a place which is 40 kilometers from Munnar. It's in Mariyur, which is not at all my hometown. It's a new place for me also. So I was totally, like trying out everything new there. So I just went to the public. I just met them. I introduced myself. I understood how they live and what is their life speciality. That was a study for more than 3 years, and ultimately ended up in Athon. So understanding a local community, understanding what is special that I can explore. And what I understood was everything has a reason to market in tourism industry. Everything can be converted into tourism. May it be the food you make, may it the behavior, the manners you show to the guest, everything can be marketed. I can just say that all the reviews or all the good words that the guest says is not because of the stay or the construction over there. It's from the hospitality. It is from the experience they are getting from the whole vacation. The places they go, the people they meet, what they get from them. It all added up, like to give such a big response to the stay in Mariyur in Athon. So I am trying to break the gap between my guest and the locals. Local community, I don't mean the end, like when you say about Kutanad, you say you prefer a village over there, then you go and explore the village delicacies and all that. It's not like that. My concept is entirely different. My Athon is in a residential area. It's not in a scenic place or isolated place. It is in a residential area. It's only a 6 cents land. I have built Athon in a 6 cents land surrounded by locals, villagers. And I invite my guests in such a way that come and stay with me, just like you're going to stay in a relative's house. Come there, explore the neighborhood first. Then you can just walk around the village, take a jeep or a vehicle go for safaris. It's a stage-by-stage progress in exploring your, interest. If you are interested in adventure, you have adventure over there. If you are interested in food, local food, you have, we can provide. That is what exactly Athon is all about. So again, I have made sure that everything, even the toiletries which I have provided in Athon, is homemade. it is done at some houses by women entrepreneurs. I have made very sure that all the goodies you get from there is from some kitchen or some home made by some women. So promoting Earthern as a symbol of women entrepreneurship, a collective women entrepreneurship, and collective women tourism initiative, a village tourism, sustainable tourism, as well as a responsible tourism. It's when I started Earthern, everybody said putting everything under one roof is not easy, not possible. But being very honest, if you take a little more effort, little more hard work, and you constantly learn and you constantly improve, you can simply make everything under one roof. No issues in that. That's the wonderful thing about Earthern. You can see all these things under one roof. And experimental stage obviously includes adventure excursions, then cultural, like you go and immerse into the local communities and explore their cuisines, their lifestyle, their folk dances, their, celebrations, religious, may it be religious or social, whatever. And we take them for a morning jogging, morning walk, trekking, then have a swim in the nearby stream. So it always give you a wellness exercises, also experiences. And in all these ways, I am trying to redefine what luxury is all about. Luxury is not in AC, luxury is not in the TV and channels, and luxury is not in the big setup scenarios. So luxury is in what experience you take home. When you visit a place, when you stay there, what you take home is a hell lot of memories, a lot of experiences, and like one of my guests said, it will be his best vacation ever in his life. See, all the pictures here are actually, not so clear. Okay, all the pictures here are from my activities. We take them for trekking, waterfall trek. We do some clay activities. Yeah, harvesting is another, strawberry harvesting, and marayur, jaggery making, etc., etc. And again, the one thing I always keep in mind is my product is a zero waste product. I make sure I use very less plastics. I can't, I can say zero plastic because even your mobile phone is having plastic. So it's not like that, but I make sure plastic is in minimum use. So I also tell my guests not to leave your plastic things inside the property, because just trying to educate them a sustainable life. And again, the community tourism, then local transport, then instruction in waste sorting. I do have a leaflet to supply to the guests what they shouldn't do. Not in a harsh way or in a polite way, what is the effects if they do all these things like that. And since I have a pool, I have safety precautions, safety gadgets and all. I do educate them about all these things before they start their stay. And I don't think much people has talked about the differentially challenged people. What are the inclusions that your property or a homestay, I'm not telling about big resorts, they already have it, but I'm telling about the small homestays or single homestay serviced villas. What are the inclusions you can simply do, not in a very costly way, to help differentially abled people? First of all, you can just replace the step with a ramp with the handrails, which will be easy for them to come to your guest house, and provide with a small ramp. There's a detachable ramp which is there, which you can use everywhere they need it to use their wheelchairs. It's a detachable one, and yeah. And the third is I have a stick for people with vision impairment so that they can walk around the property without any tension. Last thing, being pet friendly. So, being a pet mom, I have 3 felines and 3 canines with me. So I'm a pet mom. So I know how difficult it is to leave them in a hostel or lodge when I go for a vacation. I cannot stay there beyond 2 days, and I'll just rush back to home because I'm too much concerned about their food, their tension, their depression and everything. So So being a pet-friendly lodge or a pet-friendly construction is not a bad thing, you know. It's very, they are family. They are, of course, they are family like any other Homo sapiens with you. So I always find like being a pet-friendly homestay will increase your recommendation in, you know, OTAs and wherever. Okay, is it pet-friendly means it's a plus one. And another thing is a guest with a pet will stay for more than 2 to 3 days. They are like, okay, sir, and a vision okay, fine. So, only thing is you have to make sure your pet is vaccinated.
നിലമ്പൂരിനടുത്തുള്ള പൂക്കോട്ടുംപാടം എന്ന ഒരു ചെറിയ സ്ഥലത്തു നിന്നുമാണ്. അവിടെയാണ് ഈ കതിർ ബയോഡൈവേഴ്സിറ്റി ഫാം സ്ഥാപിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. കതിരിനെക്കുറിച്ച് പറയുമ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ആ ഭൂമിയുടെ ചെറിയൊരു ചരിത്രമെങ്കിലും പറയാതിരിക്കാൻ കഴിയില്ല. എൻ്റെ ചെറുപ്പകാലത്ത് അവിടം നെൽകൃഷി ആയിരുന്നു. മഴക്കാലത്തെ ആശ്രയിച്ച് 2 വിളവെടുക്കാറുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. വേനൽക്കാലത്ത് വാഴ, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ പച്ചക്കറികൾ, എള്ള് ഇതെല്ലാം കൃഷി ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെയായിരുന്നു എൻ്റെ വാപ്പയുടെയും എൻ്റെ രക്ഷിതാക്കളുടെയും ഞങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാം ഉപജീവനം. അതിനുശേഷം ജനങ്ങൾ നെൽകൃഷിയിൽ നിന്ന് അകന്നു. തോട്ടവിളകളും റബ്ബറുകളും എല്ലാം കൂടുതൽ ലാഭകരമാണെന്ന് വന്നതോടുകൂടി കർഷകർ അതിലേക്കും കർഷക തൊഴിലാളികൾ അതേ സമയത്ത് തന്നെ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ മേഖലയിലേക്കും തോട്ടം തൊഴിലിലേക്കും മാറി. അങ്ങനെ നെൽകൃഷി നടത്താൻ ആളില്ലാതെ ആ നിലം കുറേ കാലം തരിശായി കിടന്നു. ഈ കതിർ ബയോഡൈവേഴ്സിറ്റി ഫാം കിടക്കുന്ന സ്ഥലം ആകെ 4-5 ഏക്കർ സ്ഥലമേ ഉള്ളൂ. അങ്ങനെ തരിശായി കിടന്ന ഭൂമി കുറച്ചു കാലത്തിന് ശേഷം പിന്നെ അവിടെ തെങ്ങ് നട്ടു. കുറച്ചു കാലമെല്ലാം നോക്കിയതിന് ശേഷം തെങ്ങിൻ്റെ ഗതിയും അത് തന്നെയായിരുന്നു. തേങ്ങയ്ക്ക് വിലയില്ലാതെയായി. വീണ്ടും ആ ഭൂമി കാട് മൂടി. ഞാനീ പറഞ്ഞു വന്നത് ഏതാണ്ട് ഒരു 40 വർഷത്തെ ചരിത്രമാണ്. അതിനുശേഷം 2016 ഈ കാട് മൂടി കിടക്കുന്ന ഭൂമിയെ ആണ് ഞാൻ ഇത്തരത്തിലാക്കി മാറ്റാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ളൊരു പരിശ്രമം തുടങ്ങിയത്. ഒരു ഇൻ്റഗ്രേറ്റഡ് ഫാമിംഗ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഞാൻ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് അവിടെ ഒരു 1.25 ഏക്കർ സ്ഥലത്ത് മത്സ്യക്കുളങ്ങൾ കുഴിക്കുകയാണ് ഉണ്ടായത്. അതിൽ മത്സ്യക്കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ നിക്ഷേപിക്കുകയും ആ ചിത്രം ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടല്ലേ, അതിൽ മത്സ്യക്കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ നിക്ഷേപിച്ചു. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ താറാവ്, മുയൽ, കോഴി തുടങ്ങിയ ജീവജാലങ്ങളെ വളർത്താൻ തുടങ്ങി. അതേസമയം തന്നെ പച്ചക്കറികൾ, പപ്പായ, പാഷൻ ഫ്രൂട്ട്സ് ഇതെല്ലാം അതേസമയത്ത് തന്നെ വിളയിച്ചു തുടങ്ങി. 2017 ആയപ്പോഴേക്കും ഇതെല്ലാം വിളഞ്ഞ് പാകമായി വരികയും ആളുകൾക്ക് വിൽക്കാനുള്ള പാകമായി വന്ന സമയത്ത് ആദ്യം ലോക്കൽ പീപ്പിൾ, നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലുള്ള ആളുകളാണിത് വാങ്ങിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് വന്നത്. അവർ വന്ന സമയത്ത് നമ്മളിത് വാല്യൂ ആഡഡ് ആയിട്ടാണ് അവർക്ക് കൊടുത്തത്. ഇത് ഭക്ഷണമാക്കിയിട്ടാണ് കൊടുത്തത്. അങ്ങനെ അവരത് വാങ്ങിക്കുകയും കുറച്ച് സമയം ഈ ഫാമിൽ എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്തു. കുറച്ച് നേരം ഇരിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി അവർ സമയം കണ്ടെത്തി. ഇപ്പോഴും അവിടെ നെൽകൃഷിയുണ്ട്. അതാണ് അവിടെ കാണിക്കുന്നത്. വളരെ കുറഞ്ഞ സ്ഥലത്ത് നെൽകൃഷി ഇപ്പോഴും ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങളൊരു പരസ്യവും കൊടുക്കാതെ തന്നെ ആളുകൾ പറഞ്ഞറിഞ്ഞ് ആദ്യം ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രദേശത്ത് നിന്നും അതിനുശേഷം ജില്ലക്കകത്തു നിന്നുള്ള പല ഭാഗത്തു നിന്നും ആളുകൾ ഫാമിലേക്ക് വരാൻ തുടങ്ങുകയും ഫാമിനെ ഒരു ടൂറിസ്റ്റ് പ്ലേസ് അവരാക്കി മാറ്റുകയുമാണ് ചെയ്തത്. നിലവിലെ ഫാമിൻ്റെ അവസ്ഥ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഫാമിലേക്ക് വരുന്നവർ കൂടുതലും കുടുംബസമേതമാണ് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ കുട്ടികൾ എൻഗേജ്ഡ് ആയിരിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് കുറച്ച് കളിസ്ഥലങ്ങളെല്ലാം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് നിർമ്മിക്കേണ്ടി വന്നു. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ ഫാമിൽ ആളുകളുടെ വരവ് കൂടിയതോട് അനുബന്ധിച്ച് നമ്മൾ ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഉൽപ്പന്നം അവിടെ തികയാതെ വരികയും അയൽപക്കത്തുള്ള ആളുകൾ നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് മീനും മുയലും താറാവൊക്കെ ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങുകയും ചെയ്തു. വേറെ കൂടുതലൊന്നും പറയാനില്ല.
Thank you, Kabirika. Actually, he was explaining about his experiment as part of Kerala agri-tourism network. He started his journey from his land. It was a farm, and he tried to make as a tourism product as part of Kerala's agri-tourism network. I can tell you that it is one of the biggest tourist visited farm when we think about the tourist inflow. Around 1,500 to 2,000 people are visiting the farm, Qadar Biodiversity Farm, per week. It is a wondering thing that there is no accommodation and they can experience only farming related activities, and there is a small park created by him also. So what we are trying to explain that there are a lot of models coming from the grassroots as part of Kerala's responsible tourism initiative. We heard that somebody was crying here, there was no local communities involvement. I can tell them that he is from the community, I am also from the community. The people who are assembling here are also from the community. Nobody imported from here to explain something about responsible tourism. This is a rocket science. This is not a rocket science. It was there few years back, but on that time, one or two players tried to make it as their own product. Then the government decided to make it as a community movement, and it is moving very well, and the self-declared gods are so much worried about that movement. We can understand that issue. So we are concluding the presentation sessions, the discussions and panels also. I would like to invite all of you that we are moving to the valedictory session. So please come to the global stage. Those who are sitting behind and sitting outside of this stage, please come to the global venue. We are moving to the valedictory session and the Kerala Responsible Tourism Declaration. Thank you.
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Global Responsible Tourism Summit 2023. The presentations, the panel discussions and everything is over and we are about to begin the valedictory sessions. I'm requesting all the dignitaries kindly join on stage and we are about to begin the session. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we are moving on to the welcome address. For that, let me welcome Principal Secretary, Tourism and Fisheries, Government of Kerala, Mr. K.S. Srinivas IAS. Please, sir. May I request Mr. K.S. Srinivas IAS please join for the welcome speech.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable Minister for Public Works and Tourism, Shri Advocate Shri M.A. P.A. Muhammad Rai SR, and all the dignitaries on the dais and all the delegates who have come from all over the country and some parts of the world. I am back here again for this valedictory function, and I hope you had a very, very useful 2 days of discussion yesterday and today. And the RT declaration is going to be signed in this function today. And my idea or my responsibility is to welcome all of you. So I don't want to come out of my responsibility. So let me get into my responsibility in the beginning. So the person behind all this summit is none other than our Honorable Minister for Public Works and Tourism, Shri Muhammad Riaz. And I sincerely welcome sir to this function on behalf of the Tourism Department and our RT mission. We have Mr. Goodwin, Harold Goodwin is here. He doesn't need any introduction to you because he is known as the person behind the entire mission, entire concept of responsible tourism. You heard him yesterday and today also, so I don't think I need to introduce him. So I heartily welcome him to this function. Then we also have Mr. Somathiram, Baby Matthew Somathiram. He is the Managing Director of Somathiram Resorts in Trivandrum, and he is here from representing the industry of Kerala. I sincerely welcome him. Then we also have Mr. Rupesh Kumar. Of course, he also doesn't need any introduction. You heard him. He is the most passionate and disciplined and committed person for RT Mission. RT Mission is now is only because of him, and I also welcome to this function. And most importantly, all the delegates, whoever, they have come from all over the country and other parts of the world. I sincerely welcome, and I hope you had a very good discussions in this 2 days global summit, and I'm sure you'll have one more village visits and other experiences tomorrow. A whole day is there for you to go around, and I myself have gone around some of the places today because these places are new to me, because I never worked in Kottayam area in my career of almost 26 years in Kerala. I only worked in Malabar and Trivandrum and Kochi. So here I went to a place called Aimanam today afternoon and the morning to afternoon, and I saw some very, very great places there. And I think RT Mission has to work with Aimanam Panchayat. I went to the Panchayat office. Panchayat office is one of the best. I think all of you, if you have time, you must see the Panchayat office of Aimanam. And it's fully computerized. I'm so surprised to see a fully computerized village office, Panchayat office in a small village called Aimanam. And all people are, very, very active. And then they're all active in RT Mission, RT activities. there are so many places to see, and of course, Aimanam means many people may not know, but if I mention the name of Arundhati Roy, I'm sure you will get a connect to that. Arundhati Roy, who won the Booker Prize for her famous book, The God of Small Things. It was written in Aimanam village, and that is the center place, that is the center stage of this novel also. So I'm sure if you have time, please go and visit that place, and so many other places, so many temples and churches and even mosques. All these places are available there, and then of course they have a village experiences package, maybe the boating packages and all that. They will show you how to do a coir making, etc., etc. So all these things I'm sure will be useful to you. And tomorrow, I'm sure our coordinators will take you there. And with these words, I stop here, and then I welcome all of you once again to this function. And I sincerely wish a wonderful visit to you tomorrow in the nearby areas of Kottayam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. K.S. Srinivas IAS, for the welcome speech. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the most important moment right here today. That is the inaugural address and New Kerala Declaration on Responsible Tourism. For that, let me welcome our Honorable Minister for Public Works and Tourism, Mr. P.A. Muhammad Riaz. Please join, sir. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome Mr. P.A. Muhammad Riaz, please.
Mr. Srinivas IAS, Principal Secretary of Department of Tourism and Fisheries, Mr. Harold Goodwin, Patron Figure of Global RT Movement, Mr. Noor, Director of Kerala Tourism, Mr. Baby Matthew is the President of KTM, Mr. Rubesh Kumar is the coordinator of RT Mission, other dignitaries and delegates who are present here for this historical summit. Very good evening to all of you. This is a historical day for Kerala tourism. Experts and delegates from all over the world gathered here in the small village of Kumarakam, which is surrounded by the beauty of backwaters, and had intense brainstorming sessions and discussions for formulating a new charter of declaration for responsible tourism. Kerala was always an important point of reference in World Tourism Map. Kerala was successful in registering its strong presence in the mind of travelers with its impressive landscapes, water bodies, cultural diversity, etc. But with the initiation of responsible tourism, Kerala was actually pitching a new perspective into travel and leisure industry. It was no more just about beautiful land and water, but about people's lives, experiences, the very living habitat. In short, responsible tourism was bringing out a new phase of human interaction, cultural exchange, sharing of experiences. It was all about going to the roots of society. I am sure that this declaration will widen the scope of responsible tourism activities in Kerala as well as outside, by giving accurate perspective on our theoretical and thematic preferences. With your permission, let me gladly present you the highlights of Charter of Declaration by Global Responsible Tourism Summit Kerala. Kerala supports the International Responsible Tourism Charter signed on 6th of November 2022 at Magna Carta, United Kingdom. Responsible tourism is about making better places for people to live in and better places for people to visit. It is not a form of niche tourism. Rather, it is an approach that must be incorporated and practiced in all forms of tourism. Kerala has demonstrated that responsible tourism can be very good for business, given the increasing demand internationally from all sources, markets for experiential tourism. In 2023, Kerala was ranked 13th by the New York Times among the must-see places around the world. Kerala government requests the support of the tourism industry in marketing Kerala so as to attract tourists who will enjoy what it has to offer from the communities. The RT mission will seek the support of panchayats and other local bodies to invite visitors phrased in the language of hosting guests. The Responsible Tourism Mission needs to continue to build on its success by extending responsible tourism activities across the whole state to benefit the local communities, the fruits of sustainable development. This includes all the existing programs and responsible tourism classification work. The mission will continue to innovate in its participatory work with the communities and the industry as it is doing in street projects, Pepper project, Maravanduruthu and Aimanam, which has been set up as the first mode of RT village. Others will follow the footsteps of these projects. The challenge is to use responsible tourism to support local communities for sustainable development. We take holidays in other people's homes, and we must respect their villages and streets. Resilient places for people to live in and ideal places for people to visit can only be developed by the coordination of government departments working together with communities. Given that destinations belong to the communities who live there and the business based there, the RT mission will work with other ministries, authorities and specialists to deliver and maintain the infrastructure for the local communities and their guests. The RT mission will work with panchayats, tourism business within and beyond the state to develop standard operating procedures and operational guidelines to deliver great places of live in and great places to visit. Safety is an important priority in all aspects of RT mission work for hosts and guests. Responsible tourism in Kerala is about empowering local communities through encouraging women entrepreneurs, the Kerala Agri-Tourism Network, the Ethnic Cousin Project, the Art and Cultural Forum, training and skill development and online marketing. The work has been recognized internationally. Kerala has won 19 international tourism awards. Kerala government has outlined the main principles which will be incorporated within the new declaration as follows. 1. The guiding principles for economic responsibility. Assess economic impacts before developing tourism and exercise preference for those forms of development that benefit local communities and minimize negative impacts on local livelihoods, for example, through loss of access to resources. Recognizing that tourism may not always be the most appropriate form of local economic development. Maximize local economic benefits by increasing linkages and reducing leakages by ensuring that communities are involved in and benefited from tourism. Use tourism to assist in poverty alleviation by adopting pro-poor strategies. Develop quality products that reflect, complement, and enhance the destination. Market tourism in ways which reflect the natural, cultural, and social integrity of the destination, and which encourage appropriate forms of tourism. Adopt equitable business practices. Pay and charge fair prices. and build partnerships which may share and minimize risk, and recruit and employ staff recognizing international labor standards. Provide appropriate and sufficient support to small, medium, and micro enterprises to ensure tourism-related enterprises thrive and are sustainable. The second one, guiding principles for social responsibility. Actively empower and involve the local community in planning and decision making and provide capacity building to make this a reality. To achieve greater gender equality, safe destination for women and hosts and guests. The RT mission will cooperate with Panchayats, UN Women and Equation, gender equality elements in all its work programs. To deliver equality of access for the differently abled hosts and guests. The RT mission will endeavor to deliver equal access for people living with any kind of disability. As far as possible, with current technology, all tourism activities and experiences should be accessible for all, that is, barrier-free tourism. Assess social impacts throughout the life cycle of the operation, including the planning and design phases of projects, in order to minimize negative impacts and maximize positive ones. Endeavor to make tourism an inclusive social experience and to ensure that there is access for all, in particular, vulnerable and disadvantaged communities and individuals. Combat the sexual exploitation of human beings, particularly the exploitation of children. Be sensitive to the host culture, maintaining and encouraging social and cultural diversity. Endeavor to ensure the tourism contributes to improvements in health and education. Promote innovation in the tourism sector in economic, social, and environmental aspects to enhance local communities' benefits. To ensure the local communities respect the culture, lifestyle, and language of the guests and vice versa. Guiding principles for environmental responsibilities. Climate change presents serious challenges for communities in Kerala. The RT mission places a high priority on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and recognizes that with other ministries, communities need investment to adapt to the consequence of climate change generated beyond Kerala. Assess environmental and impact throughout the life cycle of tourism establishments and operations, including the planning and design phase, and ensure that negative impacts are reduced to the minimum and positive ones are maximized. Use resources sustainably and reduce waste, particularly plastic, and overconsumption. And also use the 3 R's, reduce, reuse, and recycle, to reduce waste and upcycle wherever possible. Priority should be given for environmental and cultural reasons, to the restoration and reuse of existing buildings rather than new build. If new build is necessary, it should use local eco-material. A comprehensive design policy should be adopted. We already conducted in Kerala a design policy workshop. Management and restoration of sustainability of natural diversity. Assessment of the carrying capacity and the type and nature of the tourism that the destination environment can support. Respect the integrity of the vulnerable ecosystems and protected areas to avoid disturbing the wildlife. Promote education and awareness for sustainable development for all stakeholders. Raise the capacity of all stakeholders and ensure the best practice is followed. For this purpose, consult with the environmental and conservation experts, working with the other government ministries to promote green principles in construction, design, architecture, protocols for waste management, organic farming, etc. in tourism destinations, and thus making and developing carbon neutral destinations. Responsible tourism, in my conclusion speech, I can point out that it was always focused to develop or create better places for people to live in and better places for people to visit. People comes first. If you see Kerala's history, we were always forefront to formulate and successfully implement people-centered development policies. We have the legacy of literate movement back in 1980s. We have the legacy of people's planning in late 90s. Those were two significant models which formulated Saksharata and other Janagiya Sutranam Prasthanam. Kerala's development discourse, the much celebrated Kerala model of development. Now with this new Charter of Declaration of Responsible Tourism, we are expanding our developmental discourse into a new horizon, scaling up of people-centric, sustainable and environment-friendly tourism. We are charting a new chapter in history of Kerala tourism. I am sure that this can be replicated elsewhere in the country too. I sincerely hope we all will be able to take forward the spirit of the declaration here and make our society a better place to live in and a better place to visit. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. P.A. Muhammad Riaz, for the official inaugural address as well as the new Kerala Declaration on Responsible Tourism. And this is the right time. We are moving on to the signing sessions. So I'm requesting all of you, please have a look at it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is such a proud moment which we all have been a part of. With a huge round of applause, let's be a part of this signing sessions, please, everyone. That was all about the new Kerala Declaration on Responsible Tourism signing sessions. That is all over, and we are all really happy and be a proud moment for all of us, and we are really lucky to be a part of the ceremony as well. So ladies and gentlemen, next we are moving on to another exciting moment, that is the Kerala salutes global and grassroots leaders on RT. But before moving on to that, this is the right time we all have to remember and we all have to salute late Mr. Kodiyeri Balakrishnan, who had initiated the RT movement in Kerala. And also this is the right time to remember and salute late Mr. G.Z. Damodaran. He was the former president of Kumaragam Grama Panchayat who initiated the RT movement in Kumaragam. So this is the right moment we have to remember and salute these two amazing personalities. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and this is the right moment. We are moving on to the next sessions. That is, we are moving on to salute the global and grassroots leaders on RT. First of all, ICRT International is honoring the very Honorable Minister for Public Works and Tourism, Mr. P.A. Muhammad Riaz, ladies and gentlemen. I'm requesting all the dignitaries kindly stand up for a moment and let's honor our Minister for Public Works and Tourism, Mr. P.A. Muhammad Riaz. Big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, together, I'm requesting all of you, please stand up for a moment and be a part of this. Also, we are honoring the another personality, Additional Chief Secretary Kerala, Dr. V. Venu IAS. Unfortunately, he is not here because of the health conditions and all. So moving on to the next personality, let's honor Principal Secretary Tourism and Fisheries, Government of Kerala, Mr. K.S. Srinivas IAS. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And let's move on to the next honoring ceremony. Let me welcome Director Tourism, PB Nuh, IAS. Specially welcome and accept the honor, please. Such a proud moment, and we should give a big round of applause for all these lovely moments. And ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the very special personality next. Let's honor State RT Mission Coordinator, Mr. K. Rupesh Kumar. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. K. Rupesh Kumar. Thank you so much. And ICRT International has honored the very special personalities which are joined on this lovely stage. And moving on to the next session, Kerala Salute Global Leaders of RT. First of all, we have to honor the special personality, Dr. V. Venu IAS. As I said before, he's not here with us. So moving on to the next personality, Director, Responsible Tourism Partnership, Founder, Director, ICRT 2002, Advisor to WTM on RT, Dr. Harold Goodwin. This is the right time we have to honor the special personality. Moving on to that with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Also, we have to honor the next personality. Let me welcome co-founder and chief executive, Transfrontier Park Destinations, Mr. Glyn O'Leary. Warm welcome to you on stage. Thank you so much to all the contributions which you have done to Global RT Summit 2023. Thank you very much for joining on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next one, Kerala Salute Global Leaders of RT. Again, we want to honor Mr. K. Rupesh Kumar, State RT Mission Coordinator. Loud round of applause for Mr. K. Rupesh Kumar, Kerala Salute Global Leaders of RT. That was so wonderful. Let's move on to the next personality, MD CGHF and WTMRT Outstanding Achievement Award winner, Mr. Jose Dominic. A warm welcome to you on stage, and this is the right time you have to get the honor and be a part of this ceremony, please. I'm requesting Mr. Jose Dominic. Warm welcome to you on stage. Congratulations and thank you very, very much for joining on stage, Mr. Jose Dominic. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next personality. Let me welcome on stage social entrepreneur and director, the Blue Yonder Holidays Private Limited, Mr. Gopinath Parel. Please join on stage with a loud round of applause. Let's welcome Mr. Gopinath Parel. Thank you very much, Mr. Gopinath Parel, for joining on stage. Moving on to the next personality, let me welcome Founder, Help Tourism Advisor, Rural Tourism and Homestays, Government of Arunachal Pradesh Tourism Advisor, Government of Sikkim, Mr. Raj Basu. Warm welcome to you on stage. And this is the right time to get the honor from these wonderful delegates right here on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause. Also moving on to the next personality, let me welcome ICRT India, Miss Manisha Pandey. Special welcome to you on stage, Miss Manisha Pandey. That was such a wonderful moment. Thank you very much, Ms. Manisha Pandey, for joining on stage. Moving on to the next one, let me welcome Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh. Especially welcoming you on stage, Mr. Manoj Kumar Singh. And this is the right time you to join on stage and get honor from these wonderful, amazing personalities, please. That was the end of Kerala Salute Global Leaders on RT, but we are moving on to the next special memento distribution sessions. First, let me welcome Kerala Institute of Tourism and Travel Studies, Thiruvananthapuram. On behalf of that, people can join on stage. Welcoming Kerala Institute of Tourism and Travel Studies. On behalf of that, people can join on stage and get the special memento from the dignitaries with a loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. All right, moving on to the next one. Let me welcome Association of Tourism Trade Organizations India, Thiruvananthapuram. Special welcome to the personalities being part of this Association of Tourism Trade Organizations, Trivandrum. Congratulations, and ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next one. Let's welcome Mr. E.M. Najib, Senior Vice President, IATU. Is not here. All right, moving on to the next one. Kudumbasri Mission, Trivandrum. He's also not here. Moving on to the next personality, Mr. Abraham George, member, Kerala State Tourism Advisory Committee. Warm welcome to you, sir, on the stage, and you are getting an opportunity to receive a memento for all your contributions which you have done to this wonderful occasion. And this is the right time with a loud round of applause. Let's move on to the special memento distribution for Mr. Abraham George. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the right time. Let me welcome the Managing Director, Kerala Voyages, Mr. George Skaria. Warm welcome to you on stage, Mr. George Skaria. Congratulations for receiving the special memento, Mr. George Skaria. Thank you very much for joining on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next one, let me welcome on stage Travel Planners Trivandrum. Travel Planners Trivandrum. Warm welcome to the personalities who have been a part of this Travel Planners Trivandrum. Congratulations for receiving the special memento from the dignitaries. Let's move on to the next one. Let me welcome on stage Wayanad Tourism Organizations, Wayanad. On behalf of that, people can join on stage and receive the memento from the dignitaries. Let me welcome Wayanad Tourism Organizations, Wayanad. Please join. And that's such a wonderful moment to be a part of. Congratulations. And let's move on to the next personality. Let me welcome on stage Mr. Ravi Shankar, Tourism India. Especially welcoming Mr. Ravi Shankar from Tourism India. Please join on stage. Congratulations, Mr. Ravi Shankar, for receiving the memento from the delegates right here today. Moving on to the next one, that is CVHR Kumaragam Resorts. CVHR Kumaragam Resort. Is any personalities here on behalf of that firm? Please join on stage. Yeah, they're on the way to stage, so let's wait for a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the personalities who are joining on stage, on behalf of CVHR Kumaragam Resorts, congratulations to all of you for joining on stage, and thank you very much. Moving on to the next one, let me welcome Houseboat Owners Society Kumaragam. Please join on stage, Houseboat Owners Society Kumaragam. Warm welcome to the personalities on behalf of Houseboat Owners Society Kumaragram. Please join as early as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, that was such an outstanding moment for all of us right here today. Applause should be there. There is no compromise in applause. All right, moving on to the next one. Let me welcome on stage Houseboat Owners Samiti Kumaragram. Houseboat Owners Samiti Kumaragram. Especially welcoming the personalities as part of this Houseboats Owners Samiti Kumaragram. Please join on stage. Congratulations for receiving a special memento from the delegates. Moving on to the next one, let me welcome on stage Equations Bengaluru. Equations Bengaluru, people from that firm, please join on stage. Equations Bengaluru. Yeah, warm welcome to the personalities on stage and get the memento from the delegates right here today, please. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on to the next one. Let me welcome Pioneer Personalized Holidays Kochi. Pioneer Personalized Holidays in Kochi. Pioneer Personalized Holidays Kochi. Please join. Warm welcome to the personalities on behalf of Pioneer Personalized Holidays Kochi. Please join and congratulations. And moving on to the next one, let me welcome on stage Shikara Boat Owners Association Kumaragram. Shikara Boat Owners Association Kumaragram. Please welcome. Not here. Moving on to the next one, let me welcome CGH Earth Group Kochi. Please welcome on stage CGH Earth Group Kochi. Especially welcoming the personalities on behalf of CGH Earth Group Kochi. Yeah, this is on the way to stage. Please join. Congratulations for receiving the special memento from the delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next one. Let me welcome Homestay Association Kumaragram. Homestay Association Kumaragram, especially welcoming the personalities on stage. Yes, let me welcome Homestay Association Kumaragram. Please join. Let's move on to the next one. Marvel Tours Kochi. Marvel Tours Kochi. Please join on stage as early as possible. Marvel Tours Kochi. Yes. Congratulations, Marvel Tours Kochi, for receiving the memento. And moving on to the next one, Hotel and Restaurant Association Kovalam. Hotel and Restaurant Association Kovalam. Here, not here. So moving on to the next one, Kerala Travel Mart Society Kochi. Kerala Travel Mart Society Kochi is here. The personalities on part of this Kerala Travel Mart Society Kochi can join on stage and receive the memento from the delegates. Yes, we have so many personalities going to join on stage as part of Kerala Travel Mart Society Kochi. Congratulations to all of you for receiving the memento from the minister as well as dignitaries. Moving on to the next one, Kerala Homestay and Tourism Society from Kochi. Kerala Homestay and Tourism Society hats from Kochi. Hats from Kochi, not here. Moving on to the next one, Homestay Owners Welfare Association Kerala. Homestay Owners Welfare Association Kerala, especially welcoming all of you on stage to receive the memento from the delegates. And moving on to the next one, Uravu from Wayanad. Uravu from Wayanad. Yes. Uravu from Wayanad is going to join on stage. Next will be Kabani Community Tourism and Services Private Limited from Kozhikode. Kabani Community Tourism and Services Private Limited from Kozhikode. Personalities is not here, I guess. So moving on to the next very, very excited moment. That is Kerala is going to salute grassroots leaders right here on stage. Moving on to the first one, let me welcome on stage Padma Shri Cheruvayal Raman. Please join. Not here. All right, moving on to the next one. Nammude Priyapetta Govindetan. Please join on stage. Especially welcoming Govindetan on stage to receive the Kerala Salute Grassroots Leaders. Govindetan from Wayanad. Please join on stage. And next personality also let me welcome Dhanya Sabu, Kumaragam Panchayat President. Dhanya Sabu, Kumaragam Panchayat President. Especially welcoming you on stage, ma'am, Dhanya Sabu. Yes, she's already here. Welcome to you on stage to get the grassroots leaders memento, please. And moving on to the next one, let me welcome KB Rema, Maravanturtha Panchayat President. KB Rema, Maravanturtha Panchayat President, especially welcoming you on stage. Kerala is saluting the grassroots leaders right here on stage, ladies and gentlemen. And also let me welcome Sabita Premji, Aimanam Panchayat President. Sabita Premji, Aimanam Panchayat President, not here. Moving on to the next one, RT Club Maravanturtha. RT Club Maravanturtha is here? Yeah. Please join on stage. Also welcoming Sati Muralidharan, VLE Partner Kumaragam. Sati Muralidharan, VLE Partner Kumaragam can also join near to the stage. After this, you can get the special grassroots leaders salute from the dignitaries. Sati Muralidharan, VLE Partner is joining on stage. After this, let me welcome Chilanga Cultural Group Kumaragam. Chilanga Cultural Group Kumaragam can join on stage after this. Chilanga is going to join on stage from Cultural Group Kumaragam. Warm welcome to you, Chilanga. And also moving on to the next personality, Shandama Chayavellam Kumaragam. Shandama, please join on stage. Also welcoming Geedu AM Community Tour Leader Kumaragam. Geedu AM Community Tour Leader Kumaragam, especially welcoming you on stage to receive the salute from grassroots leaders. Moving on to the next one, let me welcome Achang Kunya Plantain Leaf Supply Unit Kumaragam. Achang Kunya is here. Yeah, he's here. He's going to join on stage, especially welcoming Achang Kunya on stage. And also moving on to the next one, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Bhagat Singh VS Kottayam District Coordinator. Warm welcome to you on stage, Bhagat Singh VS. Kerala is saluting the grassroots leaders right here on this lovely occasion. And next, let me welcome Samurdhi Ethnic Food Restaurant Kottayam. Samurdhi Ethnic Food Restaurant Kottayam. On behalf of that, people can join on stage. All the ladies can join on stage and take a picture with all the delegates. And moving on to the next one, ladies and gentlemen. After this, Ajida Suresh, choir making, can join on stage. Ajida Suresh. Warm welcome to Ajida Suresh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next one. Biju Auto Tour Ernakulam. Biju Auto Tour Ernakulam. Is Biju here? No. Moving on to the next one. Kabir Kadir Biodiversity Park Agri-Tourism Network. Please join. Biju is here? Yes. Kabir is here. Okay. Kabir Kadir Biodiversity Park, Agri Tourism Network. Please join. Also, let me welcome Anil Kartiga, Kasargod. Anil Kartiga is not here. Moving on to the next one. Lakshmi Menon, social entrepreneur. Lakshmi Menon, social entrepreneur. Come as early as possible, please join on stage. And Kerala is saluting the grassroots leaders right here on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Joining on stage is Lakshmi Menon, social entrepreneur. Moving on to the next one, Gidu Mohandas, founder. Let's go for a camp. Please join on stage. Let me welcome Gidu Mohandas, founder. Let's go for a camp. And next personality is Vinay Balakrishnan Thushan. Vinay Balakrishnan Thushan is here. Yeah, please join on stage. Also, let me welcome after this Jessie from Spice Shop Tekadi. Jessie from Spice Shop Tekadi is not here. Next one, Achus Papadam Tekadi, not here. And the Prathaban from Kovalam. Prathaban from Kovalam, please join. And the next one is Pioneer Paperback Kovalam. Pioneer Paperback Kovalam, please join. And last but not least, let me welcome E.B. Harris, Cecil Harris Beach Home to receive the salute from these dignitaries. Let me welcome E.B. Harris, Cecil Harris Beach Home. Please join on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, that was such an outstanding moment to be a part of, and I'm sure that we all are really, really lucky to be a part of the ceremonies as well. Oh, Govindetan is handing over a special gift to our minister. This is such a moment. Thank you very much, Govindetan, for doing the honor. Thank you very, very much. And that is the end of this Kerala Salutes Global and Grassroots Leaders on RT. That is the end of all the award distribution and memento distribution ceremonies. And thank you very much to our Honorable Minister for Public Works and Tourism, Mr. P.A. Muhammad Riyaz, for joining on this lovely occasion and making this as a fabulous one with your presence. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the another session after all this. That is Mr. P.B. Noor, IAS, Director Tourism, Government of Kerala, will speak few words for all of us, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable Minister for Public Works and Tourism, Mr. P.A. Muhammad Riyaz. Honorable Principal Secretary Tourism, Mr. K.S. Srinivas, IAS. Honorable Director, Responsible Tourism Partnership, Dr. Harold Goodwin. Ms. Manisha Pandey, Managing Director, ICRT India Foundation. Mr. K. Rubesh Kumar, State Art Mission Coordinator. Honorable dignitaries on and off the dais. Dear colleagues and friends. Now we have reached the final session of Global Responsible Tourism Summit. We have been here, last 2 days we have been discussing. We have been sharing ideas. We have gone through the entire process. Now we are coming to the conclusion. What is the conclusion? 2008 we had a declaration. We have seen how Kerala has moved forward. We have seen what were the merits and demerits, and we have discussed and finalized what has to be in the Declaration 2023. I'm sure all of you have been interacting so well. All of you have been sharing a lot of your ideas. All of you have been kind enough to be here and sit together, sit through this 2-day session. I'm sure all of us have benefited out of this interaction a lot. And these conversations, these discussions would definitely help us to move forward. This is going to help the entire global RT movement. I'm sure whatever we have discussed, whatever we have incorporated in the declaration, we will try our level best to implement in the coming years and decades. This partnership is not going to end here. We will be keeping in touch. We have to keep this dialogue going. I'm sure there will be more better occasions coming up, and I'll be waiting for all of you to come over here again and to meet us. Thank you so much for coming over here and sharing your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. B.B. Nuhayes, for your words. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the felicitations next. For that, let me welcome Dr. Harold Goodwin, Director, Responsible Tourism Partnership, Found Director, ICRT 2002, and Advisor to WTM on RT. Please join. Let's welcome Dr. Harold Goodwin for the felicitations, ladies and gentlemen.
Dignitaries on and off the platform, and colleagues and friends. I am always impressed by what I see in Kerala. We've had 2 or 3 people trying to throw doubt on what's been achieved here in Kerala. But it's completely clear to people in the international responsible tourism movement that Kerala is the leading destination in the world for responsible tourism. It's also very clear that you've managed to achieve in Kerala a great deal of cooperation between the different stakeholders, and that's a big part of why you've been so successful. As you've heard from several of the international ICRT delegates, when that kind of cooperation breaks down, it's extremely difficult to deliver responsible tourism. And I would urge you to take care to stay focused on the principles in both the 2008 Kerala Declaration and the 2023 Kerala Declaration for and support the work of the Responsible Tourism Mission. I see some of the criticism that goes on from within Kerala of what the mission is doing, and that does Kerala no good to have that kind of complaining going on from within the state. I wish you well. I think what you've achieved is fantastic, and I think you've laid the basis for massive development going forward. And thank you for inviting us to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Harold Goodwin, for the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next personality, let me welcome Mr. Baby Matthew Somadhiram, President KTM. Please join for the felicitation.
Dignitaries on the dais, delegates, speakers, and friends. Kerala tourism industry is very happy to see the faces from different countries, the participation from different states of India and from Kerala, who are responsible for the responsible tourism movement. In Kerala, as I told yesterday, government is supporting us for this movement, and the industry is together. That is what we are seeing here today. We are thankful to Dr. Harold, the father or the founder of responsible tourism movement in the world, and of course Rupesh Kumar in Kerala, working very hard, many days, many years, finally achieving 25,000 units, as I told yesterday, and I think around 1.48 lakhs people are benefited out of this. I think that is direct benefit. If you calculate indirect benefit, definitely it will be double than that. That is not a small number. This will be double within another 5 years, maybe before that, if he works like that, and we work like this. Dear delegates, speakers from other countries and state, the industry of Kerala is thankful to you. Through this 2 days seminars, discussions, we are benefited, not you. You people are serving to us. You are spending your time, your money, your energy to develop responsible tourism around the world but that first summit started in Kerala. We are proud of that. Thank you very much once more. All the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baby Matthew Somathina, for your words. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next personality, let me welcome Mr. Jose Dominic for the felicitation.
Dr. Harold, Mr. Nu, our Secretary Tourism, Coordinator, and our President of KTM, and friends, we've sat together today, thought together today, and come out with an agreed declaration. Now all that we have now to do is put that to work. I'm sure we'll have the same kind of enthusiasm that we've seen in declaring, and I'm sure, as has been said, that there is something that's a magic about Kumaragam in particular that is somehow rekindling and re-energizing to responsibility in tourism. And I wish and hope that not far from now, we will sit here together to again celebrate our success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jose Dominic. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Manisha Pandey, Managing Director, ICRT India Foundation. Please join for the felicitations.
Honorable dignitaries and all the delegation which has come from India as well as out of India and the industry here. I would like to congratulate the Kerala Responsible Tourism Mission to, reach another milestone to having signed the first declaration in 2008. We are here with a new declaration today which has been signed, and we do hope that as much as it has been inspiring other states to work and other people to follow their footpath, we would also expect now that this movement spreads across the country. As they sign this declaration, it will become even more inspiring for now others to follow. Also, I would like to thank Honorable Minister and also the dignitaries here who have given us this opportunity to have this summit here. I think these kind of summits mean a lot because all the people who come together, they can share many ideas and experiences, which is generally very difficult to get together in any other forum. So I would like to thank you personally for this opportunity. And of course, congratulations to Rupesh ji, who has been working so hard to take this movement forward. And we wish everyone all the very best and continue to work and support you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, next I would like to welcome Dr. Adama Ba, Responsible Tourism Consultant and Founder, ICRT Gambia, can join on stage for the felicitation, please.
On behalf of all the international delegates, we would like to use this occasion again to thank the organizers. It's a really expensive endeavor in terms of finance, in terms of commitment, to get all of us here to witness this historical occasion. On behalf of everyone, I would like to thank the Kerala government, thank Rupesh, and all those who are behind the scene, whom we may not have seen on the stage, but they have done a lot of good work out there. Those who arrange for our flights to come here, those in the kitchen that provided us with good food, and the restaurant. I'm so glad you will agree with me that the food was fantastic. And everyone who actually helped in one way or the other, hotel staff who actually clean our rooms on a daily basis, and everyone who made it possible for us to have a very, very enjoyable moment. Apart from the exchange, we are very happy that we've got all the comfort that was paid for by the government and from the pockets of the people of Kerala. On behalf of everyone again, we thank everyone, every person, every farmer, every person who is out there in the country. They must have paid for this conference to happen. And I think, as everyone has said, Jose, Dominic said, it will be a waste of resources if we do not make good use of what came out of here. And I think we'll all try our best, double our effort. Criticisms are not bad. They help us to develop. I don't think we should be afraid of that. What we should be afraid of is destructive criticisms that do not help. But if they are constructive and they will help us to move, I think we should just accept that and move forward. But to be honest, what I have seen in Kerala, I have not seen anywhere in the world. And that should be celebrated. It should be celebrated, I must emphasize. I know you will take it for granted, but we have been in this thing for long. Gopi knows, many years ago we have been in it, advocating for good tourism. But what I have seen here, I'm beginning to be very optimistic that tourism can be made good for the people if the leadership is determined, the government is determined, the private sector is determined, those in the panchayats are determined to make it good for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Adamaba, for your words. Ladies and gentlemen, Global Responsible Tourism Summit 2023, we came to the end of this benedictory sections as well. So moving on to the vote of thanks next. For that, let me welcome State RT Mission Coordinator, Government of Kerala, Mr. K. Rupesh Kumar, please.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, honorable speakers, delegates, honorable minister, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the historic moments for Kerala tourism. I am not trying to explain more about the pain behind this global summit. Anybody can come and share their experience. Anybody can come and share their positive thoughts and destructive thoughts and negative thoughts also. But there are a lot of people working behind. For the past 15 years of responsible tourism movement in Kerala, before starting responsible tourism initiatives in Kerala, we witnessed various types of struggles, movement, agitations, concerns raised by the local community, and the government decided to address all such issues. And of course, we were the part of such movements. Today also we are the part of government. At the same time, we are trying to raise the community's concern in front of the concerns in front of the government and to the industry also. Of course, I can tell you that before moving to my duty is to deliver out of thanks for all delegates and speakers and the government sector also. But I can tell you that this is one of the historical moments. This is one of the very remarkable day for Kerala Responsible Tourism Initiative. Before starting this initiative, my director, Honorable Director Mr. P.B. Nuhayes, and my Honorable Tourism Secretary, Srinivas sir, and the Minister, he is the backbone of all this movement, Mr. P.A. Muhammad Riaz, directed to State RT Mission that You can conduct celebrations, you can conduct summits, but we need to make very crystal clear data-based reports for the summit. From the beginning, we are trying to showcase the efforts done by Kerala tourism, the efforts done by Kerala community, the people, the local self-governments, and various organizations, those who are working in the field of responsible tourism. As I mentioned earlier, we started from confrontations. Now we are moving with cooperation. We have a clear target to create better place for people to live in and better place for visit. I am not considering that this is a 100-meter race to capture the first prize or second prize or third prize. So I am not trying to give any answers to the destructive comments, to the negative thoughts, at the same time the positive thoughts also, because we are trying to collect all the comments, all the analysis part from this summit. And as part of Responsible Tourism Mission, government already decided to convert Responsible Tourism Mission as a government-owned society for the effective implementation of responsible tourism activities. I am so happy to tell that we have signed an official MOU, a draft MOU with UN Women. Our Honorable Director signed the draft MOU with UN Women for association and joint work for women-friendly travel and tourism activities. We are in the process to make an MOU with Booking.com. Already we had discussion with Mr. Raj Basu. He is the part of this summit. He agreed to associate with Responsible Tourism Mission with his organization, one of the biggest organizations in the field of responsible tourism and sustainable tourism activities, Help Tourism, and a Note on Map, of course, Village Ways, and many others. I think my colleagues can share the presentation here. I am not trying to take more time, but my Honorable Director told that before concluding this session, you must present the names of the new accommodation units which are ready to participate in Responsible Tourism Mission. Sir, please go through these slides. We are in the process to associate with around 1,000 new accommodation units, hotels, homestays, and other accommodation units. That is not for the namesake. We started this initiative with only one hotel unit. That was CGH Earth Properties Group. Coconut Lagoon was there. Now you can see that this property, Lake Song, is awarded by WTM for the effective implementation of responsible tourism. All hotels and resorts in this destination is the part of responsible tourism activities. More than 1,000 hotels and resorts already joined with Responsible Tourism Mission to promote responsible tourism activities. Promotion means in terms of economic, socio-cultural, and environmental activities. I think this is a new start for Kerala's Responsible Tourism Initiative. Along with, when we have started this initiative, we had only some entrepreneurs like Gopi and Kabani and CGH Earth Properties to talk about responsible tourism. They were ready to talk always for responsible tourism, even though they tried to showcase the negative issues also, and they made very healthy criticism also, but it still continues. But I can tell you that when we have started this initiative with Gopi, Raj Basu, Manisha, and some other names, some other people, we started this initiative in Kerala with very limited personalities. In India, when we think about responsible tourism, it was very pathetic situation. Now I can tell you that lot of states are coming to associate with responsible tourism mission and government of Kerala, Kerala Tourism. We have signed an MOU with Madhya Pradesh Tourism, and Raj Basu is taking Honorable Raj Basu is taking an initiative with, to make something with northeastern part of the India. And there are discussions moving with Himachal, Karnataka, Tripura. There are a lot of states is moving together with responsible tourism mission in terms of discussions to start sustainability initiatives in their state. So this is one of the happiest moments that we can tell that Kerala hosted the very first global responsible tourism summit at Kumaragam, which is one of the global model for responsible tourism. I am not taking more time to deliver my vote of thanks speech. I can tell you that there are a lot of models moving from grassroots level, like Maravanthuruthu, Aymanam, Kumaragam, Bepur, Kadalundi, Punnayurkulam. There are a lot of models moving from, rising from grassroots levels. So that can be replicated in various parts of Kerala. That can be replicated, and we can discuss about the positives and negatives of that models. But it is the only way to associate community members, women community members, local host community members to ensure their participation in tourism activities. So, my dear friends, I am so happy to deliver my sincere gratitude to Honorable Minister for Tourism and Public Works, Mr. P.A. Muhammad Riaz. He is the backbone of all such movements of Kerala. He is leading all new initiatives and innovative ideas in tourism sector. He came here, joined with us, and he made the new declaration of second declaration of Kerala responsible tourism for the globe and for the nation. I would like to ensure my sincere gratitude to Honorable Minister for Tourism and Public Works, Sri P.A. Muhammad Riaz. I would like to share my sincere gratitude to my Honorable Tourism Secretary, Sri K.S. Srinivas IAS sir. From the beginning, he was here to analyze all these activities, and till now he is continuing his presence. Sir, I am so happy to share sincere gratitude to you for your presence. Thank you, sir. I would like to share my sincere thanks to Sri P.B. Nuh IAS. He is leading all these activities. He is critically analyzing responsible tourism missions each and every moment per day. So I can sincerely tell you that this global summit happened only because of him, because per day he analyzed about the all movements. He directly involved discussion with Dr. Harold, Manisha, Raj Basu, and each speakers, those who are associating with us. Sir, I am so happy, and my team is also so happy to share our sincere gratitude to you, sir. Thank you. And in this function, we have Jose Dominic, sir, Baby Matthew, sir, Sri Abraham George, Gobinath Parayil, Raj Basu, and various speakers from lot of eminent speakers from various parts of Kerala and India and abroad. Mr. Adama Glynn, Richard Hearn, there are so many. Actually, when we inaugurated this session, I never thought that it will not happen. This global responsible tourism will not happen. Because around 5-6 people sincerely worked for this initiative. I cannot forget their names, my team, BG Xavier, Bhagat Singh, and those who are associating with some other consultants like Gayatri, Kiran, and Gidu Mohandas, and my team members Sibin, Sijo, Sarish, and Arun, Harish. We have a very small team in Kerala for implementing responsible tourism activities. Only 10 people are working with the responsible tourism mission. And we are trying to create very big magic in the sector of tourism. I cannot express my feelings. I cannot tell you that how it is moving, how it is happening. I think there are some very brilliant IAS officers. They are supporting us, and the political leadership like Honorable Chief Minister and Tourism Minister, they are always with us. And of course, we have lot of well-wishers. They are always trying to criticize us. They are always giving suggestions for us. So we are always careful in each and every actions of responsible tourism mission. When I invited Mr. George Scaria, he told me that, Rubesh, I will not come to speak in that conference because I cannot speak anything about sustainable tourism or responsible tourism within 10 minutes. That's a very real thing. But he came here and delivered his wonderful speech. Within 6 minutes, it was very serious speech and eye-opener speech was there. This is the result of Kerala's responsible tourism movement. When we started this initiative, nobody was there to support us. When we started this initiative, only Gopinath Parayal or Jose Dominic or some other people were with us to talking about responsible tourism. From the beginning, we tried to take it forward. Gopi tried to take it as a Blue Yonder movement. Jose Dominic and team tried to develop it as a CGH Earth movement. But I can tell you that I was a part of all such movements, in all processions, in all disagreements, in all agitations created by Kumaragam community. We try to share our concerns in tourism sector. We were against unethical and unscientific development of tourism happened in Kumaragam. And now we can tell you that Kumaragam is the first model responsible tourism destination declared by UNWTO. So I think it will move very well for a couple of years if we can work together. Please take this word. It will move very well for a couple of years if we can work together. Otherwise, it will minimize only as a government movement. That cannot good for anybody. That cannot good for any community members. At least there is a model to replicate various states. We are taking very serious initiative in Kerala. We are conducting special tourism Grama Sabhas, tourism resource mapping, trying to teach the community to handle the tourists, trying to find out community-based tourism activities, trying to develop experiential tourism activities, etc. There are a lot of other initiatives also. So my dear friends, this is the historical moment as I mentioned earlier, because it happened. We are concluding Global Responsible Tourism Summit. I was in so much tension, worries about these initiatives. I cannot even smile to my colleagues. I cannot even discuss with anybody because we were always in tension, because we are working together, but it is a very small group. And I am so happy to tell you that, dear friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, speakers and delegates, we are so thankful to all of you who joined together here with us. Thank you all. Thank you.
That was so wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. K. Rupesh Kumar, for the amazing word of thanks. And thank you so much to all the contributions which you have done to Global Responsible Tourism Summit 2023. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. K. Rupesh Kumar. Yes, thank you very much. And that is the end of the official functions. Ladies and gentlemen, one more reminder is here. We have a field visit tomorrow at Maravanturutha Water Street for speakers and for delegates as well. So those who are interested to be a part of the field visit can inform us very soon. Within 1 hour, you have to inform us. The timing will be 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. So requesting everyone's participation on that. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to each one of you for joining with us and making this just a fabulous one with your presence. Thank you very much to all of you once again. And would you like to say something?
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Responsible Tourism Society of India, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and United Nations Environment Programme, I congratulate Kerala Responsible Tourism Mission on this historic declaration on responsible tourism, Global Responsible Tourism 2023, Kerala Responsible Tourism 2023. And we extend all our support, all our help to you. Many, many congratulations.
And we have the cultural programs over there in the side, I guess. So requesting all of you, please go and enjoy the cultural programs right now. All of you, please. Thank you, everyone.